Chapter 391. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. That silvery white light of thunder just now. Lin Zhou's gaze was also focused on the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment above Yan Zhaoge's head, having grown dim due to the depletion of an instant's thunder. It's clearly just a fragment of a saint artifact. Yet, with the two combined, it can already unleash such a powerful attack. Every time he heard news of Yan Zhaoge's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment displaying its godly might, Lin Zhou would feel depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. If not for him having long since been prepared, Yan Zhaoge would already have killed his way out of the encirclement just now. Yan Zhaoge's path forward was sealed by Lin Zhou's divine sky-green thunder barrier once more, not allowing him to continue trying to break through it as the roiling waves of heat had already assaulted him from behind once more. Seeing the power of Yan Zhaoge's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment weakening, that four-legged, eight-armed great flame devil attacked once more. Above their heads, the divine sky-green thunder barrier sealed off the surrounding space. Yan Zhaoge immediately brought Pan Pan and Ah Hu along as he rushed downwards, evading the attack of that great flame devil behind them. Due to the bombardment of an instant's thunder, a large portion of the underwater mountain range under Xiao Chen's feet had collapsed. It even caused shattered rocks to fly about, and underground fire to spurt out. It was a chaotic scene, and light and shadows were blurry. Yan Zhaoge's group evaded the underground fire that spurted upwards as well as the mud and rocks that roiled everywhere, diving downwards. That great flame devil chased closely behind them, its violent flames destroying and clearing away everything in its way. Lin Zhou gazed downwards and saw nothing but a blur. However, he remained calm and collected. Apart from the area around the node, the rest of the area is filled with surging fire pith veins. It will be difficult for you to pass through with that earth-escaping artifact of yours. You're daydreaming if you think you can travel underground along the peaceful undersea mountains. Having descended into the depths of the collapsed mountain range, Yan Zhaoge very quickly discovered that the divine sky-green thunder barrier did not just envelop the area around and above the underwater rocks. Just as he broke through the rock, layers of green lightning appeared and blocked his way. The divine firmament azure lightning barrier even covered the rocks below. Normally, it would not seem to be a problem, but once someone approached, it would immediately be activated. Numerous bolts of green thunder shot into the skies. Yan Zhaoge attempted to use his blood devil plate to break through them, yet discovered that this divine sky-green thunder barrier contained the essence of Lin Zhou's inverted yin-yang mother world within, causing it to flow endlessly. Although the blood devil plate, which was specialized in breaking barriers, could break it, it would take some time. Sadly, that great flame devil in hot pursuit behind him would not give Yan Zhaoge sufficient time. He sprinted madly on all fours, already arriving behind Yan Zhaoge once more, his 8 arms spreading wide as blazing flames swept about, resembling a net of fire as it enveloped towards Yan Zhaoge. The other flame devils lunged over as well. While Lin Zhou and the others were also human martial practitioners, as compared to them, Yan Zhaoge, who possessed the ring left behind by the Flame Devil Emperor, attracted the attention of all the Flame Devils more. While the Flame Devil King Qing Huang was dead, Yan Zhaoge's appearance as well as his martial concept and aura had already been targeted by the Flame Devils. But right at this moment, in another direction, in the fiery abyss between the underwater mountains, suddenly came a loud roar filled with shock and anger. That great flame devil in the form of a fire bird which had dove into the deep abyss was currently roaring madly. Other than fury and shock, its roar clearly also contained an aura of fear. While Yan Zhaoge and the others could not understand the language of the flame devils, the other flame devils outside the deep abyss clearly all understood the meaning of that great flame devil's roar. The expressions of all the flame devils changed greatly for a time. The next moment, the deep abyss of flames suddenly shook intensely. This underwater mountain range had originally been rather calm, but now, the fire pith veins buried deep underground seemed like they were also about to erupt. What was abnormal was that the unceasingly rampaging world of flames in the distance suddenly began to weaken. The all-encompassing lava showed signs of cooling, the underground fire also beginning to gradually extinguish. Although the entire outer East Sea was still engulfed by the earth fire, the violent underground fire pith in the sea region with this underwater mountain range as the center and this node as the center had instead calmed down. There was only that underwater mountain range at the center of the deep abyss, shaking intensely. A figure wanted to rush out of the deep abyss, his expression filled with indescribable panic. It was precisely that great flame devil in the form of a fire bird. However, before he could rush out, a massive suction force seemed to emanate from within the deep abyss, dragging him downwards, wanting to drag him in once more. This great flame devil roared unceasingly, yet was unable to break free. As the others looked over in shock, they saw a terrifying vortex gradually surging out from within the deep abyss, ice and fire intermingling. The vortex itself floated upwards, yet sucking everything in its surroundings within, dragging it into the deep abyss. Trapped within, that great flame devil struggled unceasingly, yet was unable to do anything as it could only watch helplessly as it was devoured by the vortex. Seeing this, the other flame devils were all greatly shocked. Some wanted to save it, some wanted to flee far away, some launched attacks towards the vortex, some even more violent, falling into frenzy as they launched attacks towards Yan Zhaoge, Lin Zhou, and the others. For a time, the situation in the vicinity of the underwater mountain range turned chaotic. That four-legged, eight-armed great flame devil suddenly swiveled its head, glaring furiously at Yan Zhaoge, the flames of fury within its eyes burning even brighter as it ignored everything else, chasing after him. The underwater mountain range gradually began to break apart, even more underground fire spurting out. The massive vortex that slowly arose from within the deep abyss expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. A moment ago, it had still been a rare safe region in a world of calamity. Now, it had become a terrifying hell on earth. Lin Zhou stared with his right eye, gazing downwards, trying to ascertain where Yan Zhaoge's figure was. Amidst the light of fire and water, Yan Zhaoge's figure was indistinct, the traces of a great flame devil behind him instead even more obvious. Standing beneath another great flag, that heavenly thunder hall martial practitioner surnamed Luo yelled, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, let's retreat as well. That vortex is too terrifying, if we don't retreat in time, we might also be swept along." Lin Zhou yelled in a heavy tone, "Steady. The divine sky-green thunder barrier can help us by enough time." Along the mountain rock that was on the verge of shattering, a skinny figure crawled over to the vicinity of a great green flag. It was precisely that martial grandmaster surnamed Zhang of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had been affected by Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder earlier. "Senior apprentice brother Luo, junior apprentice brother Lin, what exactly happened?" he yelled loudly. Senior apprentice brother Luo hurriedly let him in. "Are you all right?" Senior apprentice brother Zhang's face was filled with misfortune. "I wasn't directly struck by the thunder. While the great flag was destroyed, it also protected me." He looked with lingering fear at that rising vortex from within the deep abyss. "Let's retreat as well." Lin Zhou clenched his teeth. "Wait a little longer. As long as we block that Yan Zhaoge's path, the great flame devil will be able to slay him. Even if the great flame devil cannot kill him, he will definitely be sucked into that vortex before us." Gazing over carefully, he saw that four-legged, eight-armed great flame devil currently rising unceasingly. Above the great flame devil, Yan Zhaoge carried the shrunken Pan in his arms as he shot upwards in a straight line. Yan Zhaoge's gaze burned as it just happened to meet Lin Zhou's gaze. Behind him, the great flame devil followed closely behind. Looking a little further away, that massive vortex was expanding unceasingly, already sweeping over as well. Chapter 392. Yan Zhaoge's momentum was like rushing thunder as he rushed before the divine sky-green thunder barrier, grasping the earth-devouring burner as he pushed it towards the green light of thunder. Lin Zhou shouted, "Yan Zhao! Sing!" As he shouted, Lin Zhou suddenly reached out and grabbed his face, removing the blindfold that had been covering his left eye. In the extreme northern snowy plains, Lin Zhou's left eye that had been blinded by Yan Zhaoge suddenly opened. His eye sockets were pitch black, and his eyeballs could not be seen. There was no luster at all, only pure and primitive darkness. When the surrounding light came into contact with Lin Zhou's left eye, it immediately disappeared as if it had been devoured. It was like the quietest and purest night. Yan Zhaoge instantly felt as though he was situated amidst endless darkness. There was no sound, no light, no sense of the existence of space, no sense of the flow of time, only a boundless great fear, the aura of a great calamity. The earth-devouring burner vibrated, and a strange suction force was emitted, completely swallowing this darkness. Only when the darkness was eliminated did light begin to shine. Boundless, surging, roaring, silvery white lightning. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, no wonder. So it is one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders alongside an instant's thunder, the thunder of eternal night. The thunder of eternal night turned the world into a primordial darkness, blocking out all sights and sounds as the world entered an eternal night. Then, the thunder of eternal night rang out, transforming into the purest and most primitive lightning. It broke through the darkness, tearing apart heaven and earth wherever it went. Wherever the lightning went, darkness would enshroud it, depriving and suppressing the target's sense of hearing, touch, vision, and other senses, making it seem as if the target had died in a deep sleep. Lin Zhou let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his left eye socket. A ray of silver-white light flew out of his left eye and hovered above his head. It was a light sword formed by silver-white lightning. Obstructed by Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge's footsteps halted slightly as the great flame devil behind him had already caught up. His 8 arms were raised in unison at this moment, 8 fire spears that were filled with the aura of destruction stabbing towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he roared, his second accompanying shadow shrinking pouch suddenly opening. From this shadow shrinking pouch, 2 pillars flew out, growing with the wind and instantly becoming extremely huge. A true dragon's body was sealed in an ice pillar, and a stone pillar was surrounded by dazzling lights. It was a magnificent sight. Yan Zhaoge controlled the pillar of the divine palace, suddenly releasing its suppression on the ice pillar. Although the true dragon's body sealed in the ice pillar was lifeless, its spirituality had yet to dissipate, and it immediately became restless. As the great flame devil's fire spear stabbed over, its blazing, destructive aura immediately stimulated the remains of this ice dragon. As the ice pillar trembled, it naturally reacted to the stress. Waves of dragon might spread from it, and the frozen ice dragon inside seemed to come to life. Ice and fire collided intensely at this moment. That great flame devil's attack was blocked, while the icicle was sent flying backwards. However, Yan Zhaoge made use of this chance to control the pillar of the divine palace, viciously colliding towards that great flame devil. Runes lit up in the sky, interweaving in the air and transforming into boundless light, causing the divine palace's pillar to seem much larger. Amidst the rumbling, that 4-legged, 8-armed great flame devil was knocked dizzy as it tumbled backwards. The pillar of the divine palace was also knocked flying backwards. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand to support it once more before pressing it down, suppressing the corpse of the ice dragon which had been restless earlier. Having been struck by the great flame devil, the corpse of the ice dragon also fell silent for a moment, just happening to be suppressed by Yan Zhaoge with the pillar of the divine palace once more. Yan Zhaoge opened his shadow shrinking pouch, the pillar of the divine palace suppressing the true dragon's body retracted. However, an even greater danger was already right before their eyes. That vortex which had arisen from the deep abyss expanded unceasingly, devouring the surrounding space as its periphery had already caught up to Yan Zhaoge. That great flame devil which had been knocked into retreat by the pillar of the divine palace let out a shocked and enraged howl, half its body already having been sucked in by the vortex. The vortex swept outwards unceasingly, sweeping and devouring everything that dared to stand in its way. It was now just a foot away from Yan Zhaoge. Standing within the divine sky-green thunder barrier, Lin Zhou clutched his bleeding left eye with one hand, pointing out towards Yan Zhaoge with the index and 2 fingers of his other hand like a sword. The eternal night thunder sword circling above his head chopped towards Yan Zhaoge. While that terrifying vortex was already right before his eyes, Lin Zhou clenched his teeth, not retreating at all as he glared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge with his right eye. Yan Zhaoge, either you die today, or I die. Lin Zhou's face was deathly pale, but his expression was brutal. If you can leave the East Sea alive this time, I will drink up all the seawater here. That strange silvery light of thunder of the eternal night thunder sword instantly transformed into darkness, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun, wanting to devour Yan Zhaoge. With the divine sky-green thunder barrier blocking his path and the thunder of eternal night intercepting him, Lin Zhou went all out, wanting to directly knock Yan Zhaoge into that terrifying vortex which devoured everything before him. That great flame devil whose body was already halfway within the vortex also roared now, a fire spear appearing within its hands as it hurled it towards Yan Zhaoge. This fatal blow was aimed at dragging Yan Zhaoge down with him. Yan Zhaoge's body spun, the earth-devouring burner within his hands meeting the fire spear, blocking that terrifying destructive power. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge flicked his right sleeve, a dark green bamboo branch of 3 segments long appearing within his palm. The bamboo branch shot out, light everywhere as it struck the incoming thunder of eternal night. The darkness retreated, the silver light exploding as the eternal night thunder sword was sent flying backwards by Yan Zhaoge. Lin Zhou let out a muffled groan, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, but he stood firmly, stabilizing the divine sky-green thunder barrier as he blocked the incoming Yan Zhaoge. That terrifying vortex was already about to come into contact with Yan Zhaoge's body. Before Yan Zhaoge, there were still numerous barriers of green thunder blocking his path. The periphery of the vortex was already in the vicinity of the green thunder. That senior apprentice brother Luo called out, "Let's retreat as well." Lin Zhou roared, "Wait a little longer." Besides senior apprentice brother Luo, senior apprentice brother Zhang also called out, "We can't wait any longer." Lin Zhou was greatly enraged. "I said wait a little longer, wait. What are you doing?" All the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were dazed like wooden chickens. Right in front of them, their senior apprentice brother Zhang formed his hands into claws, grabbing senior apprentice brother Luo's neck before twisting it forcefully. Senior apprentice brother Luo let out a great roar of despair, his entire body surging with Orochi of thunder. However, senior apprentice brother Zhang similarly surged with Orochi, forming a terrifying black storm with purple light flickering within. A ferocious black tiger appeared behind senior apprentice brother Luo's back, letting out a heaven-shocking roar as it twisted the neck of that Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner surnamed Luo, his head being separated from his body. Lin Zhou was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Black Nightmare Divine Wind, Ghost Tiger Divine Claw. Senior apprentice brother Zhang laughed loudly, still looking thin and capable. "It is precisely your Lord Tiger Ah." Amidst his loud laughter, his movements did not cease as he consecutively struck out, breaking that great green flag which had originally been supported by senior apprentice brother Luo. The divine sky-green thunder barrier instantly began to collapse. Sitting on Pan Pan, Yan Zhaoge shot forward, looking coldly at Lin Zhou. "Drink all the water of the East Sea. You may begin now." Chapter 393. Having come from a sacred ground, having seen many things, after their initial shock and incomprehension, the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners had already reacted. The rare treasure imitation killing jade, after the user had killed a target within a certain period of time, would be able to use their aura chi to imitate the target they had killed. As long as they did not fight, even the breathing in and out of their inner chi would be completely the same as the target they were imitating. Whose understanding of that Heavenly Thunder Hall martial grandmaster surnamed Zhang was limited, not being clear on his habits, thus being unable to imitate him perfectly. However, amidst the chaotic and tense situation just now, he had been careful not to reveal any traces, successfully hiding it from the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners within a short period of time. The risk involved was self-evident. If he had been exposed in the slightest, he would have been surrounded and killed. However, with high risk came high rewards. At the final moment, when everyone's attention had been highly focused on Yan Zhaoge and that terrifying vortex, Ahu had made use of the chance to suddenly erupt. As the divine sky-green thunder barrier broke, Yan Zhaoge instantly surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Greatly enraged, some Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners rushed towards Ahu. Within the crowd, who was instantly surrounded. However, after entering the divine sky-green thunder barrier, Yan Zhaoge leapt off Pan Pan's body, a transparent glazed plate appearing in his hands. The glazed plate shone with a blood-red light. As Yan Zhaoge opened it, numerous streaks of blood-red light instantly flew out. It was precisely the rare treasure that specialized in breaking through all kinds of barriers, the Blood Devil Plate. Being within the barrier this time, the Blood Devil Plate displayed its effects, numerous streaks of blood-red light dancing about, suffusing the divine sky-green thunder barrier that had cracks appearing on it. Yan Zhaoge punched out with his hands, one fist, one palm, both striking forward simultaneously. As his orochi shook, the blood-red light abruptly surged. Within the damaged barrier of green thunder, numerous blood-red lines intersected, resembling veins. The remaining two green flags were instantly covered in a layer of blood red, and their surfaces were covered with dense blood-red lines. Behind them, that terrifying vortex was still expanding unceasingly. The edges of the vortex had already come into contact with the divine sky-green thunder barrier, the damaged barrier instantly on the verge of collapse. The eternal night thunder soared above Lin Zhou's head shone with a silvery white light. At this moment, the light vanished, turning into darkness, resembling the boundless night sky. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, he roared furiously, turning and leaving under the envelopment of the night sky. Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at Lin Zhou as Pan Pan returned to his side after receiving Ah Hu. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, with just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, Pan Pan spread out his claws, shooting forward madly. Behind him, seeing the vortex closing in on them, the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners also struggled, wanting to flee. Not turning back, Yan Zhaoge punched out towards the divine sky-green thunder barrier. Inside the enchantment, the blood-red threads that filled the sky shook at the same time, and the two green flags exploded and shattered. The rolling green lightning exploded in succession, and the entire enchantment completely collapsed. The violent thunderbolts instantly engulfed the group of Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, the frenzied explosive force it stirred up even seemingly obstructing that vortex for an instant. The next moment, the vortex continued to expand. Those Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners who had not perished in the explosion of the barrier were obstructed by the light of thunder, their footsteps slowing as they were swept along by the vortex as well, being dragged within. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu instantly left. The underwater mountain range before them was still shaking intensely, underground fire erupting into the air from time to time, resembling hell on earth. Yan Zhaoge gazed at a dark shadow up ahead, that dark shadow flickering amidst the flickering light of fire, zigzagging as it fled unceasingly. Heaven shocker that erupted with purple thunderbolts returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands once more. As he drew the bow, a streak of golden light shot out. Devil-shattering ice talismans had a suppressive effect on flame devils, but when used to beat people, the effect was similarly not bad. Where the golden light passed, the entire ocean was instantly sealed in ice. Ferocious silver-white lightning burst out of the shadow, shattering the surrounding glaciers. However, with just this delay, Yan Zhaoge had already swiftly caught up. A blazing, violent aura emanated from the nearby deep sea as more flame devils approached, surrounding Yan Zhaoge and the others. "I'll leave it to you." This time, Yan Zhaoge ignored the flame devils as he leapt down from Pan Pan's back, his sword light resembling a dragon as it split apart the seawater, chopping straight towards Lin Zhou. Within that dim darkness, Lin Zhou roared in rage, silvery white thunderbolts erupting from the darkness, resembling the creation of the heavens and the earth as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge merged with his sword, resembling the incarnation of a green dragon as he descended from the heavens. His figure spun in midair, numerous green sword lights obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot out in all directions, resembling a green dragon shaking its armor. The green sword light and the white light of thunder clashed unceasingly in midair, being extinguished one after another. However, that surging dragon might, that blazing sword intent, still enveloped Lin Zhou. It was fine if Lin Zhou met him head-on, but if he dared to turn and flee, drawn in by his aura, Yan Zhaoge's sword would directly nail him to death at the bottom of the sea. Kill! Lin Zhou's face was pale as paper, but a resolute light surged within his soul right eye. He reached out and grabbed, the white sword of light above his head landing within his hands, transforming into an actual sword. The blade was jet black, white light circulating on its edge. A saber appeared within Lin Zhou's other hand. The orochi of his entire body surged madly, condensing on the saber as he hacked out consecutively. Set off by the terrifying chi of thunder and lightning, Lin Zhou's figure seemed to have suddenly grown much taller, resembling the descent of a thunder king. One of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's 2 supreme martial arts, the 9 rotating Thunder King Saber. On the other side, even if Lin Zhou didn't draw on his aura chi, the power of the Eternal Night Thunder Sword was still much stronger than when he himself wielded the 9 rotating Thunder King Saber. While it wasn't a combination of the Divine Sky Lightning Mother Sword and the 9 rotating Thunder King Saber, as Lin Zhou brandished both sword and saber, he still brazenly executed a secret martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, thunder and lightning intermingling. Beneath the intermingling of purplish-green thunder and silvery-white lightning, countless snakes of electricity slithered about within the sea, terrifying beyond compare. A sword that contains the thunder of eternal night, its quality is not bad, Yan Zhaoge said calmly, a dark green bamboo branch that flickered with a purple light appearing within his left hand. As the bamboo branch moved, it blocked Lin Zhou's Eternal Night Thunder Sword. Meanwhile, the Jade Dragon Sword in Yan Zhaoge's right hand flickered, directly shattering Lin Zhou's saber light. As for you, you're still far from it. Lin Zhou roared furiously, the shattered saber light abruptly changing directions, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with an even more ferocious momentum. This was the essence of the 9 Revolutions Thunder King's saber, and Lin Zhou had already understood it. However, Yan Zhaoge's sword aura resembled a torrent that surged to the heavens, unstoppable as it advanced forward, easily shattering the second wave of saber light. You seem to have forgotten that the last time we met was when you were a mid-Xiantian martial scholar and I was an early Xiantian martial scholar. Not waiting for Lin Zhou to unleash his third transformation saber light, Yan Zhaoge's sword had already arrived before him, directly shattering the spirit artifact saber in his hands. Yan Zhaoge's sword did not cease in the slightest as it surged forward, resembling Mount Tai pressing down on an egg. Lin Zhou's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as he watched Yan Zhaoge shatter half his body with a single sword. Right now, you're an early-stage spirit vessel grandmaster, and I'm a late-stage spirit vessel grandmaster. If we only rely on our own cultivation, Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo branch whipped out once more, sending Lin Zhou's Eternal Night Thunder Sword flying as well. Then, he kept the Jade Dragon Sword with his right hand and slammed down with his palm. The world before Lin Zhou's eyes spun as if the sky was collapsing. Now, if we only rely on our own martial arts cultivation, I can easily beat 100 of you. Chapter 394. Thank you everyone. Within the deep sea, the underwater mountain range shook, rocks shattering, underground fire erupting, the scene of the end of the world. Standing within the seawater, Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, resembling the collapse of the heavens. The dark whirlpools within the surrounding seawater all became still, completely locked in place. The water did not condense into ice, but seemed to have turned into a solid state, unable to cause any ripples at all. Beneath Yan Zhaoge's palm, Lin Zhou's originally heavily injured, bloodied body instantly erupted with even more blood mist, completely breaking apart. Fresh blood shot out from Lin Zhou's left eye that had long since been blind. He struggled, his right eye still glaring furiously at Yan Zhaoge, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Looking calmly at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "What, are you thinking about what you would definitely do if you could be reborn once more?" Lin Zhou's right eye abruptly dilated as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Seeing his expression, Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Originally, I couldn't be completely sure, just that through the analysis of various signs, I felt that you had been reborn once more. Looking at your expression now, it should really be so." Lin Zhou's vision was already gradually turning blurry, but his mind, due to the final radiance of the setting sun, became exceptionally clear. "You are indeed different from me, but also different from others." Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "I wonder how long you lived for in your previous life. Did you experience the invasion of the Flame Devils this time? If you did, having some understanding of the Flame Devils' sudden assault on Jade Sea City as well as them activating the Fire Pith Vein here in the Outer East Sea, then trying to provide this information to the others of the Eight Extremities world, against the invasion of the Flame Devils this time, everyone would be much more relaxed. You would also obtain immense fame and merit. Not only would your Heavenly Thunder Hall reward you, others would also be grateful for your contributions." Yan Zhaoge said calmly, didn't you do very well that time at Clear Concealed Lake? While it was known to the outside world that before the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, the Heavenly Thunder Hall digging out their decimating abyss's hidden pawn was the merit of Lin Zhou's father, Lin Tianfeng. However, Yan Zhaoge guessed that Lin Tianfeng should have benefited from Lin Zhou. Although the infiltration of the decimating abyss is too strong, causing the information to be leaked and the results to be greatly discounted, there's nothing wrong with the train of thought. You truly surpassing Yan Shan, being appointed as the number one of the younger generation by your Heavenly Thunder Hall, should also stem from that matter, and not from your cultivation base surpassing Yan Shan's. That was because they would be able to interfere with the world situation. They would no longer be ordinary disciples of the younger generation, young geniuses. Lin Zhou snorted coldly, don't mention Clear Concealed Lake. If you really want to talk about it, you should have died in Clear Concealed Lake. In the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake, due to the leak of the news, the decimating abyss had successfully counterattacked. However, in the end, the core of the devilish domain Grand Formation had been destroyed by the martial scholar Yan Zhaoge at the time. That battle had also been the stage on which Yan Zhaoge had risen to prominence in the entire Eight Extremities world. After that, there was no one under the heavens who did not know of him. Regarding Lin Zhou's words that he should have died at Clear Concealed Lake, Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Lin Zhou was even more enraged, so what if I painstakingly schemed? My father did not die at the hands of the 9 underworld evil devils, but still perished at your Broad Creed Mountain's hands. Yan Zhaoge understood, so, from then on, your mentality completely changed? He said calmly, while your cultivation base continued to grow unceasingly, while you also obtained many fortuitous encounters and treasures, even obtaining the thunder of eternal night, you became less confident. Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather speechlessly. The continuous twists and turns of the great battle of Broad Creed Mountain, with his father Lin Tianfeng having perished at Broad Creed Mountain, had caused the gates of darkness within Lin Zhou's heart to open, the seeds of madness beginning to sprout. In the extreme northern snowy plains, having been defeated by Yan Zhaoge once more in the struggle for the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint, having lost his father's relic, Heaven Shocker, and having been blinded in one of his eyes, Lin Zhou's bottom line had been completely broken through. First, he had firmly believed that he was the main character of this era. After suffering consecutive setbacks, he had begun to doubt himself. While it seemed like he was still making use of the advantage of having been reborn, of knowing much information in advance, he had actually gone from actively fighting for it to passively waiting. Staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Zhou felt his spirit gradually dissipating, his life finally about to leave him. His voice was low, at this point, there is no benefit in saying more. If I can have another chance to be reborn, I will definitely fight with you once more. 2 lifetimes, both ultimately filled with regrets. I am not resigned to it. Lin Zhou used the last of his strength to glare furiously at Yan Zhaoge, don't be complacent, Yan Zhaoge. You have only lived for 1 or 2 years longer than me. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, looking at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou laughed loudly, right, you don't know, you all don't know, no one knows, only I know. Ignorance is bliss, able to let you live more stable days. Yan Zhaoge. I'll be waiting for you down below. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, right, I don't know, but as I stand here, you know that you will be lying here forever. You say that you know, what's the difference between not knowing? Lin Zhou's laughter abruptly stopped, as though someone had grabbed his throat, leaving a trembling final sound. Whether you can redo it once more, I don't know, but now, you can go in peace. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, didn't you notice that after Clear Concealed Lake, the general trend of the world, with or without you, actually didn't make much of a difference? Perhaps this world has left you with regrets, but with you gone, there is nothing for this world to regret. Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, looking at it from a certain perspective. If the you at Clear Concealed Lake had perished, to the current Eight Extremities world, there really might have been some possibility that it would have been a loss. However, you yourself turned the matter of importance into something inconsequential. Lin Zhou died with remaining grievances, his body completely exploding into a mist of blood. A faint silhouette of a soul also dissipated into thin air. His soul dispersed, doomed for all eternity. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. The third one is no different from slapping others to death. He extended his hand, the eternal night thunder sword floating within the sea that flickered with the white light of thunder drifting over towards him. The eternal night thunder sword shook, wanting to transform into layers of darkness, resisting Yan Zhaoge's grasp. Yan Zhaoge placed the dark green bamboo branch on it, the shaking of the eternal night thunder sword calming somewhat. However, that pervading darkness still enveloped over towards Yan Zhaoge, wanting to devour him. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, a chaotic chi mass seemingly forming within every single acupoint of his body, absorbing this darkness in great amounts, yet no silvery white light of thunder was seen to be emitted. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, however, lightning lit up, thunder roaring. Having had the experience of refining the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, Yan Zhaoge's current refinement of this unique treasure, the Eternal Night Thunder Sword, was much smoother. This thing is more like a crystallization of a strand of thunder of eternal night, having been infused with a strand of sword intent. Yan Zhaoge's gaze lit up slightly. This thing is not bad. Perhaps it can be refined into one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders, the thunder of eternal night. Chapter 395. The difficulty of refining the Eternal Night Thunder Sword was greater than Yan Zhaoge had expected. However, this instead caused Yan Zhaoge to feel rather joyful, as he sensed that this treasure before him was even more powerful than he had expected. Due to the limitations of his cultivation base, Lin Zhou was unable to wield its full power. The Eternal Night Thunder Sword also placed a huge burden on Lin Zhou. Each time he wielded it, activating the thunder of eternal night, Lin Zhou's own body would be affected instead. Of course, this sword also brought Lin Zhou immense benefits. Just like how Yan Zhaoge had stored the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment in his right hand, Lin Zhou was also nourishing the sword with his own body. As it nourished and refined the Eternal Night Thunder Sword, the sword intent of thunder was also imperceptibly nourishing the qi and blood of Lin Zhou's fleshly body. Darkness did not mean evil. Pure darkness also had the effect of nurturing life, like a baby in its mother's womb. When used against enemies, the thunder of eternal night was extremely ferocious, the darkness suppressing and robbing the opponent of their sensory abilities. When the silvery white light of thunder exploded, it could destroy all things. However, when used to nourish a martial practitioner's body, the effects were extremely good, even better than the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that produced an instant's thunder. Carefully analyzing the aura contained within the Eternal Night Thunder Sword, Yan Zhaoge could not help but nod repeatedly. While it is ranked 9th amongst the 9 heavenly immortal thunders, the weakest in terms of pure destructive power and inferior to the 6th ranked in instant's thunder, it still has its own unique aspects. While the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had been a sacred artifact in the past, it had been broken at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge currently only possessed a fragment. The concept of an instant's thunder within was violent, yet incomplete. Instead, while this Eternal Night Thunder Sword before him could not be compared to the Eye of the Thunder Emperor in terms of quality, the essence condensed from the thunder of eternal night within was comparatively complete. Quietly analyzing its profundities, Yan Zhaoge was gradually able to come into contact with some of the unique aspects of this 9 heavenly immortal thunders. Other than the aura of the thunder of eternal night, carefully analyzing the sword intent condensed from this immortal thunder, Yan Zhaoge could also feel that it was rather unusual. This sword intent is capable of stirring up thunder in silence. It's quite compatible with the thunder of eternal night. No wonder it's so compatible. After refining the Eternal Night Thunder Sword, Yan Zhaoge reined in his thoughts of letting things go as he swept his gaze over the area, seeing that Ahu and Pan Pan were still clashing with some flame devils. Flashing the dark red ring, the aura of the Flame Demon Emperor within it immediately attracted the attention of all the flame demons present, causing their bodies to stiffen and tremble at the same time. There were no great flame devils present. Flame devils with lower cultivation bases were all affected by this ring to varying degrees. Yan Zhaoge did not waste time on words as Heaven Shocker appeared once more, arrows shooting out in rapid succession as a devil-shattering ice talisman was shot out. The golden light intertwined with purple lightning exploded in the deep sea, and a surging chill instantly swept out, freezing a large amount of seawater. Although the surrounding environment was surging with underground fire and the seawater was boiling, the temperature was also dropping rapidly. Trapped by the glacier, the flame demon's power was suppressed and its movements were restricted. Yan Zhaoga's sword resembled a dragon as he joined hands with Ahu and Pan Pan to go on a killing spree, breaking out of the encirclement. Having arrived in the distance, looking back, Yan Zhaoga saw that the underwater mountain range with the deep abyss of flames as its center had already been completely obscured by a massive vortex. The vortex expanded outward to a certain extent before finally stopping. However, the ice and fire continued to interweave and spin, forming a terrifying vortex that showed no signs of slowing down. It lasted for a long time. The reefs of the underwater mountain range in the vicinity of the vortex broke apart unceasingly, a great amount of underground fire spurting out unceasingly, just like the entire Outer East Sea earlier. The seawater was boiled, a great amount of steam rising. Gazing into the distance, it was all white. Instead, with this place as its center, the fire pith veins that had been wreaking havoc in the surrounding region of sea earlier had now settled, regaining their former calm. The situation of the two, as compared to before, was exactly reversed. However, this was only in the vicinity of this region of sea. Continuing into the distance, the other areas of the Outer East Sea were still filled with scenes of the end of the world, of the Jade Sea having transformed into a fiery hell. Standing beside Yan Zhaoga, Ahu still had the appearance of that martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall surnamed Zhang. For the duration of the imitation-killing Jade's effect, he would always maintain this appearance. However, this state could be dispelled prematurely if the user so wished. That skinny body abruptly straightened, the bones of his entire body emitting crackling sounds. The previous senior apprentice brother Zhang abruptly grew taller by almost 2 heads, his body also turning from skinny to muscular. Who regained his original appearance, stroking his lower chin. Young master, this imitation-killing jade is really useful. Sadly, there is only one. This time, you really took on a great risk. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was still gazing in the direction of the vortex. Under normal circumstances, for the imitation-killing jade to be used for impersonation, it is either to deal with people who are unfamiliar with the impersonator, or it is like that Black Nightmare Mountain bastard back then, where you are extremely familiar with the impersonator. Otherwise, even if the external appearance is the same, if the expression, tone and habits of the impersonator are greatly different from the impersonator, those who are familiar with the impersonator would feel suspicious upon seeing it. While it is possible to imitate the other party's inner chi, it can only be done in a situation where an intense battle is not taking place. If the other party becomes suspicious, as soon as they make a move to test it out, it will immediately be seen through. Yan Zhaoga said, this time, it was because of the urgency of the situation, the other party's attention not on you. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous for you. Ahu chuckled, their attention is all on you, young master. While I seem to be in danger, I am actually safe. Yan Zhaoga nodded, his gaze fixed on the massive vortex of ice and fire in the distance. There, as time passed, the vortex of ice and fire finally began to gradually weaken, slowly dissipating. Ahu smacked his lips, young master, don't tell me that we have to follow the veins, destroying them bit by bit. There are probably hundreds of such nodes in the entire Outer East Sea, if not 1,000. Yan Zhaoga shook his head, it's no use. The momentum of the flame devils has already been established. Just destroying these nodes would only be treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Carefully observe the surroundings. Hearing his words, Ahu touched the back of his head, looking around earnestly, his expression gradually turning solemn. Because he discovered that as time passed, the nearby region of sea which had originally already been relatively calm showed signs of restlessness once more. The underwater mountain range broke apart once more, the underground fire which had retreated earlier showing signs of eruption once more. The surrounding seawater which had been isolated by his aura chi could clearly feel its temperature rising. Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed, the numerous veins of the nodes intersect, resembling a massive net that encompasses the entire Outer East Sea. As long as a single node is destroyed, not much time would be needed. With the combined effects of the entire net, it would be able to cause this corner which had calmed down to erupt once more. However, this kind of movement originates from the center of the net, causing the entire net to move together. Who came to a realization, young master, this is your true goal in destroying this node, to test the waters. Yan Zhaoge gazed in a certain direction, that's right. Through the restoration of this node and investigating the flow of the power of the net, we will be able to ascertain where its center is. That is where the crux of the problem lies. Letting out a long breath, Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan beneath him. Now, let's set off. Chapter 396. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance, yet his gaze seemed unfocused. Concentrating, he unceasingly felt the changes and movements of the circulation of the earth veins at the bottom of the sea, earnestly identifying the source of the changes in the fire pith veins. Unlike earlier when all the nodes had been detonated at the same time, the true core of the network of fire veins set up by the flame devils had been concealed. Now, only that single node had been destroyed, being maintained and restored by the fire network as a whole. Traces instantly appeared in the circulation of the fire network, allowing Yan Zhaoge to trace its source and find its core. The region of sea where the vortex of fire and ice had arisen earlier had already been left far behind by Yan Zhaoge. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the scene of the end of the world erupting with underground fire had already returned there, the roiling Jade Sea having transformed into a boundless sea of flames. The abnormalities had already continued for many days. The seawater of the Outer East Sea had already evaporated in great amounts. If not for the unceasing replenishment of the surrounding sea, the vast Outer East Sea would probably have already been burnt dry by the underground fire. The strange changes of nature had also caused the current weather over the sea to become extremely chaotic. Hurricanes, torrential rains, earthquakes, and tsunamis were already a common occurrence. With such a large-scale abnormality occurring with the earth veins of the Outer East Sea, even the spiritual chi flow of the entire sea and the Eight Extremities world was being affected. If this continued for a long time, the effects would be even more profound, hard to predict. For the flame devils who only knew destruction and plunder, they didn't really care about what the world before them had become. However, for the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world who had been born and raised here, the abnormalities in the spiritual chi flow were undoubtedly a massive calamity. The usually carefree who was now filled with worry. Young master, there should probably be flame devil experts guarding the core, right? Yan Zhaoge stared ahead as he said, it is not impossible. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, the two proceeded forward. The routes connecting the various nodes were still stable, forming a rather long and narrow safe zone. The underwater mountain range was silent, no underground fire erupting. And on the left and right sides of this long and narrow path, blazing fire could be seen unceasingly spurting from the depths of the sea, colliding with the seawater above as countless massive bubbles were formed which then rapidly floated to the surface of the sea. There was not just one such long and narrow path, but many of them, intersecting as they were laid out at the bottom of the Outer East Sea. Yan Zhaoge did not follow a single path to the end as he advanced, instead changing directions multiple times in order to reach his destination as quickly as possible. Passing by many nodes along the way, Yan Zhaoge did not make a move as he just sped towards the core hub. The 9 icicles that had been used to set up the frigid abyss Dharma realm had already been used up at the first node in the fiery abyss. Currently sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge hurried along while forging a second batch of ice spikes. It was a pity that his internal crystal furnace had already exploded in Jade Sea City in order to assist in the birth of the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. If he wanted to refine the ice alls now, the difficulty would undoubtedly be much greater. Yan Zhaoge could only slowly polish them. On the Outer East Sea, there were currently both the Flame Devils and the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world, the great battle between the two sides still continuing. Although the current Outer East Sea was not as fiery as the Flame Demon Great World. However, the change in the external environment had caused the roles of host and guest to be reversed. The Flame Imps instead seemed to be fighting on their home ground. Not only did their battle prowess increase, they also seemed to never tire, becoming more and more valiant as they fought. The human martial artists could only grit their teeth and resist. The casualties gradually increased. Along the way, whether it was the flame devils or the human race, Yan Zhaoge met quite a few of them. However, on his way this time, Yan Zhaoge carefully kept the dark red ring left behind by the flame devil emperor, preventing its aura from leaking out. Not just that, having already attracted the attention of most of the flame devils, Yan Zhaoge himself also kept his aura as much as possible. Now that the situation was urgent, speed was of utmost importance. Since the core of the fire net had already been roughly confirmed, Yan Zhaoge decided to avoid wasting time along the way as much as possible. Moving underwater, even with Pan Pan opening the way, their speed could not compare to that on land. As time passed, the surrounding environment had already become more and more hostile. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as usual, but a worried look inevitably appeared within his gaze. Finally nearing another node, Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan lightly. Pan Pan's advancing speed instantly slowed. While it seemed ordinary, no different from the other nodes, through Yan Zhaoge's various calculations, he could confirm that the node that had appeared before him now was that core that originated from the source of this massive fire net that enveloped the entire Outer East Sea. For the flame devils to be able to shake the spiritual chi flow of the eight extremities world's earth veins on such a large scale within a short period of time, at the same time also hiding it from the eyes and ears of human martial experts, detonating the fire pith vein, it was most likely here as well. The reason Yan Zhaoge halted was because the scene before him was completely a perilous land. The problem did not lie at the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea was a silent stretch of reefs. There was only a massive entrance to a deep abyss at the center of the underwater mountains, within which streams of crimson fire flickered. The problem lay at the surface of the sea. Incomparably violent power fluctuations emanated from the top of the deep abyss of flames. In the air above the sea's surface, a great battle that was tragic to the extreme was currently underway. Its scale was even vaster and more terrifying than the previous Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City. Even Yan Zhaoge, who was bold to the extreme, could only halt at this moment, not lightly approach. The so-called collapse of the heavens and the collapse of the earth, the overturning of rivers and overturning of the seas, was also just this. Seeing this scene that caused everyone's expressions to change, Yan Zhaoge instead heaved a sigh of relief, the anxiousness in his gaze easing slightly. Grand Master and the others have indeed found their way here. Currently, the intense battle above the sea, the heavens, and the earth overturning, was precisely the peak martial experts of the Eight Extremities world led by Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia and the others, as well as the Flame Devil Kings who had descended into the Eight Extremities world this time. The peak experts of the two worlds had originally been locked in battle in various parts of the Outer East Sea, locked in a stalemate. Now, however, they had all congregated in the region of sea near the core of the fire net. Yan Zhaoge had destroyed a node of the fire net in the distance, causing a change to occur in the entire fire net as it began to repair itself. Whilst battling the flame devils, the human experts who were also trying to suppress the abnormalities in the fire pith vein immediately felt that something was different. Yuan Jingfeng and the other martial saint experts who were the strongest naturally detected it immediately, all deducing the changes in the earth veins as they found their way to the center of this fire net. Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings naturally couldn't allow Yuan Jingfeng and the others to come and cause trouble. Therefore, they had pursued and fought all the way here, all congregating here. This region of sea was extremely vast to ordinary people. However, to martial saints, it was only a limited space. At this moment, within this extremely limited space, more than 10 martial saint experts were gathered on both sides, battling to the point where the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Chapter 397. With the Outer East Sea as the main battlefield, the great battle between the human experts of the Eight Extremities world and the invading flame devils was already nearing its climax. Accompanied by the unceasing eruption of the fire pith veins, the flame devils gradually gained the home ground advantage, launching a counterattack as they unceasingly threatened the regions outside of the Outer East Sea. At this moment, Yuan Jingfeng and the other peak experts of the human race, having detected the source of the eruption of the fire pith veins, immediately hurrying over. The peak experts of the Flame Devil race were all gathered here as well, the two sides in a decisive battle in this region of sea. Yan Zhaoge remained on the outskirts, not approaching blindly. At the core of the battlefield, more than 10 martial saint experts attacked together, the surrounding space virtually already having been pierced through. Even the surrounding participants were all Essence Talisman martial grandmasters and great flame devils at the very least. Otherwise, just the aftershocks of the clash between martial saints would be sufficient to sweep through everything. It was like the situation during the Great Tribulation of Jade Sea City back then, just that the positions of the two sides were reversed now. At that time, Yuan Jingfeng and An Qinglin had been on the defensive side. Facing the attacks of Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings, they had had to divert their attention to protect Jade Sea City, inevitably falling into a passive position. Now, however, it was the exact opposite. The Flame Devils had to protect the core of the fire net here, preventing it from being destroyed by Yuan Jingfeng and the other human experts. This way, with the two sides not having much of a difference in strength, the attacking side would unquestionably hold the initiative. If the defending side focused solely on defense, revealing a flaw, the attacking side might be able to make use of it, injuring the defending side. However, as time passed, the Flame Devils who had turned the Outer East Sea into a sea of flames instead gained the home ground advantage, growing more and more valiant as they fought. If this continued, the Flame Devils would become even more arrogant. Their main targets were Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia and the other human martial saint experts. However, they did not care much about martial grandmasters. Human martial grandmasters neared that deep abyss of flames, yet were unable to destroy it. A powerful force descended on the deep abyss of flames, causing fiery light to shoot out in all directions, the fire pith veins roiling, yet not calming down. The human martial grandmasters tried a few times to no avail as they could only turn to assist Yuan Jingfeng and the others, attempting to help them break through the defensive line of the Flame Devils. The Flame Devils, led by a few Flame Devil Kings, also tightly entangled the martial saint experts of the human race, preventing them from nearing the deep abyss of flames. After carefully observing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge attempted to contact his fellow Broad Creed Mountain seniors within the battlefield. Yuan Jingfeng discovered him at the first instant. However, Yuan Jingfeng was currently locked in battle with his old foe, the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, unable to extricate himself from the battle. After a short while, a figure forced through the layers of flowing fire, arriving before Yan Zhaoge. It was none other than Broad Creed Mountain's lineage's East Sea First Seed Elder, the Soaring Cloud Lord Fu Enshu, who had previously been watching over the Outer East Sea. As a woman, Fu Enshu had always been strong and fierce, but at this moment, there was more of a bloody and fiery evil aura. "Why are you here too?" Fu Enshu asked. "Could it be that you were the one who destroyed the fire net earlier?" "It is indeed me," Yan Zhaoge said urgently. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, can you send me to the core of this fire net?" Fu Enshu said, "The flame demons risked their lives to block the path, mainly to stop Master and the others." She appraised Yan Zhaoge. "Are you thinking of something again?" "I'm afraid the situation here is different from the node you destroyed before." Yan Zhaoge said, "There's a way to try. I dare not say that I'm completely confident, but it should work." After pondering for a moment, Fu Enshu made a prompt decision. "All right, I'll believe you." Saying thus, Fu Enshu formed a sword with her index and middle fingers, forming a sword seal as majestic sword light arose around her. Numerous sword lights condensed into sword talismans before transforming into a sword formation, sweeping Yan Zhaoge along as they shot into the skies, flying into the distance. Majestic and distant, the sword formation resembled a world of its own. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's three supreme martial arts, the limitless heavenly sword. Fu Enshu's sword traversed the air, bringing Yan Zhaoge along as she broke through the great sea, speeding towards the deep abyss of flames at the bottom of the sea. Immediately, flame devils surrounded them, obstructing the sword light. Fu Enshu ignored them all. A massive palm suddenly descended from the sky, resembling the collapse of the sky as it directly scattered the seawater down below, all the flame devils within perishing. It was precisely Yuan Jingfeng who had made a move, clearing the path for Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu. Ever since their previous attempts had failed, it had always been Fu Enshu and the other martial grandmasters who had attempted to help Yuan Jingfeng and the other martial saint experts break through. Now, the situation had suddenly reversed once more, with the Flame Devils being caught off guard, Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Wenchu having successfully torn open a gap. The current strategy of the Flame Devils was to firmly prevent martial saints from getting past, while martial grandmasters might be able to. Fu Wenchu's sword light shot straight in, shooting towards the depths of the sea. While they were irritable and easily angered, the sudden abnormal actions of the human martial practitioners also caused the Flame Devils to feel restless and uneasy, with some Flame Devil Kings wanting to make a move to obstruct Fu Wenchu. Victory or defeat will be decided here. Yuan Jingfeng roared, attacking like the tide as he spurred the other martial saint experts along, pressuring down with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, forcing Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings to only be able to deal with what was before them. However, some great Flame Devils began to turn and chase after Fu Wenchu. Fu Wenchu's sword light expanded, putting Yan Zhaoge down, descending into the deep abyss of flames. She herself suddenly turned, blocking with her sword as she domineeringly met the pursuing great Flame Devils. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's figure, a great Flame Devil revealed a furious expression as he lunged over. However, a dense, ethereal sword light shot over, nearly piercing through him. Sword in hand, white clothes fluttering, Fu Wenchu resembled a divine pillar that stabilized the seas as she stood above the deep abyss of flames, obstructing the approaching Flame Devils. At this moment, every second counted. Yan Zhaoge couldn't be bothered to look back at the scene behind him as he shot towards the entrance of the deep abyss at full speed. Opening his shadow shrinking pouch, 9 ice shards appeared within Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yan Zhaoge threw them out, the ice shards hovering within the seawater. Next, Yan Zhaoge punched out, his fist intent causing the ice shards to form a formation. Streams of ice blue radiance flickered, numerous spirit patterns intersecting, coming together to form a massive formation. The 9 ice shards stood at the edges of the formation, light shining as they formed 9 white pillars of light, supporting the formation. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, all the remaining devil-shattering ice talismans he currently had falling into the center of the formation. He punched out once more, the formation shuddering as, guarded by the 9 white pillars of light, it descended into the deep abyss of flames down below. The deep abyss shook for a moment, the light of fire intermingling, yet no other changes could be seen. Seeing this, the human martial practitioners who had originally held some anticipation inevitably revealed looks of disappointment on their faces. They could only raise their spirits, returning to their earlier plan as they did their best to assist Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia and the others in breaking through the defensive line of the Flame Devils. While this method was not as effective as it had been at that previous point, Yan Zhaoge's expression was not flustered in the least as he just gazed very earnestly at the deep abyss of flames down below. Within the fiery light, Yan Zhaoge vaguely saw something. Something that was completely incompatible with its surroundings. A small crimson pagoda. Chapter 398. Although the crimson pagoda was in the midst of raging flames, it gave off a feeling of tranquility and peace. The raging flames around the small pagoda seemed to have become less terrifying. Still, it was precisely because of the existence of this small pagoda that streams of red treasured light surged upwards, locking down the cold abyss domain that Yan Zhaoge had thrown towards the sea of flames. The formation supported by the 9 beams of white light floated above the sea of fire, unable to descend. While being obstructed by the deep abyss of flames, Yan Zhaoge was unable to carefully analyze it, he was still able to feel the profound concept contained within. This small red pagoda seemed to have become one with the fire pith in the earth vein. It did not have to be asked that this object definitely played an important role in the Flame Devil race being able to so easily shake the flow of the earth veins of the 8 extremities world. The small red pagoda was now connected to the fire pith vein, making it difficult for the martial grandmaster experts to use their attacks. Yan Zhaoge's attempt to disrupt it with the cold abyss domain was blocked by the small red pagoda as well. No wonder they are only guarding against martial saint experts like Grandmaster. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. Just as he was looking, he felt a strong killing intent pressing down on him from above. While the Flame Devil King Qinghuang had already been slain by Yuan Jingfeng, Yan Zhaoge's appearance had still drawn the attention of the Flame Devils. In the language unique to the Flame Devils, manic roars that were hard to understand resounded as numerous great flame devils ignored the other martial grandmasters of the human race, instead rushing towards Yan Zhaoge like a swarm of bees. Fu Enchu held the long sword in her hand horizontally before her chest, not showing any fear in the face of the ferocious horde of great flame devils as she took the initiative to meet them. Seeing this, some martial grandmasters of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City hurriedly descended, helping Fu Enchu to block these great flame devils. After hesitating slightly for a moment, the martial grandmaster experts of Infinite Boundless Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion also descended, both sides still locked in battle. While the situation was still unclear, at such a critical juncture, the various miracles that Yan Zhaoge had created in the past caused them to choose to believe in this youth. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners continued to assist Huang Guanglia, Shenli, and the others, hoping that their martial saint experts would be able to break through the defensive lines of the Flame Devil King. Of all the peak experts of the 8 extremities world present, due to the environment, the one who currently performed the most outstandingly was the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia. In an environment filled with a sea of flames, the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners were like flame devils, growing braver the more they fought. Huang Guanglia of the second level of the martial saint realm was even more domineering, looking even more ferocious than the flame devils. However, the flame devils were also keeping a close eye on Huang Guanglia, constantly obstructing his advance. In the battle at the martial saint level, the flame devils attacked the human experts with all their might. The battle situation at the level of martial grandmasters just happened to be reversed, with the group of martial grandmasters led by Fu Enchu blocking the descending great flame devils with all their might. The human martial practitioners who had originally already been in a disadvantageous position, now without the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, faced with the attacks of the flame devils that resembled the tidewaters, they instantly appeared powerless. Great flame devils began to break through the defensive line, charging towards the deep abyss of flames between the mountains at the bottom of the sea. Fu Enchu's sword light flashed, resembling a rainbow piercing through the great sea as her sword descended, chopping off half of the leg of that great flame devil that resembled a crab. As the great flame devil roared madly, a hole suddenly opened up on its chest before a thick pillar of flames surged out, causing Fu Enchu's sword light to waver. At the same time, another great flame devil chased down, targeting Fu Enchu's vitals behind her back. Fu Enchu's sword light formed a circle, a ring of light appearing, resembling the great door to a new world. It was also like a leather sack that swallowed the heavens and the earth, opening its mouth, inviting the enemy to enter its urn. The heavy, majestic sword intent forced that great flame devil to halt, lest it walk right into its trap. However, the next moment, this great flame devil abruptly spun, arriving by Fu Enchu's side, continuing to lunge towards Yan Zhaoge. Fu Enchu retracted her sword to block it, but who knew that this was just a feint, its true target being Fu Enchu herself. Here. Fu Enchu stared wide-eyed, not evading as she met attack with attack, stabbing out with her sword. Her waist was injured by the flame devil's claw, but her sword also pierced straight through this great flame devil. However, on the other side, the attacks of the flame devils grew more and more urgent, beginning to break through the defensive line established by Fu Enchu and the others, descending towards the deep abyss of flames down below. At the entrance to the deep abyss, Yan Zhaoge's mind was currently highly focused, ignoring even if sabers and swords struck him. His attention was focused on that small red pagoda, on the abnormal movements of the fire pith vein before him. I originally wanted to bring this thing back to the clan. Now, it looks like I can only take the bulk of it for myself. Yan Zhaoge let out a breath of turbid air. While it won't be a waste, I might have to spend some more effort. After having calculated everything in his heart, Yan Zhaoge immediately expanded his shadow shrinking pouch. Within the shadow shrinking pouch, the pillar of the divine palace no longer continued suppressing. That true dragon's body sealed within the ice pillar instantly flew out on its own accord. Having left the shadow shrinking pouch, the stone pillar and the ice pillar both grew with the wind, instantly becoming massive. Yan Zhaoge's entire body's aura chi surged, all transforming into a fiery heat before he drew Heaven Shocker, pulling back the bowstring. As the bowstring vibrated, purple thunderbolts intermingled with blazing crimson fire, mightily striking the ice pillar that had frozen the true dragon's body within. The ice pillar began to collapse, the true dragon's body within shaking, the indistinct roar of a dragon resounding. The ice dragon that had already perished did not revive. However, the spirituality contained within made one feel as though a true, living dragon had descended into the human world. Be it humans or fire devils, all were taken aback by the surging dragon might. Having chased him to the entrance of the deep abyss, the great flame devil regained its wits, roaring madly as it rushed into the deep abyss, instantly arriving before Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge completely ignored that great flame devil, just minding his own business as he stood atop the pillar of the divine palace before stomping downwards. The pillar of the divine palace immediately flashed with a rainbow-colored light and continued to suppress the ice dragon's body. Then, it descended together into the bottom of the fiery abyss. There, Yan Zhaoge's cold abyss domain was locked in place by the small red pagoda. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge stood atop the pillar of the divine palace, pressuring down on the corpse of the ice dragon below as his entire body shot into the formation enveloped by the 9 pillars of white light. As the light flickered, the dragon's roar gradually became more real. The power of extreme cold spread out in an instant, causing the temperature at the bottom of the abyss to drop rapidly. Yan Zhaoge kept the pillar of the divine palace, entering the cold abyss domain himself. He stretched out his hands. The stellar energy on both sides, one hot and one cold, fused with yin and yang, then slapped down simultaneously. The ice dragon seemed to have come to life, and its huge body wrapped around the scarlet pagoda. Its actual fleshly body actually gradually transformed into an ice-blue light dragon at this moment. That great flame devil persevered as it pursued Yan Zhaoge all the way to the bottom of the deep abyss, clawing towards Yan Zhaoge's head. However, enveloped by the cold abyss domain, Yan Zhaoge had already descended to the top of the crimson pagoda. He punched out towards the center of the pagoda, the power of ice and fire instantly shooting into the skies, blocking that great flame devil's claw. Amidst that great flame devil's unresigned roar, Yan Zhaoge let out a long roar that resembled a dragon's, the crimson pagoda beginning to shake intensely. Chapter 399. Standing at the top of the crimson pagoda, Yan Zhaoge roared towards the heavens. The cold abyss Dharma realm enveloped his body. Within the formation, the ice-blue light dragon coiled around the scarlet pagoda, causing it to soar into the sky. Surrounding the formation, 9 pillars of white light stood erect, revolving rapidly around Yan Zhaoge in their center. As the 9 white light pillars rotated, they stirred up the lava and fire in the surrounding abyss like a turbine. A huge whirlpool of ice and fire appeared, and it continued to expand. At the center of the vortex, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and resolute as he raised his head and looked upwards. The great flame devil that had chased him all the way down was currently letting out a shocked and furious roar, its body having already been swept up by the vortex of ice and fire. Standing atop the crimson pagoda, Yan Zhaoge was instead calm and tranquil at the center of the vortex. The icy blue light dragon swept up the pagoda and soared into the sky, rushing out of the abyss. Without the suppression of the crimson pagoda, this raging inferno abyss was finally shaken. Following that, the surrounding earth veins were also shaken. The core, the source, was changing, and the entire outer East Sea seemed to be affected. Looking down from high in the sky, the massive fire net that covered the entire outer East Sea seemed to flicker and dim slightly. As the crimson pagoda rose into the sky, the ice-blue light dragon roared and circled around. Standing atop the pagoda, Yan Zhaoge assumed a fist stance, his fist intent similarly circulating to the maximum. The light dragon coiling around the pagoda extended its head and neck, also coiling around Yan Zhaoge's body. As the pagoda was activated, streams of red light extended to envelop Yan Zhaoge's entire body. As the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, the red and blue light merged unceasingly within his body. A great amount of essence qi enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, virtually swallowing Yan Zhaoge whole like a tidal wave. With Yan Zhaoge's foundation in cultivating in the peerless heavenly scripture, he was unable to refine all of such a massive amount of essence qi in a short period of time, only able to first store and nourish it. It was only Yan Zhaoge who could do this. If it were any other late spirit vessel martial grandmaster, they would have directly exploded and died. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, blue and red light flickering within his pupils. A large amount of essence qi was absorbed and stored by him, and a part of it that he could refine went into the mass of primal chaos qi in his body. Feeling the profundities of the true dragon corpse transforming from a fleshly body into a light dragon, feeling the unique concept within the Crimson Pagoda, a light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's mind. He let out a long breath. His voice was like the roar of a tiger or a dragon. All the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body opened in unison, streaks of aura qi intermingling with red and blue light shooting out of his body, transforming into numerous dragons of light as they coiled around Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he stretched out his fist stance. Yan Zhaoge punched forward, the concept that resembled chaos gradually turning fake into real. The spirit sprout that had been strengthened to the extreme had finally taken shape, turning into a thick root system that was deeply rooted between heaven and earth. It truly had the possibility of breaking out of the earth. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, a blurry, auspicious cloud seemed to have appeared. It was chaotic, able to contain all things, able to transform all things, able to destroy all things. Only Yan Zhaoge himself could comprehend the profundities contained within this clump of chaotic clouds. In the eyes of others, it seemed right yet wasn't, and it was indistinct and difficult to notice its existence. This was precisely Yan Zhaoge's true martial soul. Today, Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm. As the chaotic qi mass appeared and vanished, an all-encompassing clear qi suffused the area, resembling the sky itself. Numerous streaks of aura qi intermingled between red and blue, coiling beneath this clear sky, resembling dragons within. The aura qi combined with Yan Zhaoge's true martial soul, gradually transforming into true essence. Having surpassed the bottleneck of refining aura qi into essence, Yan Zhaoge's strength had improved greatly. The Crimson Pagoda flew into the air along with the ice-blue light dragon, gradually transforming into a streak of light as it shot out of the sea's surface. As everyone saw it, it was like a true dragon had left the sea, with Yan Zhaoge standing on its head. The flame devils all let out enraged, frenzied howls, shaking the entire heavens and earth as it seemed to be trembling. Yuan Jingfeng, on the other hand, was filled with joy as he laughed loudly. Everyone present stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge within the sky, who resembled a soaring dragon. He actually really did it. The Flame Devil King Jing Zhong wanted to intercept Yan Zhaoge and the light dragon that shot into the sky, but Yuan Jingfeng had long since been prepared for this as he blocked him. The deep abyss of flames within the great sea down below began to shake intensely, the originally comparatively calm reefs of the seabed collapsing unceasingly around the deep abyss, underground fire surging. Meanwhile, in other areas of the nearby region of sea, the originally violent underground fire and lava began to cool down and calm. It was not just this region of sea. Following the veins of the fire net, it extended outwards from its center. One after another, originally calm nodes were detonated, but the great tribulation that had set the entire Outer East Sea ablaze earlier gradually dissipated. And as time passed, the numerous deep abysses of flames also gradually began to cool after having erupted, finally regaining their calm. The vast fire net that enveloped the entire Outer East Sea finally vanished. The fire pith calmed, the spiritual chi flow of the earth veins no longer restless. The dense white mist and steam began to gradually disperse, the Outer East Sea which had previously resembled purgatory regaining its former appearance. While the flame devils were even more violent and enraged, their soaring arrogance abruptly plummeted greatly. The environment here was no longer a sea of flames that they could rampage about as they pleased. Having lost their geographical advantage, while the flame devils' frenzied battle intent did not diminish, faced with the counterattacks of so many experts of the human race, they still felt hard-pressed to hold on. While the human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were currently also like arrows at the end of their flight, with their morale greatly boosted, all those who still had strength left launched an all-out attack against the flame devils. Those who were more heavily injured could finally relax at this moment, no longer having to forcibly push themselves to hold on. They did not pursue the flame devils, instead remaining where they were to recuperate. As they regulated their breathing, they looked at that light dragon coiling within the horizon, as well as Yen Zhaoge standing atop its head. Just now, could that have been the complete corpse of a true dragon? It can't be wrong. Its flesh, blood, hair and scales are all complete. Otherwise, it wouldn't have possessed such great power. But even if it was the corpse of a true dragon, it is still a dead dragon at the end of the day, not a living one. It shouldn't have been able to accomplish such a great feat, right? That's right. After all, that Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base has yet to reach the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. But he succeeded. This is his personal ability. Everyone present was an expert of a region, longtime elders of various clans, at least at the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage. However, looking at Yen Zhaoge at this moment, they either sighed in admiration or gazed at him. Just now, he seemed to have refined aura into essence, cultivating in his true martial soul. How old is he? Even further away, while the human martial practitioners were unable to see the exact scene, everyone could see that silhouette of a dragon that shot into the skies. After the silhouette of the dragon shot into the skies, the terrifying tribulation of the East Sea being cooked by fire began to gradually vanish. Not knowing what had happened, everyone could not help but feel even more shocked. The light dragon coiled 36 times within the sky before gradually dissipating. Standing at the top of the pagoda, Yen Zhaoge lowered his head, seeing the red light on the pagoda slowly retracting, a blue dragon pattern appearing on its surface. Chapter 400. Having lost their geographical advantage, beneath the final counterattack of the experts of the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devils were forced into retreat. This great battle had finally reached the final stage where the final battle would be decided. While the Flame Devils had retreated in defeat, Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings still possessed outstanding strength, while Yuan Jingfeng and the others had experienced a fierce battle and were also greatly exhausted. Still, the human experts still grit their teeth and pursued the Flame Devils all the way, striving to maximize their battle gains as well as completely driving the Flame Devils out of the Eight Extremities world. Yen Zhaoge did not participate in the pursuit as he stood atop the Crimson Pagoda. The Flame Devils virtually do not forge artifacts. This pagoda also does not seem to be the handiwork of the Flame Devils, Yen Zhaoge pondered. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge was also unable to grasp the gist of it. However, this small crimson pagoda gave Yen Zhaoge the feeling that it had not been forged by the Flame Devil himself. Instead, it seemed a little like it originated from the Eight Extremities world. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, was it some sort of fortuitous encounter, or was it given to the Flame Demon by someone else? Many thoughts flashed through Yen Zhaoge's mind for a time before they all settled down. He tried to communicate with the Crimson Pagoda with his mind, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. After the Crimson Pagoda fell silent, it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and did not respond to any contact from the outside world. Yen Zhaoge infused his true essence within the pagoda. The pagoda shook slightly, the coiling blue dragon patterns on its surface also lighting up. Instantly, streams of qi, one hot and one cold, surged from within, feeding back to Yen Zhaoge. The oceanic amount of spiritual qi within his body that had yet to be refined was already filled to the brim. Yen Zhaoge naturally did not continue absorbing it. However, as the spiritual qi intermingled, a scene seemed to appear before Yen Zhaoge's eyes. In this crimson world, the raging flames that should have been raging showed an abnormal state. The flames were quiet and gentle, like flowing water. In this world of scarlet flames, an icy blue cloud gathered and dispersed. It wasn't as solid as ordinary ice, but it seemed to be active and restless. Ice and fire were both abnormal, but they seemed to be in a strange harmony. It made people feel as if they were supposed to be like this, or else it would be abnormal. The profundities within were extremely profound. Seeing this scene, many spiritual lights seemed to surface within Yen Zhaoge's heart, seemingly about to erupt. Oh, comprehending the profundities of this scene would indeed be quite beneficial for my martial cultivation. Yen Zhaoge tried keeping the entire Crimson Pagoda within his shadow shrinking pouch. As expected, it wasn't as restless as the true dragon's body from before, needing the assistance of the Divine Palace's pillar to suppress it. Under the premise that the space within the shadow-shrinking pouch was large enough, the small crimson tower was stably stored inside. Yan Zhaoge kept the small crimson pagoda, scanning their surroundings. He saw that the people who were still at the scene had complicated expressions on their faces, and their gazes were focused on him. The people who stayed to recuperate and did not chase after the flame devils were mostly heavily injured. They had expended too much of their energy and were already at the end of their tether. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, he clearly saw some people who were in relatively better condition. It was an elder with a square face and a wide mouth. His appearance was formidable to the extreme, and his gaze was focused as he stared at him. While this was the first time they had met, Yan Zhaoge had long since seen the other party's appearance. One of the 7 reigning sons, the heaven-striking lord, the Sacred Sun clan's previous highest authority in the Outer East Sea, his position equivalent to Broad Creed Mountain's East Sea First Seat Elder Fu Enshu. In the great battle earlier, the Sacred Sun clan had also suffered some casualties. However, the heaven-striking lord had not been greatly depleted. Normally speaking, he should have been pursuing the flame devils alongside Huang Guanglia. However, he had remained here now. With the flame devils having been routed on all fronts, there was no need for a figure like the heaven-striking lord to make a move to clean up the remnants of the Outer East Sea. Even using his knees to think, Yan Zhaoge knew what he had come for. It was precisely this small crimson pagoda that he possessed. The flame devils having been able to shake the flow of the earth veins on such a large scale in the 4 and 8 extremities world, this treasure had most likely played a huge role in it. It was naturally only natural that the Sacred Sun clan who was currently hard-pressed by the southern underground palace would set their eyes on this object. If it was someone else's problem, Yan Zhaoge might help. However, if it was their mortal enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, there was no need to even think about it. Let alone the fact that the abnormalities in the southern underground palace of the Sacred Sun clan were precisely Yan Zhaoge's handiwork. Yan Zhaoge didn't care about the heaven-striking lord who was eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. While Fu Enshu's injuries were very severe, a Jade Sea City elder who wasn't injured at all also remained where he was. Even though they didn't know what the Sacred Sun clan wanted to do, Jade Sea City had always been paying attention to this mortal enemy. The heaven-striking lord's abnormal actions immediately drew their attention, with an elder specifically remaining behind. At this moment, the two sides were locked in a stalemate, their auras fierce. The heaven-striking lord's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and that Jade Sea City elder, his gaze heavy at times, restless at others as he remained silent for a long time. The strange atmosphere between the two sides gradually drew the attention of others. As time passed, seeing that things couldn't be done, the heaven-striking lord finally retracted his gaze, turning to leave. The group of great Grandmaster experts also dispersed. With the battle still not over, these heavily injured martial Grandmaster experts did not go to the front lines, instead turning to dealing with the aftermath. While settling the rear, they led other martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases in clearing away the remaining flame devils on the Great Sea. After such a tragic great battle, the spiritual chi cycle of the Outer East Sea had virtually collapsed, a great number of life forms having perished within, causing this place to virtually become a land of death similar to the Earth domain. Even though it was connected to the Inner East Sea as well as the South Sea, North Sea, and Far Ocean, a very long time would be needed for it to recover to its previous environment. And everyone knew that the door to the Flame Devil world was ultimately here. The Outer East Sea would also be a battlefield of 100 battles in the future, and it would probably be very hard for it to remain peaceful. As Yan Zhaoge remained behind, news from the front lines also came in unceasingly. Yuan Jingfeng and the other peak experts had pursued them all the way, completely driving the Flame Devil race out of the Eight Extremities world. While the Flame Devils had been defeated, they had many experts, most of whom had safely returned to the Flame Devil world. However, following Qing Huang, another Flame Devil king had been eternally buried in the Eight Extremities world. For the peak experts of the human race, the Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion and Qing Lin, the Lord of Jade Sea City Song Wuliang as well as the painting saint Old Man Mo had all been heavily injured. Still, no martial saint expert had perished. With the great battle having come to an end, there were still many things that had to be taken care of afterwards, but it was at least no longer a situation of turbulence. It was instead the words of the painting saint Old Man Imo, who had always transcended worldly affairs, before returning to Verdant Pill Island that caused many thoughts to flow through everyone's minds. Great rider of dragons, one hand supporting the heavens, broad creed mountains, Yen Zhaoge's future is limitless. Countless thoughts circulated within everyone's hearts, finally all transforming into a single exclamation of praise. Henceforth, the name of the great rider of dragons Yen Zhaoge would be passed down in this world. Chapter 401. However, there was no one in the entire Eight Extremities world who would doubt his position as an expert. Even if the young man had limited knowledge of the martial saint, he still knew the importance of a martial saint. The leaders of the various holy lands knew very well how powerful this old expert, who was from the same generation as Heavenly Venerate Han, Sky Diviner, and Purple Sun Martial Saint, was. As the most senior expert of the current Eight Extremities world, Old Man Imo did not act, but when he did, it was extraordinary. The ferocity of the Flame Devil's invasion this time far exceeded everyone's expectations, such that the entire Outer East Sea was lost. Not just a single Flame Devil King equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm had intruded into the Eight Extremities world, the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion and Qinglin, who had first arrived at the Outer East Sea, having been directly heavily injured. It was fortunate that Old Man Imo had arrived in time. Otherwise, Qinglin might have perished in the Outer East Sea in the face of the enemy's most ferocious and unexpected first wave of attacks. Afterwards, with Old Man Imo as the central pillar of support, he delayed the advance of the Flame Devils and did not fall into chaos. He reconstructed a defensive line at the border between the Inner East Sea and the Outer East Sea, persevering until the other experts of the human race arrived to reinforce them, laying the foundations for their counterattack. It was during this period of time that Old Man Imo was surrounded and attacked by many Flame Devils, thus being injured. However, he still participated in the counterattack against the Outer East Sea despite his injuries. As the fire pith veins of the earth veins erupted, the flames boiling the East Sea, Old Man Imo persisted in not retreating as he joined forces with Yuan Jingfeng and the others to deal with the Flame Devils, all the way until the final, all-out attack that chased the Flame Devils out of the Eight Extremities world. After Huang Guanglia had broken through to the second level of the Martial Saint realm and successfully advanced a step further, many people believed that he might be the current #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. However, after the Battle of the East Sea, Old Man Imo, who had always been elusive and unfathomable, finally went all out. Letting the world know that while he was currently the person with the highest cultivation base in the 6 great sacred grounds, Huang Guanglia was still not the #1 expert of the entire Eight Extremities world. Therefore, it was easy to imagine the weight of a top expert like Old Man Mo's words. In particular, this old man's age was such that even Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the others were his juniors. His praise towards Yen Zhaoge did not have the feeling of looking down on him from a higher position. Instead, it carried some ardent anticipation. Everyone knew that other than Broad Creed Mountain's exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge and the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, whether of the same generation or the younger generation, Old Man Imo was a man of few words, never commenting on those of the 6 great sacred grounds. But now, such a high praise fell on a young man in his 20s. What caused everyone to have mixed feelings was that when they heard Old Man Mo's words, even though they were surprised, none of them had the intention to object. It wasn't because of Old Man Mo's strength and status, but because there was indeed nothing to object to. A great rider of dragons, a single hand supporting the heavens, Broad Creed Mountains, Yen Zhaoge's future is limitless. Everyone slowly digested this sentence. Although there were many thoughts in their minds, they all faintly felt that it was only natural. This kind of natural feeling made many people feel even more complicated. Not only did the painting saint, Old Man Imo, return to Verdant Pill Island, but the other human cultivators who had rushed to the East Sea to participate in the battle also returned to their own sections. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin did not need to be said. Like Old Man Imo, she had also been participating in the battle with injuries, forcibly holding on. Upon returning to Turbid Wave Pavilion this time, she would probably immediately enter secluded cultivation to recuperate. The Sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and the Heavenly Thunder Halls Shenli were both in rather good states. Still, they did not linger for long, each returning to their own mountains. After hearing the heaven-striking lord's report, Huang Guanglia did not speak, just looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Yuan Jingfeng beside him before turning and leaving. The lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenli, glanced at Yan Zhaoge with a rather complicated expression on his face, a probing look appearing in the depths of his gaze before he too left with the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. The lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang, had brought along his newly forged sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, to battle in the Outer East Sea. With the abnormalities in the fire veins and the flame devils having the home advantage, Song Wuliang had battled a flame devil king equivalent to a second-level martial saint, having been injured. With the great battle having ended, he had to return to Jade Sea City to recuperate. With the invasion of the flame devils this time, Jade Sea City had directly faced their vanguard. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, they had suffered the most severe damage, having nearly been destroyed. Fortunately, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had appeared, preserving Jade Sea City's vitality. However, with their clan virtually having been destroyed and Song Wuliang injured, they would also need time to recover their vitality. The aftermath of the battle on the East Sea had mostly been handled by Jade Sea City. However, whether it was the Great Tribulation of Jade Sea City earlier or the final battle on the Outer East Sea afterwards, all of Jade Sea City had been extremely grateful towards Yan Zhaoge. I will be returning to Jade Sea City now, needing to recuperate. I'm afraid that I will not be able to receive you well. When I have recovered from my injuries and emerged from seclusion, I hope that Senior Heaven equaling Saint and little friend Yen can come to my Jade Sea City as guests. Before parting, Jade Sea City City Lord Song Wuliang personally extended an invitation to Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng. If it had been anyone else, others would most likely have thought that he was inviting Yuan Jingfeng, with Yan Zhaoge merely being a member of the younger generation in passing. However, everyone here knew that at this moment, Yan Zhaoge was similarly a guest that Song Wuliang had invited personally. Of the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yuan Jingfeng and the current chief Yan Di, there was only Yan Zhaoge who was currently here, who could be personally invited by Jade Sea City City Lord Song Wuliang. Yuan Jingfeng smiled, there will definitely be a chance in the future. Yan Zhaoge smiled, answering, City Lord Song is polite. I hope that I will be able to receive your guidance in the future. After taking his leave of Song Wuliang, Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and the others also embarked on their return journey. Accompanying them were also Fu Enshu, Sikong Qing and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. While the Flame Devils had been repelled, the threat still existed. The various sacred grounds would still station experts here at the Outer East Sea, guarding against the Flame Devils' invasion once more. Having been heavily injured in this battle, Fu Enshu returned to the mountain along with Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and the others to recuperate. The position of East Sea's first seat elder would naturally be taken over by other longtime elders of the clan. I'm afraid that ever since our clan had the position of East Sea's first seat elder, I have been in office for the shortest period of time. Fu Enshu shook her head, smiling rather self-deprecatingly. Yuan Jingfeng said, Indeed, I have been in office for the shortest period of time. If possible, Master would also not wish for it to be like this. However, it is not that I am unwilling to see you return to the mountain. Instead, it means that there are no major battles on the Outer East Sea, with the Flame Devils not causing as much trouble as they did this time. Fu Enshu nodded, this disciple also does not wish to resign and leave the East Sea because of my injuries. Yan Zhaoge said, this time, it is because of me that Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is fighting to the death against the Flame Devils. Fu Enshu said nonchalantly, being able to quell the chaos of the Flame Devils is the most important thing. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtful, the invasion of the Flame Devils this time has been repelled, but its influence on the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world is long-term. I'm afraid that it has only just begun. Chapter 402. The invasion of the Flame Devils had just been repelled, the storm on the East Sea finally calming down. However, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, looking at the situation of the Eight Extremities world as a whole, the influence of the invasion of the Flame Devils this time had only just begun to ferment. No matter what, Jade Sea City now possessed its own sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. This caused Jade Sea City's strength to improve greatly. If not for the great tribulation brought about by the Flame Devils this time, causing Jade Sea City to suffer the most grievous losses, suffering a great blow to its vitality, Jade Sea City would have immediately surpassed Infinite Boundless Mountain, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Facing Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, even if they were inferior, they would still be on the same level. The invasion of the Flame Devils had resulted in a great tribulation for Jade Sea City. While the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had been successfully forged, the city lord Song Wuliang had been injured and the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation that guarded the clan had been completely abandoned, having to be set up anew. Aside from this, their disciples had suffered heavy casualties. The Flame Devils had also invaded the Inner Eastern Sea, which was their territory, causing losses in various areas. Its foundation and potential were already laid out there. Able to tide through these tough times and recover its vitality, when Jade Sea City next appeared before the world in its peak condition, it was destined to be even stronger than before this great tribulation. However, how they could tide through these bitter days was the problem that Jade Sea City had to face. First, not mentioning whether the Flame Devils might invade once more, just the interior of the Eight Extremities world alone was something that Jade Sea City would have to raise their vigilance. It was very hard to imagine that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would sit by and watch as Jade Sea City recovered its vitality. After the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain had originally already held the upper hand against the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If Jade Sea City's strength rose a step further, the disadvantage of the Thunder and Fire Domain Alliance would undoubtedly be even greater. In the great battle against the Flame Devils this time, the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shenli had both not suffered much damage. That Song Wuliang had been in a rush to return to Jade Sea City to watch over it was out of consideration for his safety. While he wanted to recuperate from his injuries, he would also have to constantly be on the lookout for the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to suddenly come knocking on his door. After this great battle, Yuan Jingfeng's condition had also been comparatively better. As an ally, he was a powerful aide that Jade Sea City could trust. It was just that with the invasion of the Flame Devils this time, Jade Sea City had already owed Broad Creed Mountain too many favors, causing Song Wuliang and the others to feel very pressured. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Turbid Wave Pavilion shouldn't have any problems, right? As the pillar of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Pavilion Lord and Qinglin had been injured in this great battle, possibly even being the one who had been injured the most amongst all the martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world. When she returned to the mountain this time, she was most likely going to cultivate in seclusion to heal her wounds. Otherwise, she might be left with an injury that would last forever. Not to mention that her path to ascension would be blocked. It would be a miracle if she didn't drop her cultivation level. With Qinglin in seclusion, Turbid Wave Pavilion's strength appeared somewhat weak. Although they had always maintained a neutral stance, Turbid Wave Pavilion, which controlled the vast territory of the lake region's 6 paths and possessed limitless resources, could be coveted by others. I don't think there will be a problem. Yan Zhaoge pondered. Under such circumstances, if anyone were to make a move on Turbid Wave Pavilion, they would probably incur public wrath. Even if we occupy the territory of the lake region, converting the resources into tangible growth in strength isn't something that can be done in a day or two. The group returned to Broad Creed Mountain in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain. Along the way, news and intelligence reports from various places were unceasingly reported to Yuan Jingfeng and Yan Zhaoge. Accompanied by the subsiding of the abnormalities in the fire pith veins, the Outer East Sea gradually regained its calm. Its influence on the surrounding regions of sea, similar to the tsunamis and surging tides caused by the change in the climate, also slowly subsided. The earlier calamity had affected even the coasts of the mainland. However, the greatest influence was still the circulation of the spiritual qi of the earth veins. It wasn't like how Yan Zhaoge had previously made use of the fire pith essence of the southern underground palace when his Broad Creed Mountain had attacked the fire domain to locate it. This time, all the spiritual chi of the earth veins of the entire Outer East Sea had been transformed into fire pith essence, simultaneously affecting the changes in the surrounding earth veins. With the Outer East Sea as its core, the surrounding Inner East Sea, Outer North Sea, Outer South Sea as well as the distant seas further east all experienced changes in the earth veins at the bottom of the sea, the blazing hot fire chi retreating as a biting cold chi surged upwards. In the North Sea, which had originally already been cold, the number of glaciers increased greatly. The easternmost region of the mainland, the waters of the East Sea, was also facing a similar situation. These were all the after-effects of boiling the East Sea, and had to be dealt with slowly. Hearing the news, Fu Henshu shook her head. Not their own territory, the flame devils really don't feel much pain stirring up trouble, leaving behind problems. At the end of the day, it is still us of the Eight Extremities world who have to deal with the aftermath. I really hope that one day, we will be able to flatten the flame devil world. Yan Zhaoge laughed bitterly. In their own territory, the flame devils will probably be completely unbridled in their rampage. As for flatten the flame devil world, Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The time is currently still not ripe. The eruption of the underground fire of the Outer East Sea, the blazing fire boiling the sea, had already caused the strength of the flame devils to soar greatly, turning the tables on them as they occupied the geographical advantage. In the flame devil world that they had originally lived in, the home ground advantage as well as the increase in their strength would be even more evident. Yuan Jingfeng said, "Zhaoge, the technique you used to break through the core of that fire net seems to have a suppressive effect on the flame devils." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "It was a result of my own attempts to restore an ancient technique. I named it the Cold Abyss Domain. Its source lies in an expert of pre-Great Calamity times who was acclaimed alongside the Flame Devil Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's divine abilities were unrivaled, but the legacies that were left behind were extremely rare, scattered and fragmented, completely not forming a system, making it hard for people to witness his former glory." Yan Zhaoge extended his hands forward, one palm facing upwards, the other moving across his palm, leaving behind one mark after another. Then, his true essence condensed the water vapor into ice, gradually condensing into an icicle. However, this icicle was still only in its embryonic form. For it to be put to use, a long time of polishing and refining would be required. As he demonstrated, he explained, "I attempted to combine the few words that had been passed down from ancient texts, combining them with my clan's formation legacies, barely managing to restore a bit of the Ice Emperor's ancient technique, with some principles and techniques that I had comprehended after entering the old residence of the glacial dragon Marshal Saint, finally combining them into its current form. Currently, there are still many areas where it has yet to mature. In coming to the East Sea this time, I actually wanted to experiment on the flame devils, summarizing and perfecting this technique." Yan Zhaoge said, "Sadly, I didn't think that the attack of the flame devils this time would be so much stronger than I had expected. Therefore, I also took a risk." They passed through the Earth Peak, heading towards Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge said, "If the technique becomes more and more perfected, its power growing stronger and stronger, with sufficient power to activate and maintain it, there might be a possibility of counterattacking the Flame Devil world. Even if we are unable to reach the heights of the Ice Emperor in the past, it is also fine. After all, the Flame Devil world also does not have a Flame Devil Emperor." Hearing his words, Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Henshu nodded slightly. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he thought of that small crimson pagoda. If not for this thing, the flame devils might not have succeeded so easily. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts drifted. As he thought about it, Yan Zhaoge's thoughts suddenly turned to Lin Zhou's dying words. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. To the Eight Extremities world, is there a disaster that is even more severe than the invasion of the flame devils this time? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. What could it be? Chapter 403. Yan Zhaoge pondered, his gaze flickering unceasingly. Suddenly, Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Perhaps, after all these years, another great flame devil king is about to be born? Or is it something else? Yan Zhaoge shook his head, ceasing his thoughts as he followed Yuan Jingfeng, Fu Henshu, and the others up the mountain. Everyone's safe return made the mountain gate heave a sigh of relief. As news of the abnormalities in the earth veins of the outer East Sea spread, Yen Di, who had originally been guarding the clan, was already prepared to leave and head to the East Sea. This time, it was the flame demons who caught us unprepared. Yuan Jingfeng sighed and said, "In the future, we have to be even more vigilant against the flame demons." Yen Di said, "With Jade Sea City's sacred artifact having appeared, as long as they recover their vitality, the strength over at the East Sea will be equivalent to having been strengthened, being able to resist the invasion of the flame devils even more effectively." Yuan Jingfeng said, "That's right, but from now on, we have to guard against the Sacred Sun Clan harming Jade Sea City. The Sacred Sun Clan is our enemy now, and Jade Sea City is also their old enemy. If there is a chance to take advantage of them, Old Man Huang and the others will definitely not let it go." Yen Di pondered for a moment before saying, "The invasion of the flame devils this time has displayed a rather robust strength. While they were forced into retreat this time, even having slain 2 of their flame devil kings, they are still powerful. In order to prevent them from launching another large-scale attack, even if Jade Sea City has recovered its vitality, most of its attention will still have to be placed on the sea. In our confrontation with the Sacred Sun Clan, the role it can play will be limited." Hearing his words, Fu Henshu snorted, "Because of the flame devils, the Sacred Sun Clan has gained yet another bargain." Fang Zhuan looked at Yen Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, have you made any progress on that Crimson Pagoda?" Yen Zhaoge answered, "As of now, I still can't tell its exact origins." Yuan Jingfeng similarly nodded. On the way back, Yen Zhaoge had also given the Crimson Pagoda to him and Fu Henshu to peruse, but they had not gained much from it. Fang Zhuan asked, "Yeah, what I mean is it possible for the Flame Devil to produce another one next time?" Yen Zhaoge considered for a moment before saying, "The possibility is not high, because this thing should not have been forged by the Flame Devils themselves, instead having been obtained from outside. As for whether it's a gift from someone else or a fortuitous encounter from the heavens, it's hard to say." Hearing this, Fang Zhuan nodded slowly. "In that case, the situation is still good. Actually, the reason why the battle this time was so dangerous was because on one hand, the fierceness of the attacks of the Flame Devils surpassed our predictions. On the other hand, it was also because we had not thought that they would be able to shake the earth veins of our 8 extremities world, causing the East Sea to boil with fire, allowing them to turn the tables on us." Fang Zhuan asked, "I heard that the reason the Flame Devils were able to avoid our detection and sneak into the inner East Sea was also related to this treasure?" Yen Zhaoge nodded solemnly. "There is at least an 80% chance that it is due to this Crimson Pagoda." Yuan Jingfeng said, "This treasure does not seem to have been forged later on in the world, instead containing earlier heaven spirit fire. Its firepower is not apparent, having the effect of restraining it, at the same time being related to the circulation of the earth veins of our 8 extremities world. According to this old man's guess, the material used to forge this treasure should be a supreme earlier heaven fire spirit treasure from the earth veins of the 8 extremities world. But what exactly is its origin, how it was refined, and who it came from is still unknown." The Grand Elder, Elder He, now asked, "Could it be related to the Sacred Sun Clan? I mean..." She paused for a moment before saying, "Whether Zhang Purple Yang is alive or dead, where he has gone, is still a mystery even now." Yen Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Henshu shook their heads in unison. Yuan Jingfeng answered, "We cannot be any more familiar with the martial legacies of the Sacred Sun Clan. Not mentioning their juniors, we have all seen Zhang Chao in person that year. Junior apprentice Sister He, after you have seen that red pagoda for yourself later, you will understand. While the concept of this red pagoda also walks the path of fire, it is completely different from that of the Sacred Sun Clan and Zhang Chao. This old man is still not blind on this point. Unless Zhang Chao completely starts from scratch, creating a supreme martial legacy of a completely different path. That is another matter altogether." Yuan Jingfeng looked at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge nodded, exiting the Great Hall and opening his shadow-shrinking pouch, relaxing the suppression of the pillar of the Divine Palace. Coiled by the silhouette of a dragon, the Crimson Pagoda instantly flew out, growing with the wind. While it was rather short as compared to ordinary pagodas, it was still extremely massive as it stood at the top of the heaven-rising peak. Its power and aura were deeply retracted, such that if one were just watching from the sidelines, they would not be able to feel the profundities within. It was instead the ice-blue dragon pattern coiling around the crimson pagoda that was a little more eye-catching. Yen Di smiled. I remember you saying that you swept away most of the valuable things from the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint. Everyone laughed, Yen Zhaoge also laughing. Speaking of this, it is really thanks to having obtained a complete ice dragon's corpse in the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint this time. Otherwise, in resisting the flame devils on the East Sea this time, there really wouldn't be much hope of breaking through their geographical advantage. Yuan Jingfeng said, the glacial dragon Martial Saint is a senior expert of our Eight Extremities world. This time, we can also be considered to have received the assistance of our predecessors in supporting the Eight Extremities world. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips, smiling. I originally still wanted to bring back the true dragon's corpse. This thing is a treasure all over, and if it can be used effectively, it would be a great help to the overall strength of our clan. Yen Di pointed at him. Don't look like a money grubber, it's not like much has been wasted. Still, you have to cultivate more diligently. A considerable portion of the essence qi is already on you. If you want to refine and absorb it all, it will not be an easy thing. However, before you transcending mortality, you probably won't have to worry about the problem of accumulating essence qi. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge instantly laughed. Yuan Jingfeng and the others also laughed. The ice dragon's corpse was Yen Zhaoge's harvest, and he had the greatest priority in dealing with it. It was just that with Yen Zhaoge's current cultivation base, wanting to bring out the full value of the ice dragon's corpse without any wastage at all would be very difficult. Yen Zhaoge's cool-headedness in rejecting the temptation of hoarding it all for himself and handing it over to the clan, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all praised him greatly. Now, due to special circumstances, they also didn't mind that they couldn't hand it over. Anyway, even if they did hand it over, a considerable portion of the benefits would still fall on Yen Zhaoge. Good steel was used on the blade's edge. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain or the other sacred grounds, they always concentrated the best resources on the most elite descendants with the greatest potential. The opportunity given to everyone was equal, but the reward would never be the same as sharing food from the same pot. And Yen Zhaoge had already long since proven himself. Yen Zhaoge patted the crimson pagoda beside him, saying to Yen Di, while its foundation is still unclear, the concept behind it is rather unique. It is extremely beneficial for martial practitioners of our generation to cultivate in it. You and the other elders might as well give it a try. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Enxiu, he smiled. Grand Master and Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu can testify that those who have tried it all say it is good. Chapter 404. Hearing her words, Yen Di and the others all looked towards Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Enxiu. Yuan Jingfeng smiled, nodding. The stones of other mountains can be used to improve jade, it indeed has its unique points. Fu Enxiu also said, obtaining this treasure might be an unexpected surprise for our clan. Whatever their personality, whatever their aptitude, all martial practitioners who were able to walk to a higher level were more passionate about the martial Tao itself. Hearing that the Crimson Pagoda had such a use, Yen Di and the others were all interested as they all came before it. One person at a time, there would instead be no reaction if there were too many. Saying so, Yen Zhaoge retreated to the side. Yen Di first placed his palm on the Crimson Pagoda, infusing his essence within as the pagoda instantly shook slightly. After a long time, Yen Di released his hand, not speaking as a look of deep thought appeared on his face as he stood where he was. The other bigwigs of the clan came forward one after another, taking turns to touch that Crimson Pagoda. After doing so, a pondering look appeared on everyone's face as they remained silent and focused. Yen Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and Fu Enxiu stood by the side, looking at each other as they all smiled. After analyzing the Crimson Pagoda earlier, they had all been the same. They did not rush Yen Di and the others as they all stood where they were, waiting patiently. After a while, everyone who had been analyzing the Crimson Pagoda regained their wits. The Grand Elder, Elder Zhang, clicked his tongue in praise, it indeed has its own profundities. Perhaps the direct gains are limited, but connecting it with what we have learnt in the past, some new ideas seem to have arisen. However, it was like a flash of inspiration. Grasping it, we still have to carefully reflect on it. Beside him, Elder he directly said, Enshu is right, it is indeed a pleasant surprise. She looked around and said, it's always extremely difficult to make any progress. At our current cultivation level, it's extremely difficult to make any progress. It's very difficult to rely on external forces, so we can only explore and work on our own. Now, first there was that stone pillar that Zhaoga brought back from the Great Western Desert, and now there is this ice-fire pagoda. Grasping these two consecutive fortuitous encounters, for our Broad Creed Mountain as a whole, they hold extraordinary significance. It was not possible for a group of people's cultivation bases to advance by leaps and bounds at the same time. Just like what Elder he had said, it was always very difficult to take a step forward from the highest level of enlightenment. Especially for transcending mortality martial grandmasters like Yen Di, Her and Elder Zhang. One more step and he would be a martial saint. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood was extremely difficult. However, it was precisely because of this that if one could make real progress, even if it was not a breakthrough to the next realm, the results would still be very impressive. After all, this was not a single person, but rather all of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts as a whole, possibly taking half a step forward together. It might seem inconspicuous, but in many cases, in a battle between experts, the slightest difference could determine victory or defeat. Originally, Broad Creed Mountain's martial grandmasters had already presided over the 6 great sacred grounds. While Yuan Jingfeng had stepped into the martial saint realm and Xian Dongping had been killed, causing Broad Creed Mountain to instantly lose 2 peak transcending mortality martial grandmasters. However, Yen Di having stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm, it would be sufficient for Broad Creed Mountain to continue dominating the martial grandmaster realm. In the hearts of the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, Yen Di was treated differently. Now that he had entered the exceptional state, his opponents were no longer martial grandmasters, but martial sacred experts. After the great battle of Broad Creed Mountain, in the eyes of many, Broad Creed Mountain had the potential to regain the throne of the #1 sacred ground. Other than Yuan Jingfeng having successfully stepped into the martial saint realm and the Sacred Sun clan having lost the Great Sun Heaven measuring ruler, there were 2 other reasons for this. One was that Yen Di had stepped into the ranks of transcending mortality martial grandmasters. The other was that Yen Zhaoga had displayed an aura that suppressed those of his age, displaying Broad Creed Mountain's superior foundation and potential. Under such circumstances, if all of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts could improve, even if it was just by half a step, the effects would be extremely obvious. As a martial saint, Yuan Jingfeng had also benefited from this, raising everyone's spirits even more. Meanwhile, the 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters were the ones worth looking forward to the most. Everyone regained their wits, with only Yen Di and Fang Zhuan still remaining in deep thought. Seeing this, not only were they not worried, looks of joy instead appeared on their faces. After a while, Fang Zhuan, who had his eyes closed in deep thought, was the first to let out a long breath, opening his eyes. Yuan Jingfeng smiled, asking, "How is it?" Fang Zhuan said, "Just the distance of a piece of paper." Everyone laughed loudly, "Good." After another moment, Yen Di finally opened his eyes, meeting their focused gazes as he said quietly, "I still have to think carefully." The expressions of Yuan Jingfeng and the others turned solemn, but they were not worried, instead carrying some anticipation. "Right, this kind of thing depends on one's comprehension." Yuan Jingfeng nodded slowly before saying to the others, "Because this pagoda cannot be comprehended by many at the same time, it can only be used one at a time. Therefore, within a short period of time, there must be a sequence of uses. This old man means to first hand it over to Yen Di, junior apprentice brother Zhang and junior apprentice sister He to take turns in safekeeping. Of course, Zhaoga can also use it as he pleases." Fang Zhuan and the others nodded in unison. Fang Zhuan only needed that one time just now, and that would be enough for the time being. Next, he would have to enter secluded cultivation. Yen Di said, "There should also be you, master." This was not out of courtesy. As a martial saint, if Yuan Jingfeng could continue to improve, he would definitely be of immediate use. As they concluded their discussions, Yuan Jingfeng looked at Yen Zhaoge, smiling. In order to resolve the great tribulation of Jade Sea City this time and assist in the birth of the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, Zhaoge sacrificed his internal crystal furnace. Returning to the mountain this time, hurry up and make up for it. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, "I was just waiting for you to say this." Everyone laughed. Looking at his mischievous look, Yen Di shook his head exasperatedly. You. After laughing, Yen Di's gaze was filled with gratification and pride. "It's almost time for the harvest." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. "What stage are you at?" Yen Di said, "Mid-grade spirit artifacts are already no longer a problem. Our current target is high-grade spirit artifacts. Of course, high-grade spirit artifacts have a very high requirement on the materials used." The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. Broad Creed Mountain had never slacked off in improving and perfecting the internal crystal furnace, especially after having cleared away the hidden dangers of the decimating abyss, having developed it even more vigorously. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Di had taken over the position of chief, often residing within Broad Creed Mountain, no longer leaving. Other than handling clan affairs, his attention was mainly focused on the internal crystal furnace. As Yen Zhaoge walked outside, he did not relax in his analysis of the internal crystal furnace, summarizing a large amount of experience and information before unceasingly sending it back to his father. Currently, Yen Zhaoge himself already possessed the ability to forge a large number of low-grade spirit artifacts. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could open the furnace infinitely. Meanwhile, the problem of mid-grade spirit artifacts had also been overcome. Yen Zhaoge had joked with his junior apprentice brothers and sisters that when he left the clan in the future, he would be able to overwhelm his enemies with spirit artifacts. Leaving the clan's great hall together with Yen Di, father and son walked together on the mountain path. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di's gaze that was usually sharp and arrogant now contained a rare warmth. "Another 10-year period is about to arrive," Yen Di said softly. "As the chief, I am currently preoccupied with matters, and it would not be good for me to leave the mountain because of personal matters. Now that your cultivation base has gradually matured, you should make a trip to the Marsh of Illusory Sea this time." Saying thus, he handed over an object. Yen Zhaoge received it. It was a jade hairpin, a snow crane embroidered on it, simple, elegant, and leisurely. Chapter 405. While Yen Zhaoge had never personally been to the Marsh of Illusory Sea, he had long since heard of it. That was an extremely massive marsh in the south of the Lake Domain, spanning the South Mountain, East Lake and West Lake of the Lake Domain's 6 das. Illusions abounded within, vast and unfathomable. Those who entered within would be faced with great danger. Even martial grandmasters might not be able to return after entering, getting lost within. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion, the sacred ground that had governed the Lake Domain for many years, had not completely grasped that place. The Earth Domain that had mutated into Hell, the Wind Domain's great western desert, the extreme northern snowy plains to the north of the Mountain Domain and Thunder Domain, the southern underground palace of the Fire Domain, the endless ocean beyond the sea and the Marsh of Illusory Sea of the Lake Domain, were collectively known as the 6 great danger grounds of the current 8 extremities world. The 10-year period that Yen Di spoke of referred to the fact that the bewildering fog and illusions in the depths of the marsh would weaken for a period of time every 10 years. During that period, it would be much safer for people to enter the Marsh of Illusory Sea. At the same time, the miraculous phenomenon of the 10-character heavenly rainbow would appear in the depths of the marsh. The 2 rainbows did not overlap, instead going east and west, one north and one south, intersecting amidst the horizon. Yen Zhaoge received that jade hairpin from Yen Di, looking at the pattern of a snow crane on its head. Yen Di said slowly, "The appearance of the 10-character heavenly rainbow is most likely due to the distortion of space there. When space is distorted to a certain extent, a passageway may be opened, leading to other worlds. 10 years ago, when I went to the Marsh of Illusory Sea, while I also saw the 10-character heavenly rainbow, there was no spatial passageway open there. There might not be one this time as well, but you should go take a look. Yan Zhaoge nodded, answering, all right. Raising his head, he saw that the current Yan Di looked a little rarely seen, his expression gentle as it revealed some disappointment. Yan Zhaoge was well aware that this originated from his mother, Yan Di's wife, Xue Chuqing. Actually, in Yan Zhaoge's memories, his impression of his mother was very thin, mostly coming from the descriptions of others. In his innate impression, his mother was a solitary practitioner, but her martial foundation was rather extraordinary, not inferior to the direct lineage of the 6 great sacred grounds in the slightest, also possessing traces of legacies from before the Great Calamity. Back then, when he had first appeared in the world, many people had mistaken him for the successor of the painting saint Old Man Mo. Afterwards, the Yen couple and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had traversed the East Sea, passing by Verdant Pill Island to pay a visit to Old Man Mo. Verdant Pill Island had explicitly denied it, only then had it been confirmed that Xue Chuqing was not of Verdant Pill Island's lineage. Instead, as she had said, she had obtained a martial legacy from before the Great Calamity, forming her own style. However, 20 years ago, when Yan Zhaoge was still young, Xue Chuqing had already disappeared without a trace. There were people who witnessed her vanishing into the swamp of Illusory Sea's 10-character heavenly rainbow that occurred once every 10 years. Glancing at Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge's lips moved, but he did not speak. Yan Di smiled, I know what you are thinking about. Still, your mother did not perish in the marsh of Illusory Sea, nor was she lost there. This is not self-consolation. Yan Zhaoge curiously asked, oh? What others don't know is that before Chuqing left, she told me that we might meet again in the future. Yan Di said, she did not say it in detail, so I did not ask about it. Still, some things that I already know allow me to guess some things. Your mother only appeared in the world 30 years ago. While she has always said that she had always been living in seclusion with her master, only coming out after her master had passed away, her past 30 years ago was a complete blank. Yan Di said softly, it was as if she had never existed in this world. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered, in other words, mother was active in the 8 extremities world for a total of 10 years? It just so happens to be the period during which the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears. You suspect that mother is not of the 8 extremities world at all, instead hailing from another world? Yan Di smiled lightly, this is not a suspicion, but something that can be confirmed. Chuqing seemed to have some misgivings, never saying it clearly. Thus, I also did not ask her. Still, the two of us had a tacit understanding, not saying it out loud. It's just that when she disappeared once more in the 10-character heavenly rainbow afterwards, whether she returned to the world she was born in or somewhere else, I am still uncertain. Therefore, I say that it is a guess. Yan Di's gaze fell on the jade hairpin. When she first disappeared, I searched for a long time in the marsh of Illusory Sea, not finding any traces of her. I believe that she should not have perished within. Then, the greatest possibility is that it is indeed related to the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Therefore, every 10 years, I go there to investigate. Yan Zhaoge sighed, sadly, the dimensional passageway there does not seem to be stable. Yan Di said, if it really is as stable as that passageway leading to the Flame Devil world on the Outer East Sea, it might not be a good thing for the 8 extremities world. After all, we do not know what the situation on the other side is like. Yan Zhaoge nodded, mother's martial arts are not inferior to those of the 8 extremities world's 6 great sacred grounds. This means that the development of the martial Tao there is no weaker than here at the very least. Yan Di looked over, let me correct a misconception of yours. The true profundities of Chuqing's martial arts are even above our clan's clear Qi profound art and 3 supreme arts. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly as many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind, oh? This is truly out of my expectations. Yan Di said, it's good that you are aware of this matter. Before today, other than me, only your Grand Master was aware of it. Even eldest apprentice brother and the others did not know about it. While your mother and I did not pass on the martial arts that the other cultivated in, we often interacted and verified them. If I am not wrong, Chuqing's trump card seems to be some supreme martial art from before the Great Calamity that has been passed down in its entirety. Before the Great Calamity, the martial Tao had experienced a long period of development, its civilization brilliant and glorious. All sorts of supreme martial arts had been unceasingly improved and perfected, the old bringing forth the new as they had attained an extremely high peak. After the Great Calamity, most of the martial civilization had been lost. The current martial civilization of the Eight Extremities world had begun anew from the foundation of excavating the legacies left behind by their predecessors, still being in the early stages of development. While it had its own unique areas, it was still lacking as compared to the peak martial arts of before the Great Calamity. This was not necessarily because the martial practitioners of after the Great Calamity were lacking, but because of the lack of accumulation of legacies and time. Looking at the jade hairpin in his palm, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, a supreme martial art that has been passed down in its entirety? In the Eight Extremities world, it really is rarely seen. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge kept the jade hairpin in his hand, asking, Father, since the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears every 10 years, that passageway should have opened more than once or twice, right? Other than Mother, is there anyone else like this? Or perhaps in the Eight Extremities world, did someone leave and go to the other side? Whether there are others, that is something that cannot be confirmed, Yen Di answered, as for who went to the other side? From ancient times till now, there have been many people who have gone missing in the marsh of Illusory Sea every year. Amongst them, there might be people who have left the Eight Extremities world, but there shouldn't be anyone who has returned after leaving. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yen Di said, there is still some time before the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears. You should make some preparations, setting off when the time is nearing. Raising his head, Yan Zhaoge saw Yen Di standing on the mountain ridge, his hands behind his back as he gazed towards the southeast, in the direction of the lake domain, slight ripples seemingly appearing within his gaze. Chapter 406. Yan Zhaoge's impression of his mother, Xue Chuqing, was extremely faint. Therefore, he was still rather calm inside. Still, seeing Yen Di's rare expression of disappointment, Yan Zhaoge felt a little emotional for a time. Seeing his father like he was looking at his wife like she was a rock, Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before a sneaky smile suddenly appeared on his face as he went over and asked, Father, between you and Mother, who is stronger? Hearing his words, Yen Di instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry. This child, this is what you are thinking about. That year, your fame even surpassed Mother's. Still, hearing you speak of it today, I know that Mother's martial legacy is even more outstanding, having always been concealed deeply. Of course I'm curious. Yan Zhaoge said eloquently, perhaps Mother left you some face in front of outsiders back then? Yen Di pointed at Yan Zhaoge, shaking his head. You, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, asking, tell me. Yen Di first laughed before he recalled very earnestly, having never fought to the death, I cannot be completely certain. Still, I should have been stronger. Still, he narrowed his eyes, Chuqing should be stronger than second apprentice brother and Huang Su. In terms of precise control over her own strength, Chuqing is the most outstanding person I have ever seen. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge instantly smiled, more outstanding than you. Yen Di answered candidly, in this aspect, she is stronger than me. If we say that a portion of our strength is a portion of our effect, a portion of Chuqing's strength is more than a portion of her effect. This has nothing to do with the martial arts she cultivates in. Instead, it is more like her talent. Yan Zhaoge asked, speaking of talent, how is Han Long? After Shi Tai had passed away, Ying Longtu had been the last to enter the clan amongst his disciples. He was also the youngest, having yet to leave his tutelage. After discussing it, the bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain had finally decided to hand Ying Longtu over to Yen Di for guidance. However, in terms of the clan's lineage, Ying Longtu was still of Shi Tai's lineage, with Yen Di being his successor. Actually, when Yan Zhaoge had first picked up Ying Longtu that year, he had already felt that the most suitable master for him was not his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai, but his father Yen Di. While Han Long was simple in mind, he was clear and agile in his comprehension of the martial Tao. He learnt everything very quickly, also being able to master it thoroughly. Others dabbled too much and might bite off more than they could chew. But when it came to Han Long, he was proficient in everything. Moreover, they could help each other out and enlighten each other. In other words, besides having a different temperament, Han Long was actually more suited to follow the path of his father Yen Di or his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan in cultivating martial arts. However, of Yen Di and Fang Zhuan, the former didn't like to accept disciples. Other than the nameless Ah Hu, he only had two direct disciples. One was his only son, Yen Zhaoge, and the other was his senior apprentice brother and good friend, Feng Qi's son, Feng Moyang. Moreover, part of the reason why he accepted Feng Moyang as his direct disciple was because of his talent in alchemy. The latter, on the other hand, was in charge of the administrator's hall and had many matters to attend to. After Lu Wen, he no longer accepted disciples. Of course, Shi Tai was also very good at teaching disciples, especially since he would not use himself as a model to teach his disciples. Although Xue Fei was the same as him, only specializing in a single martial art, he taught Ing Longtu a different path, laying down an extremely good foundation. Ing Longtu being taught by Yen Di now was not inconvenient at all. Yen Di also did his utmost to nurture the descendant left behind by his eldest apprentice brother. Hearing Yen Zhaoge ask about Han Long, Yen Di smiled, "You'll know when you see him." "Oh?" Yen Zhaoge blinked, "It looks like it's worth looking forward to." After smiling, Yen Zhaoge asked solemnly, "Father, you've all seen the people's senior apprentice Uncle Feng and the others brought back to the mountain, right?" Yen Di's expression turned solemn as well. "I've seen them, but never would I have thought that there would be such a miraculous thing." Yen Zhaoge was naturally referring to that Ouyang Qi who was extremely similar to Sikong Qing, as well as Chong Ning who had already been slain by Sikong Qing. Ouyang Qi aside, Chong Ning's corpse had also been temporarily taken care of by Yen Zhaoge with a secret technique before being sealed up and handed over to Feng Qi and Feng Moyang to bring back to Broad Creed Mountain before the Great Battle of the East Sea this time. Yen Di and the others had long since seen them, feeling that it was unexpected as they clicked their tongues in wonder. Returning to the mountain this time, junior apprentice Ni Sikong, we will also have to inspect him once more. A pondering look appeared on Yen Di's face. He feels that he is not simple at all. Yen Zhaoge nodded slightly in agreement. Father and son then chatted about Yen Zhaoge's experiences in the outside world this time. The praise within Yen Di's gaze as he looked at Yen Zhaoge grew denser and denser. Still, it was instead buried deep within his eyes, no longer being revealed as he instead pointed out the flaws and inadequacies of Yen Zhaoge's trip this time. This was the nature of fathers. The more satisfied they were with their children, the less they would praise them verbally. Instead, they hoped that their children would be more outstanding and perfect. After this, Yen Di still had to ask Sikong Qing some questions as well as deal with other matters of the clan. After separating from him, Yen Zhaoge leisurely strolled along the mountain path. After parting with Yen Di, Yen Zhaoge's expression gradually turned solemn. There was still some time before the Marsh of Illusory Sea's illusory realm would weaken and the 10-character heavenly rainbow would appear. Yen Zhaoge was not in a rush to leave as he could rest and recuperate on the mountain. Still, Yen Di's words had revealed some information which verified many of Yen Zhaoge's earlier guesses. A great apocalypse had caused the original world to shatter. Whether it was the Eight Extremities world or the Flame Devil world, they were both a part of it. And now, it was very likely that other worlds existed, which proved this point. At the same time, there was also Sikong Qing's unique situation. The world on the other side of the 10-character heavenly rainbow should also be one of the fragments of a complete world of pre-Great Calamity times. Countless thoughts flashed through Yen Zhaoge's mind. Actually, what he was most concerned about was whether the martial Tao that his mother cultivated in was one of the legacies of pre-Great Calamity times that had been completely preserved, then discovered by a fortuitous coincidence later on, or had it been passed down by a survivor of the Great Calamity? Observing the pillar of the Divine Palace in the Great Western Desert and witnessing that mysterious woman related to the extreme Yin crown, Yen Zhaoge had already felt that there were survivors of the Great Calamity. After so many years had passed, perhaps the survivors themselves had already passed away. However, Could there be some legacies that had not been lost, having been passed down all this time? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, a dim light flickering within them. If such people really exist, do they know what exactly caused that great calamity? Strolling along the mountain path alone, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Pretty interesting. Knowing that there were heavens beyond heavens, Yan Zhaoge did not panic. Instead, he felt as if his heart had been broadened, as if he had been enlightened. Raising his head and gazing into the distance, outside of Broad Creed mountain range, the morning sun appeared over the horizon. Facing the sunlight, Yan Zhaoge stretched lazily, raising his feet once more as he strode forward. Chapter 407. Yan Zhaoge first followed Yan Di's instructions, directly retrieving the internal crystal furnace that Yan Di had used earlier. Afterwards, Yan Di would imitate it himself, forging a brand new one. Carefully analyzing this internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge discovered that its functions were already getting closer and closer to the internal crystal furnace of before the great calamity in his memories. Of course, it was still lacking, but it was already gradually starting to look somewhat similar. In the hands of martial grandmasters, as long as there were sufficient materials, they would already be able to mass-produce mid-grade spirit artifacts. If it could be improved further, mass production of high-grade spirit artifacts would also be something that could be looked forward to. Of course, limited by the craftsmanship of the internal crystal furnace and its materials, there were still many difficulties for it to be overcome. However, Yan Zhaoge was already extremely satisfied with the current situation. After all, sacred artifacts were hard to come by, especially when the materials they were made of were rare and expensive. It could be temporarily put aside. When high-grade spirit artifacts could be mass-produced, with sufficient materials, Broad Creed Mountain's strength would skyrocket. The invasion of the Flame Devils caused the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world to change somewhat. To the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, the birth of the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword had caused their overall strength to rise, their advantage over the Thunderfire Alliance of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall becoming even more obvious. However, Jade Sea City had met with a great calamity, its lord, the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang, having been heavily injured and needing to recuperate, its Guardian Grand Formation, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, having been completely shattered and needing to be set up anew. During this period of time, the overall strength of the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain's three clans had temporarily fallen into a low ebb. It was very hard to imagine that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not make use of this chance to seize the initiative. After all, after Jade Sea City had recovered, the disadvantage of their two clans would be even more obvious, even dangerous. During this period of time when Jade Sea City was recuperating, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain would also need to be more vigilant. With the improvement of the internal crystal furnace, combined with the assistance of the Pillar of the Divine Palace and the Crimson Tower, Broad Creed Mountain's accumulated strength was growing more and more robust. It was still that old adage, either weaken the opponent or improve oneself. Yan Zhaoge's schemes in the extreme northern snowy plains, or his super long-distance profound boundless mountain, was the former. Refining the heaven-returning divine pill to help Yuan Jingfeng recover from his injuries and achieve a breakthrough, studying the internal crystal furnace, and exploring the ruins of the glacial dragon Marshal Saint's old residence were all the latter. Unceasingly accumulating, Broad Creed Mountain now truly had the momentum to return to being the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. If no major accidents occurred and the current situation continued to develop, Broad Creed Mountain's advantage would only grow greater and greater until it completely left the Sacred Sun Clan and the other powers in the dust. However, his opponent was not a dead person, nor was he a saint. He would not ignore the situation in front of him. Therefore, what followed next was the most crucial period. Stroking the internal crystal furnace before him with his finger, Yan Zhaoge lightly patted its body, its lid opening, before placing a dark green bamboo branch that flickered with a purple light within. Back then, he had invested many treasures and several spirit weapons in hopes of forging a unique treasure that belonged to him. Now, he had already seen the initial form. In the extreme north ice plains, at the bottom of the East Sea, he had tested his skills. At the same time as it was being used, Yan Zhaoge was also unceasingly experimenting and receiving feedback so as to facilitate his subsequent refinement. The bamboo branch entered the internal crystal furnace. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge threw the radiant sun wheel and the flying thunder saber within. 2 streaks of light shot out from the mouth of the furnace, and the internal crystal furnace began to rumble and shake. Many of the supreme treasures of the earth domain that he had obtained from Xian Dongping, as well as many treasures that he had obtained from the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint this time, were also thrown within. Streams of mist rose within the internal crystal furnace, the light of treasures flickering unceasingly, shocking people's hearts. Yan Zhaoge's hands pressed down on the 2 halves of the furnace, his fist intent and true essence stabilizing the internal crystal furnace together as he controlled it to circulate according to his will. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge patted the furnace, its lid closing. The internal crystal furnace's circulation seemed to have stabilized, but it still emitted rumbling sounds from time to time as it shook unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Following this, it would be time for the tempering of the furnace. Keeping the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge left his room, walking amongst the mountains. Next, he did not first visit Feng Yunsheng, Ying Longtu and the others, instead going somewhere else. That had originally been the residence of his eldest apprentice uncle, Shi Tai. Arriving at the door, Yan Zhaoge focused his attention and listened carefully, vaguely hearing a human voice resound, "The great heaven-earth sword forms the extreme complexity within the extreme simplicity, while the Big Dipper sword conceals the extreme simplicity within the extreme complexity." While the 2 seem to walk different extremes, there are actually similarities between them. The great Taos of this world, when reached a profound level, all have the profundities of different paths leading to the same destination. Think about it carefully. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. That was Xue Fei's voice. Xue Fei did not live here, having come here to impart lessons to another person. Logically speaking, it should be the disciple going to the master's place, and not the master coming to the disciple's residence. However, Xue Fei was clearly more than happy to come here himself. Yan Zhaoge did not conceal his movements. As he neared, Xue Fei immediately sensed him, halting his lesson as he asked loudly, "Is it junior apprentice brother Yan?" "It's me. I'm not disturbing you, am I?" Yan Zhaoge smiled as he asked. The great door before him moved on its own, opening for Yan Zhaoge. Looking within, Yan Zhaoge saw Xue Fei currently standing on the empty ground in the middle of the courtyard, a youth standing beside him. That youth was around 10 years of age, his features somewhat similar to Shi Tai and Shi Songtao, just that the shape of his face was different as it was not squarish, his chin appearing slightly pointier. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he instantly smiled, "Little senior apprentice Uncle Yan." The youth was precisely Shi Tai's grandson, Shi Songtao's son, Shi Jun. His features resembled his father's greatly, while the shape of his face was that of his mother, Ying Yuzhen. "How do you feel? Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yan Zhaoge walked in, appraising Shi Jun all over as he felt extremely emotional. In his conversation with his father Yan Di just now, Yan Di had specifically mentioned Shi Jun. Yan Di was extremely satisfied with Yan Zhaoge's trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, of which he was the most satisfied with Shi Jun and his mother, having regained hope of living. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge also felt rather gratified. Shi Jun shook his head, "I'm very good, just that mother still hasn't woken up." Yan Zhaoge patted Shi Jun's shoulder lightly, "Rest easy, the heavens help the worthy." Shi Jun nodded silently. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei, extending his right hand and clenching it into a fist. Su Fei did the same, their fists clashing lightly in mid-air, everything unspoken. Without needing Yan Zhaoge to ask, Su Fei sent over via sound transmission, "Jun is precocious." After waking up, the speed at which his mind matured was even faster than expected, resembling a little adult. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "I can see that." Su Fei said, "I've already told him all that I can." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Shi Jun from the corner of his eye, "He still looks pretty good." "He just looks pretty good." Su Fei pressed his lips together, "Right now, he is actually very sensitive." Precocious is not a bad thing, but the fate of Master's family is too deeply entangled, causing him to easily overthink things. Right now, it is because he has always been thinking about one thing in his heart, and that is his mother. Chapter 408. Hearing Su Fei's words, Yan Zhaoge carefully observed Shi Jun. Although the youth in front of him was cheerful, there was a hint of vulnerability and sensitivity in the depths of his eyes, as well as restlessness and uneasiness. It looked like a little hedgehog that was ready to raise its spikes to protect itself at any time. While he appeared cheerful and mature in front of people he was closer to like Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, he was actually still a child inside. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission to Shui Fei. From what I remember, Shi Jun's personality is also that of the more impatient type. Just as senior brother Su said, most of his attention is on sister-in-law Yuzhen, forcing himself to be mature and calm. However, he still cares about elder brother Shi's matters. Although he can understand eldest uncle's difficulties, he is very sensitive because of elder brother Shi. He cares a lot about what others think of him. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, he may be rather eager to prove himself, rather anxious about it. Shui Fei nodded and said, that's right, but as a child, I can't ask more of him. Yan Zhaoge sighed emotionally, that's right. It's really all thanks to you, senior apprentice brother Su. For him to be able to understand what happened back then, to be able to empathize with eldest apprentice uncle is indeed not easy at all. Su Fei said, there's no need to worry about it. I will still do my best in his future path. Having the motivation to improve is a good thing, but going too far is as bad as not going far enough, Yan Zhaoge said. If the blade is too sharp, you might accidentally cut your own hand. I do need senior brother Su's help in the future. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Still, having already passed the most difficult stage, the rest will definitely not stump you. He turned to look at Shi Jun. However, little Jun's talent for martial arts is very good. I feel that he's even better than senior brother Shi. Shui Fei's gaze also became gentler. He smiled and said, yes, he is better than me and brother Shi. I believe that he will surpass his master. Yan Zhaoge laughed, wanting to surpass the master, not just relying on talent alone. Shui Fei also laughed, are you talking about yourself? Yan Zhaoge smiled and shook his head. Thinking of something, Su Fei retracted his smile and asked, Zhaoge, is there a chance with sister-in-law Yuzhen? Yes, that still depends. Yan Zhaoge sighed, sister-in-law Yuzhen's situation is much worse than little Shi's. Although my condition is much better after the trip to the northern lands, it is still very difficult for me to completely recover and wake up. While of her is much better after the trip to the northern domain, she of the mountain realm, there are still many difficulties. After pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge continued, after some time, I intend to make a trip to the marsh of illusory sea of the lake domain. Yan Zhai said, I said of Fei. I said of him, I you, of Yuzhen of you of me. Su Zai Fei of the of Long, he Su. I've heard a little about the reputation of the empty spirit rain mist, but it seems that this treasure can't be brought out of the marsh of illusory sea, or it will lose its effect. Tian of Yen of Fei. Said Yang of Fei of him as, Fei Tian Yen as. Of Fei's Su of. Shui Fei said, I'll bring little Shi Jun and go with you. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, while we are about to reach the period of weakness that occurs once every 10 years, that place is still the marsh of illusory sea. Senior apprentice brother Su, you are naturally fine, but if it's little Jun. Shui Fei glanced at Shi Jun. The ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body is currently under his personal care. It is stored in his shadow shrinking pouch, not willing to leave him for even a moment. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, asked him if he would be willing to remain within the shadow shrinking pouch for a long period of time, being brought along by us. Shi Jun was naturally more than happy to hear that it was to treat his mother's injuries. Forget about letting him stay in the shadow shrinking pouch for a long time, even if he was asked to return to sleep in the ice coffin once more, he would also be extremely willing. Looking at Shi Jun, whose face was filled with anticipation, Yan Zhaoge also sighed slightly within his heart, able to understand the emotions of the youth before him. After taking his leave of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yan Zhaoge walked amidst the forest. After pondering for a moment, he headed in the direction of the back mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of the waterfall where Feng Yunqing usually cultivated, Yan Zhaoge focused his attention and listened carefully. While there was the rumbling sound of water, with Yan Zhaoge's current hearing ability, he was still able to clearly distinguish that there was currently more than just a single person cultivating within the waterfall. Exiting the forest, gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that beneath the waterfall, other than Feng Yunqing, there were two other people. One was Ying Longtu, the other a girl. While her appearance was inferior to Feng Yunqing's, she could still be considered pretty. Yan Zhaoge's gaze first fell on Ying Longtu, instantly feeling his eyes light up. Even with the interference of the sound of the waterfall, Yan Zhaoge was still able to hear the sound of blood flowing smoothly within Ying Longtu's body as though it was heavy as lead mercury. This youth before him, who still had a childish look on his face, had shockingly already stepped into the early outer or a martial scholar realm at this moment, also having completed the second cleansing of his marrows. Such a speed of advancement could really be described as shocking. Gazing carefully over, Yan Zhaoge saw Ying Longtu standing stably beneath the waterfall, allowing the violent water currents to wash over his body as they descended from the heavens, his every move and stance neither fast nor slow, clear and forceful. The usually rather ignorant Han Long currently had a serious and focused expression on his face, his gaze actually seeming to overflow with spiritual qi. Beside him was the calm-looking Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing was currently not practicing her martial arts as she just sat quietly in the meditative position, completely ignoring the waterfall descending from the sky. Yan Zhaoge had heard that Ying Longtu's current cultivation was often based on Feng Yunqing as a benchmark. However much Feng Yunqing cultivated, Han Long followed suit. As Feng Yunqing did not stop to rest, Han Long also did not stop, completely not caring whether he could bear it or not. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, swiveling his head to look in another direction. The girl there was the maiden of extreme Yin that Broad Creed Mountain had discovered in the East Sea, Yin Luhua. She had currently also formally entered Fu Enchu's tutelage, becoming the junior apprentice sister of Feng Yunqing, Xikong Qing and the others. Having been sent back to Broad Creed Mountain earlier, as Yan Zhaoge knew, because Fu Enchu had previously been at the East Sea, much of the burden of teaching Yin Luhua had fallen onto Feng Yunqing's shoulders. Having resigned from her position as the East Sea's first seat elder this time and returned to Broad Creed Mountain, Fu Enchu could instead focus on nurturing them. Yan Zhaoge did not utter a sound as he crossed his arms before his chest, just silently looking at the three beneath the waterfall just like that. As compared to Feng Yunqing and Han Long's composure, Yin Luhua was clearly having a hard time holding on. Her cultivation base was not as high as the other two's. It was normal for her to be like this. Yan Zhaoge just watched calmly. After a while, Yin Luhua finally seemed unable to hold on any longer as she rushed out from beneath the waterfall, landing within the pool of water. She floated up from within the pool, circulating her qi to dry her clothes before swiveling her head to look at Feng Yunqing and Ying Longtu with a rather complicated expression on her face. Seeing her movements, Yan Zhaoge carefully appraised her a few times. Feeling the state of her body, he gradually came to an understanding as he could not help but raise his brows lightly. Chapter 409. Looking at Yin Luhua, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, but did not speak. Meanwhile, Feng Yunqing's voice resounded through the rumbling sounds of the water. Junior apprentice Sister Yin, if you could persevere a little longer, the effects would be better. Hearing her words, Yin Luhua felt slightly aggrieved, but I really can't persevere any longer. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, did you really go through it like this that year? Feng Yunqing said frankly, when I entered the clan that year, I had already refined qi into aura qi, reaching the martial scholar realm. However, the amount of training and intensity that I arranged for you were all lowered to a level that a body refinement martial practitioner could get used to. Yin Luhua pursed her lips, therefore, you see, you also didn't do such training when you were in the body refinement realm. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, no body refinement martial practitioner would be able to bear it. Feng Yunqing sighed, if you really can't persevere any longer, I won't force you. It's just that you started off rather late in the first place. If you want to catch up to the others, you will have to put in more effort. However, you always say that you are completely unable to bear it now. The intensity of your training has been lowered time and time again. Compared to me at the same cultivation level, you are actually not even at 80%. A doubtful look appeared in Yin Liuhua's eyes, but she did not retort as she lowered her head. Feng Yunqing said, I won't force you. I've lowered the standard intensity for you. But now that Master has returned to the mountain, she might not agree to this. The intensity of your cultivation will be raised again. It's good that you're mentally prepared. Hearing her words, Yin Liuhua's face instantly turned bitter. Hugging her knees as she sat by the side of the pool, she said vexedly, I'm already working much harder than the others of the clan. Amongst those of the same cultivation level, I spend the longest time cultivating every day, having been given the most homework, even double that of most others. Feng Yunqing said mildly, the resources and various privileges that we enjoy of the clan are also much more than the others. In terms of talent in the martial Dao, we are more than double that of the others of the clan. Neither you nor I are junior apprentice brothering ah. Yin Liuhua's expression stiffened slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, yet no sound came out. Beneath the waterfall, Feng Yunqing stood up, as soon as I entered the clan and put on the white clothes, I have already reserved the black-bordered blue robes. It won't be long before I truly wear them. How many people in the entire sect can receive such treatment? As she said this, she walked out from beneath the waterfall, coming to Yin Liuhua's side. Since we have obtained more than ordinary people, we naturally have to pay more in certain areas. We are maidens of extreme Yin, and the sect has high hopes for us. Yin Liuhua lowered her head, letting out a soft amen as she did not speak. Feng Yunqing looked at her, not knowing if she had heard what she had said. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything more. The black longsword was unsheathed and drew a perfect arc in the air before it steadily hovered in front of Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing did not make any other movements. She just raised her saber and extended her arm, maintaining this posture. Her entire person was like a statue, not moving at all. From afar, Yan Zhaoge could see that Feng Yunqing's actions were not ordinary at all. The sharp saber intent was contained but not released, as if it was hidden in a scabbard, but it was still extraordinary. Amidst that saber, there was the fierceness of the sacred Sun clan's west-tilting heaven incinerating saber, the great sun descending in the west, the golden crow incinerating the wild, as well as the boundless, unparalleled sharpness of Broad Creed Mountain's chaotic elements uniting saber, cleaving through space and shattering it. What caused one to have a whole new level of respect was that Feng Yunqing's saber, at the same time encompassing everything, also possessed a unique style. Her saber intent resembled a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, swallowing the heavens and devouring the sun, vaguely having the aura of forming a school of its own. To a martial practitioner, this was actually what was truly valued. It was like how the immeasurable heavenly saber in Yan Di's hands was different from others, the Vajra body in Shirtai's hands was unprecedented, and Yuan Jingfeng and the 2 grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, all knew the heavenly broad creed palm, but Yuan Jingfeng was able to suppress 2 of their palms with a single palm. When a martial practitioner became a martial grandmaster and cultivated in their own true martial soul, even if it was the same martial art, they would more or less be different from others. This was because this involved their own understanding and knowledge of the martial Dao. While still in the martial scholar realm, Feng Yunqing already possessed a unique style. This was an extremely rare thing. After watching quietly for a moment, Yan Zhaoge appeared. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing smiled slightly, not keeping her saber as she still maintained her original posture. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge also smiled. Beneath the waterfall, Han Long let out a cheer as he suddenly shot out of the waterfall, resembling a true dragon leaving the water as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge. You've advanced very quickly. It looks like you've put in quite a bit of effort. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he patted Yin Longtu's shoulder. Having received Yan Zhaoge's praise, the The youth was instantly overjoyed to the point of being unable to conceal his smile. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, Yin Luhua hurriedly stood up as well, her gaze somewhat flustered and distressed as she wondered if her earlier conversation with Feng Yuncheng had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's ears. Looking at Yin Luhua, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Junior apprentice Sister Yin, are you used to living on Broad Creed Mountain?" Yin Luhua calmed herself, answering, "Everything is fine on the mountain. The seniors of the clan as well as my fellow disciples all treat me extremely well." Yan Zhaoge nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter before. Yin Luhua had the feeling of being somewhat sociable as her relations with others were still pretty good. In the martial Tao, proper methods are important. You don't necessarily have to squeeze out your potential, cultivating to the limit every time. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, however, the situation of you maidens of extreme Yin cultivating in the extreme Yin scripture is rather special. Squeezing yourself to the limit, after your chi meridians and extreme Yin power have both been depleted and regenerated, the effects of growth can be seen. While it is only a sliver each time, with the foundation being firm and the unceasing cycle of this, many a little makes a mickle, many grains of sand forming a tower, accumulating over a long period of time, it will be rather impressive. This principle should have been mentioned when I imparted you the extreme Yin scripture, right? Hearing his words, Yin Liuhua's gaze flickered slightly. "I did." Yan Zhaoge appraised Yin Luhua all over. "I see that you, junior apprentice Sister Yin, have not pushed yourself to the limit. Is there some special situation today?" Yin Luhua sucked in a deep breath, saying, "No, I still haven't finished my homework for today. I will continue later." Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. "I won't disturb you then. You can continue. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is currently cultivating." After glancing at Feng Yuncheng, Yin Luhua asked Yan Zhaoge, "Senior apprentice Brother Yan, there are some questions in the martial Tao that I would like to consult you on. I wonder if that's possible." Yan Zhaoge said, "Feel free to speak. Then let's not disturb Senior apprentice Sister Feng." Yin Luhua led Yan Zhaoge to the side, asking him some questions as they walked. These were indeed the obstacles that some martial artists faced in their attempt to break through to the martial scholar realm. As Yan Zhaoge answered them one by one, Yin Luhua nodded repeatedly as she felt as though she had suddenly seen the light. While it was the same principle, as Yan Zhaoge explained it, she felt that it was much more thorough and easy to understand than the seniors of the clan. Yin Luhua glanced back at Feng Yuncheng before swiveling her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, saying in a low tone, "Senior apprentice Brother Yan, I also understand the significance of being a maiden of extreme Yin now. However, do I really have hope?" Chapter 410. Looking calmly at Yin Luhua, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Hope has to be fought for by oneself. Fortune favors those who are prepared." Yin Luhua pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she answered, "Yes, Senior apprentice Brother Yan. I understand." She felt a little uneasy, feeling that Yan Zhaoge might have heard their conversation earlier. She could not help but feel vexed at this. I wonder if Senior apprentice Sister Feng sensed Senior apprentice Brother Yan just now by the side. Yin Liuhua's gaze dimmed slightly. Having returned from the East Sea and entered Broad Creed Mountain, living together with her fellow disciples, she had truly felt how much weight this youth before her carried. It was indisputable that he was the most outstanding leading figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation of the 6 great sacred grounds. He could even be said to be the current leader of his generation in the entire 8 Extremities world. There was already completely no one who viewed him as a junior disciple of the past. Outside the clan, when Yan Zhaoge went to other sacred grounds, the people he received were at least bigwigs of their clans, longtime elders of the clan. His title had been first suggested by the oldest and most senior martial saint expert of the current world, the painting Saint Old Man Mo. Currently, in the eyes of the higher echelon experts of the other sacred grounds, the most important figure of Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yuan Jingfeng and Yan Di, was not Feng Zhuan of the Broad Creed 3 heroes alongside Yan Di, nor was it the 2 grand elders of the same generation as Yuan Jingfeng, but Yan Zhaoge who was only in his 20s. Within the clan, Yen Zhaoge had long since become a legendary figure in the hearts of the younger generation disciples of Broad Creed Mountain who had entered the clan at the same time as Yin Luhua. While the difference in age was still not very great, they were already on completely different levels. Other than a few extremely competitive people who still harbored thoughts of chasing after him, most people's impression of this senior apprentice brother Yen had long since become that of a follower. While they still addressed him as senior apprentice brother, Yin Luhua knew that many of her fellow disciples, herself included, were even more nervous when facing this senior apprentice brother Yen than when facing many longtime elders of the clan. And in truth, due to his youth, his current cultivation base was still lower than that of many seniors of the clan. However, in terms of authority, Yen Zhaoge was definitely one of the top few in the entire Broad Creed Mountain. All this was not because Yen Zhaoge had a father called Yen Di, the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, the #1 martial grandmaster of the Eight Extremities world. It was merely because he was Yen Zhaoge. As a maiden of extreme Yin Luhua felt this exceptionally clearly. On the matter of the maiden of extreme Yin, the weight of this young man's words was even greater than that of his own master, Fu Enshu. This youth in his 20s was the true leader of Broad Creed Mountain's scheme for the maiden of extreme Yin and the extreme Yin bout. Looking at Yin Luhua, Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "Go cultivate seriously. I was just strolling around today, casually coming over to take a look. After senior apprentice Aunt Fu has finished dealing with the matters on hand, she should be coming to check on your and junior apprentice sister Feng's progress." Yin Luhua nodded, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Yen. I will definitely cultivate seriously." Her expression was somewhat gloomy. "It's just that, in front of senior sister Feng, I always feel a little lacking in confidence. Senior sister is so outstanding. I've also seen the images of the previous extreme Yin bouts. Those maidens of extreme Yin were all so outstanding previously, yet senior apprentice sister Feng was able to surpass them in such a short period of time." Glancing at her, Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "That is what junior apprentice sister Feng deserves. The effort and hardships she has put in also far surpass that of ordinary people. I won't deny that the clan and I have played some role, but it was mostly junior apprentice sister Feng herself who did it." Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "The homework that you have to complete every day is done in accordance with junior apprentice sister Feng's intensity. How do you feel?" Yin Liuhua's face was a little pale. "Very difficult," Yen Zhaoge said, "there are few shortcuts in this world. Even if there are, they are usually accompanied by a price or risk. Currently, there are two things that the clan has provided that junior apprentice sister Feng has and you do not. One is the Qilin Spring Baptism, the other is a secret technique." Hearing his words, Yin Liuhua's gaze flickered slightly. After learning of the Qilin Spring Baptism, she had also yearned for it. Sadly, her chances were limited, and before she had entered the clan, her final chance had already been given to Yin Longtu. This inevitably caused Yin Luhua to feel dejected. If she had entered the clan a little earlier, due to the uniqueness of being a maiden of extreme Yin, there might still have been some suspense. However, hearing the latter half of Yen Zhaoge's words, Yin Liuhua's gaze lit up slightly once more. Yen Zhaoge continued. "However, this secret technique requires one to bear immense pain. Not many can bear it." Yin Luhua pressed her lips together. "Senior apprentice brother Yen, I'm willing to give it a try." Glancing at her, Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. "After you have entered the martial scholar realm, if you want to give it a try, you can. Your current body refinement cultivation base is too weak." Yin Luhua didn't know whether it was regret or relief arising within her heart. However, she still nodded forcefully on the surface. "I will definitely cultivate diligently, striving to refine qi into aura qi as soon as possible." Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Work hard then." Saying thus, he turned and left. Looking at Yen Zhaoge's departing figure, Yin Liuhua's gaze flickered slightly. "I wonder what kind of girl he likes. Is it like Feng Yunsheng, or like the rumors say, like that girl surnamed Lin?" Feeling Yin Liuhua's gaze on him from behind, Yen Zhaoge paid it no mind. However, after his personal observations today, Yen Zhaoge felt that if there were no major changes, it would be hard for the hopes of some people in the clan who held on to the so-called grooming a maiden of extreme een that truly belongs to us to come true. Also, it would depend on whether Fu Enshu's wish of grooming a backup like Yin Xiuqing had with Meng Wan, to assist Feng Yunsheng would come true. With her personally watching over Fu Enshu's return to the mountain this time, the situation should be a little more optimistic. As Yan Zhaoge thought about this, he returned to the side of the waterfall. He saw that Feng Yunsheng was still holding her saber horizontally, standing unmoving where she was, stable as a boulder. Beside her, Ing Longtu was seated in the meditative position. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly, while Ing Longtu grinned. Yan Zhaoge walked before Ing Longtu, smiling as he asked, "What martial arts has Han Long learnt now?" Ing Longtu answered on his fingers, "I've cultivated in Master's Vajrabodhi, the wind-fire calamities, and learnt the chaotic elements uniting saber from Chief. Chief said that if I want to learn from now on, I should learn the Great Heaven-Earth Sword or the Big Dipper Sword." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. So many? Having reached the level of the 8 extreme arts, other than Yan Zhaoge who could freely enter and leave the martial repository, the other core, direct disciples would generally only be taught 1 or 2 supreme martial arts by their masters. If they wanted to learn other martial arts, they would only be able to enter the martial repository after having performed a great merit and obtained a reward, choosing a martial art that they liked. This was not being stingy or restricting them, but more to motivate their disciples to work hard, at the same time also preventing them from biting off more than they could chew. Chapter 411. Everyone, regarding Ing Longtu's words that he had already grasped the Vajrabodhi, the wind-fire calamities and the chaotic elements uniting saber, and that he might even learn another martial art, Yan Zhaoge was also a little surprised. Generally speaking, seniors would only impart a single supreme martial art within a set period of time. When the disciple had grasped this supreme martial art to a certain degree, after being tested and verified by the seniors, they might impart another one. During this period of time, if the disciple had the heart to learn it on his own, he would have to rely on his merits to obtain a reward. Ing Longtu learnt everything very quickly, and was also able to comprehend the essence of it very quickly. Yan Zhaoge knew this. Shi Tai had passed on the Vajrabodhi to him, Yan Di had passed on the chaotic elements uniting saber to him. During the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, while Ing Longtu had been young, he had also gone through life and death together with Shi Tai and Su Fei. After the Great Tribulation, he had obtained a reward and entered the martial repository, learning the wind-fire calamities. Yan Zhaoge knew all this, and even Han Long himself didn't know about it. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that the higher echelon bigwigs of the clan had already discussed that after Han Long had reached the Xiantian martial scholar realm, he would also be granted the right to freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository and below. Following Zhang Dongge, Yan Di, and Yan Zhaoge, he would be the 4th martial scholar of Broad Creed Mountain to receive this honor. From this, it could be seen how highly the clan regarded Ing Longtu. However, as Yan Zhaoge knew, this was something that would only happen after Han Long had reached the Xiantian stage. Could it be that it has been decided to be brought forward? Yan Zhaoge looked curiously at Ing Longtu. In truth, Yan Zhaoge had hoped to bestow this authority to Ing Longtu as soon as possible. He similarly had high hopes for this junior apprentice brother of his. Han Long chuckled as though he was asking for a reward. "Senior apprentice brother Yan, I was also allowed to leave the clan to temper myself earlier. Chief said that my performance was good, having performed a meritorious deed, and rewarded me with a chance to enter the 3rd level of the martial repository." Hearing Ing Longtu's words, Yan Zhaoge knew that not long ago, Ing Longtu had left the clan to temper himself for the first time, having saved the people of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Involving other sacred grounds, the meaning was naturally different. With that, the reward would naturally be different as well. Seeing the youth before him looking like he was asking for praise, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "That's a good thing, ah. Han Long has grown up." Having received Yan Zhaoge's praise, Ing Longtu appeared even happier. Looking at Han Long, a smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Back at Cloud Portent Mountain, that young face that had lost its parents, that tearful yet blank face seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoge's eyes once more, causing him to sigh unceasingly. While it had only been because he had discovered the extraordinariness of his Big Dipper body that he had been drawn into Broad Creed Mountain, looking at Han Long's smiling face now, Yan Zhaoge also felt extremely happy within his heart. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge patted the youth's shoulder. My father's line of thinking is very correct. Han Long, you are suited for a wide range of things. You've already learned the fist and palm lightness kung fu and saber techniques, so it's indeed suitable for you to choose a sword technique to practice. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, after learning this sword art, you'll have to go back to learning fist and palm arts, choosing one of the golden curtain palm and the tushita palm before learning the saber and the 8 sceneries spirit saber. After learning the 8 sceneries spirit saber, you'll learn the second sword art. You have the ability to perfect the 8 extreme arts. Speaking of the martial Tao, Ying Longtu's expression turned solemn, even some sincerity appearing within. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I will work hard. Yan Zhaoge said, according to the clan's customs, when you step into the Xiantian stage, the clan will bestow you a spirit artifact. However, you have already begun tempering outside now. Just in case, this senior apprentice brother will first gift you one. Since you are about to begin learning sword arts, I will gift you a spirit artifact, both encouraging and spurring you on. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his sleeve, green light flickering as a jade green sword appeared within his hand, which he handed over to Ying Longtu. Jade Dragon Sword. Following behind Yan Zhaoge, Yin Luhua was filled with envy as she saw how harmonious Yan Zhaoge and Ying Longtu were. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge was going to give Ying Longtu a spirit artifact, she was even more envious. However, after clearly seeing what spirit artifact it was, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Like a statue, Feng Yunsheng, who had been standing unmoving with her saber raised, was also momentarily taken aback as she saw the Jade Dragon Sword. While the Jade Dragon Sword was a low-grade spirit artifact, it was the weapon that had made Yan Zhaoge famous, as well as the first spirit artifact that he had obtained. Having accompanied Yan Zhaoge in battle all along, Yan Zhaoge's recent rise to prominence had always been able to see the shadow of this sword. While Yan Zhaoge had defeated his opponents and collected a great number of spirit artifacts, the Jade Dragon Sword had always been a weapon that he was more comfortable with. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge stepping into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the low-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, appeared outdated. However, with such an extraordinary spirit artifact, Yan Zhaoge could just keep it as a memento. Now, he actually wanted to gift it to Ying Longtu. Let alone Yin Luhua, even Feng Yunsheng felt this to be unexpected. Senior apprentice brother Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is a kind of sorrow for a sword to be covered in dust. Rather than gathering dust and eating dirt with me, it is far inferior to giving it to Han Long, drinking the hot blood of enemies. That is the best ending for a spirit artifact. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped the blade of the sword. Where jade light flickered, the roar of a dragon resounded. The sword was intelligent, its ringing seeming to contain unwillingness to part, but more of excitement. Yan Zhaoge lightly stroked the blade of the sword, feeling a little emotional within his heart. It was precisely because his feelings towards this spirit artifact were different from his feelings towards the radiant sun wheel, the incinerating light sword and the flying thunder saber that he had wanted to keep it, rather than use it to forge that dark green bamboo branch. However, this sword had not been discarded as it was still as sharp as before. If it were to be sheathed in dust, never to see the light of day, it would really be too sorrowful. Carrying it around with him, not using it, would instead satisfy his desires, being able to take it out at any time to look at it, reminiscing about it and reminiscing about it. However, this was a little unfair to the Jade Dragon Sword. Swords were not ceremonial swords used in rituals, instead being sharp swords used to kill and drink blood. They should always be on the front lines of battle, not letting down their sharpness of a lifetime. Yan Zhaoge handed the Jade Dragon Sword to Ying Longtu, saying, "In my hands, it has killed over 100 enemies. Let's see if it is more or less in yours." Ying Longtu's gaze seemed a little dazed, yet also like he had comprehended something as he received the Jade Dragon Sword dazedly. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yan." Feng Yunsheng opened her mouth, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan. Then next, Yan Zhaoge smiled, if it is mid-grade spirit artifacts, I can forge them myself. However, if it is weapons, there is not too much of a need. At most, I can only forge some defensive equipment. You don't have to worry about me not having a suitable weapon. Grand Master has opened his furnace, I'll go over to his place to ask for some help. As compared to mid-grade and low-grade spirit artifacts, high-grade spirit artifacts were much rarer and more expensive. Even a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain was not wealthy. For Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters and even higher Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmasters, the high-grade spirit artifacts they possessed were basically all like radishes in a hole, not having any excess to bestow upon martial practitioners of a lower cultivation base. However, it was precisely because of this that, considering that Yan Zhaoge had stepped into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the Martial Saint Yuan Jingfeng had personally opened his furnace to forge artifacts, preparing a suitable weapon for Yan Zhaoge. Sacred artifacts were hard to come by, and high-grade spirit artifacts were also hard to come by. However, the high-grade spirit artifacts forged by Yuan Jingfeng would definitely be of the highest quality. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Ying Longtu, Feng Yunqing also smiled. Passing down the torch, it was nothing more than this. Chapter 412. Everyone, please support the original subscription. This is extremely important. Thank you. Looking at the Jade Dragon sword in Ying Longtu's hands, Ying Liuhua's envy and yearning could not be expressed in words. Restraining her thoughts, she looked at Ying Longtu and then at Feng Yunqing in a seemingly normal manner before lowering her head, her gaze a little unreadable. I heard that this senior apprentice brother Ying was also discovered by senior apprentice brother Yan outside before being brought into our clan. It is the same for senior apprentice sister Feng. No wonder they are all so close to senior apprentice brother Yan. Ying Luhua pressed her lips together, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on the black saber in Feng Yunqing's hands. That was an artifact. When Yan Zhaoge had first met Feng Yunqing, this black saber had followed her closely. It was a weapon that Feng Yunqing had obtained back when she had still been in the Sacred Sun clan. At that time, it had been a low-grade artifact. To martial practitioners of the body refinement realm or those who had just entered the martial scholar realm, it was naturally a divine weapon. However, as Feng Yunqing's cultivation base rose unceasingly, logically speaking, it should have long since been eliminated. However, this black saber was still Feng Yunqing's accompanying weapon. Yan Zhaoge had long since noticed the abnormalities with this saber. Because this black saber actually seemed to have risen alongside Feng Yunqing. Currently, this black saber had already reached the level of a mid-grade artifact. Yan Zhaoge believed that as Feng Yunqing stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm, this saber would most likely also rise to the level of a high-grade artifact. This discovery made Yan Zhaoge feel rather interested. Of all the weapons of the current Eight Extremities world, as far as Yan Zhaoge knew, there was only one that had similar characteristics. It was that dark green bamboo branch that Yan Zhaoge had forged himself. However, that treasure could not be measured simply by the levels of spirit artifacts and artifacts. Feng Yunqing did not understand why this was so. This saber had been chosen by her from the Sacred Sun clan's armory that year. At the time, she had only felt that it was rather fitting, its power outstanding amongst low-grade artifacts. She had not thought that it would have such a unique characteristic. However, having this weapon accompanying her all the way forward, growing alongside her, Feng Yunqing was also rather happy, getting along with this black saber even more. Feng Yunqing looked at the Jade Dragon sword in Ying Longtu's hands, slightly lost in thought. After a moment, she suddenly sheathed her saber and stood upright. Ying Longtu and Ying Luhua were both rather taken aback. Every time Feng Yunqing stood silently with her saber in her hands, it would always be a very long time. Nothing could interrupt her cultivation. Yan Zhaoge also looked over. What is it? Feng Yunqing said, it's nothing. I have some thoughts that I need to ponder over. Yan Zhaoge smiled, because I gave the Jade Dragon sword to Han Long. Could it be that you also want a spirit weapon? Let me say this first, I don't have a spirit weapon level saber on hand. How could this be? Feng Yunsheng shook her head. It's just that when you mentioned spirit sword Jade Dragon, I was a little touched. Gradually coming to some understanding, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned serious. You want to be like junior apprentice sister Sikong, going out to temper and battle, nourishing your saber through battle? Feng Yunsheng said calmly, I know that as a maiden of extreme Yin, the attention of the entire world, if I were to move about outside without sufficient protection, I would also easily be targeted by the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If anything were to happen to me, it would not just be a matter of my own life and death. It would also affect the overall situation of the clan. Feng Yunsheng gazed into the distance. However, cultivating in seclusion within the mountains is indeed not suitable for me. I can feel that ever since the last extreme Yin bout, my rate of improvement has been slowing, with it becoming easier and easier for me to encounter bottlenecks in my cultivation. She laughed self-deprecatingly. To use an inappropriate analogy, I am like a saber or sword. A whetstone is already no longer able to make me sharper. I need to clash with other weapons, or the fresh blood of my opponents. Yan Zhaoge sighed softly. That's not the case. It's you who are giving yourself too much pressure, your expectations of yourself being too high. Feng Yunsheng smiled, not continuing to speak. Yin Luhua had always been fearful of difficulties in the process of cultivating. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Feng Yunsheng, neither of them had the intention of looking down on her or feeling disappointed. That was because it was actually a little inhumane to demand of others based on the intensity of Feng Yunsheng's cultivation. While others might not be able to complete the intensity of Feng Yunsheng's cultivation, it did not mean that they couldn't endure hardship, their wills not being firm enough, their endurance not being good enough. It was more because it was just too hard. It had already surpassed the limits of hard work. To a certain extent, it was only normal that they couldn't do it. Those who could do it would cause everyone to exclaim in shock that they weren't human. From what Yan Zhaoge knew, not counting himself, strictly speaking, there wasn't a single person of the same generation who could completely cultivate like Feng Yunsheng without crippling themselves. There were only 3 people who could be extremely close to Feng Yunsheng's intensity and still persist for so many years. Su Fei, Sikong Qing and Ing Longtu. Therefore, while she herself could persist, Feng Yunsheng wouldn't force Yin Luhua to be like her. If not for Yin Luhua being a maiden of extreme Yin as well, Feng Yunsheng wouldn't have said a single word at all. Meanwhile, after understanding the situation, Yan Zhaoge had only lowered Yin Luhua's projected role in his plan. Of course, the amount of authority and convenience one enjoyed came with the corresponding amount of responsibility, and vice versa. With Yin Luhua's projected role in his plan being lowered, the resources and convenience of the clan as well as the support she enjoyed would also be adjusted correspondingly. However, this wasn't something that was set in stone. It would have to depend on whether she would make any improvements in the future. At the very least, Yan Zhaoge knew that Yin Luhua would soon be facing a trial. Because Fu Enshu had returned. As a cultivation maniac of her generation, it wasn't without reason that Fu Enshu had always thought so highly of Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing. Undetected by others, Yan Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes. That senior apprentice Aunt Fu wasn't so easy to talk to. Her principle as a teacher had always been that she wouldn't force her disciple to do what she couldn't do, but what she could do, her disciple had to be able to do as well. It was just like how Fu Enshu had said when she had first introduced Yin Luhua to Yan Zhaoge back at the East Sea, didn't Yunqing charge all the way to where she is now in less than 3 years? The underlying meaning of her words was that she had the same expectations and confidence in Yin Luhua. And by the same logic, in her eyes, if Feng Yunsheng could grit her teeth and persevere in her bitter cultivation, Fu Enshu and Sikong Qing could too. Since it wasn't just one person who could do it, Yin Luhua should naturally be able to as well. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, glancing at Yin Luhua. Having a master who was a little unreasonable, and having spent too little time with her previously, this girl might have only felt the benefits brought about by Fu Enshu's domineering protectiveness. With her personality, she might not have an easy time in the days to come. If she could endure it, there might be the possibility of her being reborn anew. Otherwise, there would only be bitter days ahead. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng. The tempering that you speak of is like junior apprentice sister Sikong's journey outside in the past, actually intentionally avoiding the protection of the clan. This way, the risk is very great. From a certain perspective, it is something that our clan cannot afford. This is especially so when, having already proven your ability in the 5th extreme bout, you are no longer an insignificant existence in the eyes of the higher echelon experts of the other sacred grounds. This is especially so for the Sacred Sun clan. Of our clan's younger disciples, if the person they want to kill the most is me, the second would definitely be you. Chapter 413. If one were to say that before the 5th extreme bout, others had still been doubtful of Feng Yunsheng's abilities, after having domineeringly defeated Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu in the 5th extreme bout, they no longer doubted Feng Yunsheng's aptitude and potential as a maiden of extreme. To the Sacred Sun clan, it held a different meaning, causing their emotions to be complex as they also felt an even greater urgency to get rid of Feng Yunsheng. After experiencing the 5th extreme bout, Broad Creed Mountain's internal confidence in Feng Yunsheng had similarly been strengthened. The voices of doubt from earlier had completely vanished, no one bringing it up again. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, that year, you yourself already suffered once. You should remember the lesson. Feng Yunsheng answered, I can't give up eating for fear of choking. She said slowly, after winning the extreme crown, it is not to be brought back to the clan as a decoration. The opponents that I have to face are also not just Little Wan and the others who are also maidens of extreme, but also the Flame Devils. More accurately speaking, they are all powerful Flame Devil kings. As well as, other powerful opponents. Feng Yunsheng's gaze was calm and steady, clearly having already thought through this problem very clearly. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. It looks like you are not acting on impulse. Since that is so, I have no objections. However, you are not an ordinary disciple. If you want to leave the mountain, you must first obtain the unanimous agreement of my father and your master. Feng Yunsheng said, this is only natural. Yan Zhaoge took his leave of Feng Yunsheng, Ying Longtu and Yin Luhua, returning to his lodgings to rest. Within the secluded room, Yan Zhaoge sat silently in the meditative position, breathing in and adjusting his breathing. As his father Yan Di had said, most of the essence of that ice dragon's flesh and blood had been transformed into essence qi, being absorbed into his body. All the way until he broke through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm, he would not have to worry about accumulating essence qi. What he needed to do was only to advance valiantly, comprehending principles. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could effectively refine and absorb such a large amount of essence qi. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, the numerous masses of chaotic qi within his body fluctuating, a large amount of essence qi of ice and fire appearing from within. As the ice and fire circulated, they were unceasingly devoured and assimilated by the chaotic qi mass, gradually becoming a part of Yan Zhaoge's strength. Refining the accumulated essence qi within his body whilst also studying various martial arts, Yan Zhaoge passed his days incomparably enriching. As time slowly passed, the illusory power of the lake region's marsh of illusory sea gradually weakened, and the date of the 10-character Heavenly Rainbow's appearance gradually approached. It was also around this time that his Grand Master, Yuan Jingfeng, had also completed his task, sending Yan Zhaoge over to collect the items. Yan Zhaoge arrived at Yuan Jingfeng's residence. After entering, he saw Yuan Jingfeng seated in the courtyard, a middle-aged man standing beside him. Grand Master, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge came forward, first greeting the two. Yuan Jingfeng and the middle-aged man smiled and nodded. The middle-aged man was surnamed Gao, also a personal disciple of Yuan Jingfeng, just that his accomplishments were slightly lower than those of Yan Di, Shi Tai, Fang Zhuan and Fu Wenshu. This man was quite accomplished in artifact forging. It was impossible for Yuan Jingfeng to do everything by himself this time, so he was only responsible for the most crucial parts. The rest of the work was mostly done by this middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man was also feeling rather emotional at this moment. Let alone the fact that he was Yan Zhaoga's senior, forging an artifact for Yan Zhaoga was fine. If the news of Yuan Jingfeng personally forging a personal weapon for Yan Zhaoga were to spread, many people would definitely feel shocked. Ever since ancient times, how many had seen a martial saint specially forge a personal weapon for an essence spirit martial grandmaster? However, what was even rarer was that after their initial shock, most people would probably feel that there was really nothing unacceptable about it. Because that essence spirit martial grandmaster was Yan Zhaoga. A person who couldn't be measured by seniority, age, or cultivation realm. At the very least, the middle-aged man who was assisting Yuan Jingfeng in forging an artifact for Yan Zhaoga was currently very calm, not having the feeling that seniority had been messed up or that he was being overqualified. Yuan Jingfeng smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoga. Try it out? Saying thus, a streak of light appeared out of nowhere before the old man, next arriving before Yan Zhaoga. Looking over, Yan Zhaoga saw a short sword hovering in mid-air, its blade green, tranquil and distant. There was only a speck of crimson light circulating on its blade, emanating a sharp, baleful aura. Powerful energy fluctuations were retracted within, resembling the blade of the sword within its scabbard, not leaking outwards. However, carefully sensing it, one would be able to sense the terrifying power concealed within. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. Yuan Jingfeng said, "The sword is called the Green Abyss, its main materials being the green iron of the deep abyss produced in the distant seas and the 9 suns pure gold obtained from attacking the fire domain earlier. Other than that, some precious materials that you brought back from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint have also been added in by this old man." Yan Zhaoga bowed towards Yuan Jingfeng. "Thank you, Grand Master." Then, he extended his palm, grasping the hilt of the green abyss sword. Instantly, a sharp sword intent surged out from within. A scene appeared within Yan Zhaoga's mind. Beneath the vast blue sky, flowing fire streaked past, leaving behind a fiery red fissure within, resembling a scar of the heavens. As the fiery red fissure opened, gazing within, the heavens and the earth seemed to have been reversed. While he was clearly gazing at the sky, at this moment, it was as though he was gazing at the fiery red deep abyss down below. The powerful sword intent surged, virtually wanting to first hack apart Yan Zhaoga's sword-wielding palm. Yan Zhaoga's gaze hardened slightly, bearing the boundless sword intent with his body, also infusing his martial will within the green abyss sword in reverse, striving to achieve a harmonious state with it. The two silently watched Yan Zhaoga refine the green abyss sword. Seeing Yan Zhaoga's stable and orderly manner, they could not help but nod. After a long time, Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed. "Grand Master, I had still thought that you were going to forge a spirit saber for me, or perhaps a spirit artifact with the concept of the heavenly broad creed palm integrated within? Who would have thought that it would be a spirit sword?" Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, Yuan Jingfeng cultivated in the heavenly broad creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. When martial experts forged weapons, they would most likely infuse their understanding of the principles of martial arts within. Therefore, Yan Zhaoga teased Yuan Jingfeng like this. Yuan Jingfeng did not feel offended, instead chuckling, "Your luck is not good. This old man just happened to be analyzing the immeasurable heavenly sword recently. When forging this green abyss sword for you, I conveniently used it for practice." Yan Zhaoga also laughed. "That's what I said." As he laughed, a radiance abruptly flickered within Yan Zhaoga's eyes, the green abyss sword within his hands emitting the roar of a dragon before its sword light disappeared within Yan Zhaoga's sleeve in a flash. "Very fast." Yuan Jingfeng nodded, even faster than this old man had expected. Seeing Yan Zhaoga successfully begin refining this high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, Yuan Jingfeng immediately said, "The matter of that last Yunsheng, Yan Di and Enshu have also mentioned it to this old man. After discussing it, we have decided to let her out. Jade that is not polished cannot be made into anything. My Broad Creed Mountain's disciples are able to take a beating. Still, we can't completely ignore it." Yuan Jingfeng said, "Yan Di said that you will be heading to the Marsh of Illusory Sea very soon. Let Yunsheng accompany you. The Marsh of Illusory Sea is a good place for tempering. With you bringing her along, the clan will also be at ease." Chapter 414. Anyway, with Xue Fei already bringing Shi Jun along, Yan Zhaoge did not mind adding another person. Moreover, he and Feng Yunsheng got along rather well. I'm naturally fine. I just wonder what junior apprentice sister Feng means. Yan Zhaoge said, from what she said, she wants to go tempering herself this time. If I can hold on, she naturally has no need to take the risk. I can also not act, but with me there, it is a threat to the enemy. To her, she will inevitably feel a little more reliant on me, even if she tries to restrain herself. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, if even I can't hold on, then we'll both be doomed, let alone tempering ourselves. Yuan Jingfeng said, how can there be anything perfect in this world? We can only try our best to balance it out. Yunsheng's thoughts are clear, and she naturally understands this principle. Speaking of this is already the most suitable outcome. Zhaoge, you are already at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Also, when you truly fight, your strength far surpasses that of others, also possessing treasures all over your body. There are already not that many who can truly threaten your life. And for Yunsheng, who is still a martial scholar, you will be able to bear most of the dangers. Even if you make a move at the last moment, you will still be able to make it in time. As for opponents that even you cannot deal with, the marsh of illusory sea that you are going to this time is ultimately the territory of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Being strictly neutral, Turbid Wave Pavilion will definitely not allow the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to enter the marsh of illusory sea and kill you. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded, that is indeed so. Yuan Jingfeng said, therefore, the danger of natural disasters is actually greater for you going over this time. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, the marsh of illusory sea cannot be underestimated even though it is currently in its weakened phase. As compared to the storms of the great desert, the extreme coldness of the snowy plains, the blazing fire of the underground palace and so on, the threat of the marsh of illusory sea does not seem to be as intense, but it is formless, instead being harder to guard against. Lost in the environment of the marsh of illusory sea, one might very well lose their life unknowingly. Yan Zhaoge said, yes, Grand Master. Rest easy, I know what I'm doing. In the end, other than Feng Yunsheng, Xue Fei and Shi Jun, Han Long, and Ing Longtu were also going. Such a chance is truly hard to come by. Bring Longtu along with you, Yan Di waved his hands very naturally. Yan Zhaoge also found it rather funny for a time. It had already been a while since he had done something like this. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. The various sacred grounds and sects would often use the method of the old leading the new, allowing their younger disciples to participate in tempering. The person leading the group could be a senior of the sect, or they could be a senior brother or sister who had entered the sect earlier and had a high cultivation base. When Yan Zhaoge had gone to the Sealing Dragon Abyss with Xikong Qing, Yi Jing and the others, it had also been like this. However, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation speed was just too fast. Currently, he was still not old, and the difference in cultivation bases between him and those of the younger generation was a little too great. It would be very awkward to lead the team at this time. If the place he was going to was dangerous, the people he brought along would become his burden. They could only be carried by him like they were his belongings, completely protected, and would not be able to train them. If they went to a less dangerous place, it would be a waste of their talents. Still, of those accompanying them this time, little Shi Jun not included, the one with the lowest cultivation base, Ing Longtu, was already an outer aura martial scholar. Also, he was talented and not weak. Su Fei was even at the 2nd level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage. It was only because Yan Zhaoge had consecutively leapt 3 times within a short period of time that it would have been uncertain who would be leading the team this time. In terms of experience in leading teams, Su Fei was much more abundant than Yan Zhaoge. Other than Xikong Qing, who was not present, those accompanying them this time were basically the most brilliant elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation in recent years. Ing Longtu not included, Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Feng Yunsheng could actually all lead fellow disciples of the clan with lower cultivation bases for tempering. While it was said that he was leading the team, Yan Zhaoge was actually quite worry-free as he immediately resumed his old occupation. After taking his leave from his father, he set off together with Su Fei and the others. Hu and Pan Pan naturally set off as well. At this moment, having just experienced the invasion of the Flame Devils, the situation in the Eight Extremities world appeared rather calm. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others knew that it was currently the time when undercurrents were surging, already like an arrow on a bowstring, with a storm that could descend at any moment. Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang was in seclusion recovering from his injuries, while the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one to the south and one to the north, were restless. As Jade Sea City's allies, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain were also on guard at all times, prepared to rush to Jade Sea City's aid at any time. Yuan Jingfeng personally set off, bringing along the clear Qi robe as he came to the Earth Domain, standing between the Fire Domain and the Water Domain, at the same time still influencing the Heaven Domain from afar. Yan Di and the others stayed behind to guard the clan, also being prepared at all times. Yan Zhaoge and the others were led by Yuan Jingfeng to the Earth Domain, after bidding farewell to their Grand Master, heading south to the Lake Domain. Leaving the Earth Domain, arriving on the surface of the Lake Domain, Yan Zhaoge and the others could temporarily set their hearts at ease. While Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord in Qinglin was also in secluded cultivation due to heavy injuries, the possibility of the Sacred Sun Clan having designs on this place was not high. As soon as there were any changes, Yuan Jingfeng would also be able to immediately head south to reinforce them. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, I've only just realized that you're coming this time. Was it also for Senior Apprentice Sister Xie? Yan Zhaoge guided Ing Longtu in the Big Dipper sword as he smiled at Su Fei. Between the Big Dipper sword and the Great Heaven Earth sword, Ing Longtu had finally chosen the Big Dipper sword. The martial arts of the 8 extreme arts that he had previously cultivated in, the Vajra body, the chaotic elements uniting saber and the wind-fire calamities, were all vigorous and heavy, domineering and sharp. Since he was walking on an all-encompassing path, martial arts that leaned towards nimbleness naturally had to be cultivated in as well. Therefore, under Yan Di's suggestion, Ing Longtu had chosen the Big Dipper sword. Anyway, having come along this time, with both Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, whether Ing Longtu chose the Big Dipper sword or the Great Heaven Earth sword, there would be people who would be able to guide him. Teased by Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei was not vexed as he said, before the invasion of the Flame Devils on the East Sea this time, Junior Apprentice Sister Xia had already entered secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. That's how it is. During the 5th Extreme bout, when I was at Turbid Wave Pavilion, I even saw her before. Still, at that time, Senior Apprentice Sister Xia had already successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage of the peak of the martial scholar realm, beginning to enter secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, then chuckled as he looked at Su Fei. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, you know about it very well, and their relationship is very close. Su Fei laughed. Is it very strange? Seeing him so frank, the flames of gossip within Yan Zhaoge's heart instead gradually extinguished. Oh, it's indeed nothing strange. You haven't married, and she hasn't married yet. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's rare listless look, Feng Yunsheng and Hu were both amused by the side. Ing Longtu was still a little dazed. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, what are you talking about? Yan Zhaoge said lazily, we're talking about when your Senior Apprentice Brother Su is going to get a wife, right, just like your parents. Still, your Senior Apprentice Brother Su is still waiting. Even if we go over this time, we won't be able to see his future wife. She's already in secluded cultivation. Han Long nodded, not really understanding, before he suddenly asked. Then, when will Senior Apprentice Brother Yan get a wife? Chapter 4:15. Han Long's words were unintentional, but it caused the expressions of the others to change slightly. Xue Fei looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. While Ing Longtu did not understand the situation, he knew that Yan Zhaoge had once had a lover named Lin Yuxiao. But 3 years ago, Lin Yuxiao had unfortunately perished in the Eastern Tang, at the hands of Yi Jing. Scratching his head, Hu also looked at Yan Zhaoge, not knowing what Yan Zhaoge was currently thinking. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng's heart jolted slightly. While Lin Yuxiao had already died before she had entered the clan, she had also heard about the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao from her fellow disciples. Yan Zhaoge was taken aback by Han Long's sudden question. The reason he was in a daze was not because of Lin Yuxiao. Although it was a pity that a young life had died, it would be a lie to say that he had deep feelings for someone who only existed in his memory. He had never even met her in real life, let alone spoken to her. Yan Zhaoge was more open to fate when it came to the matters between men and women. If a beauty threw herself into his arms, he wouldn't reject it. However, at this stage, his main focus was on improving his personal strength and promoting the development of the sect, so he didn't have any active thoughts. However, there were exceptions. For just that one moment, Yan Zhaoge's heart throbbed as he was attracted to it. The thought of taking the initiative to do so arose in his mind. That had been when Feng Yunsheng had taken the initiative to request to try out the cold marrow needles. At that moment, looking at that bright, beautiful, and resolute girl, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely felt a little dazed. In that instant, what Yan Zhaoge had thought of was not the importance of the extreme Yin crown, not the current situation of the Eight Extremities world, not the contest and competition between his Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. He simply wanted to help the woman in front of him, to help her put on the crown as she wished and ascend to the peak of her life. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he almost unconsciously looked towards the other party involved. Still, he instantly stabilized his mind, his expression as per usual. This kind of thing is up to fate. How can I give an accurate time? But why is our Han Long suddenly so interested in getting a wife? Taken aback for a moment, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, smiling as he looked at Ying Longtu. You've indeed grown up. Is Han Long thinking about his wife now? Which girl is so lucky? Ying Longtu blinked his eyes, somewhat at a loss. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Seeing this, Su Fei heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that as time passed, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully walked out of the haze of Lin Yuxiao's death. While the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao did not involve romance, in the eyes of many, they had once been a pair of lovers. Lin Yuxiao had been killed by Yi Jing. Afterwards, Yi Jing had been personally slaughtered by Yan Zhaoge, dying without a complete corpse. Some had even viewed it as Yan Zhaoge's revenge. In order not to appear abnormal, Yan Zhaoge usually went with the flow. As one of Yan Zhaoge's fellow disciples who had the best relationship with him, Xue Fei had always been paying close attention to Yan Zhaoge's situation, worried that he would be unable to extricate himself from his earlier emotions. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's current appearance, not seeming like he was forcibly trying to keep his spirits up, Xue Fei felt much more at ease. Imitating Yan Zhaoge's habit, Ahu stroked his lower chin as he thought to himself. However, after Miss Lin passed away, young master has always been single these past 3 years. This isn't a solution. If I can marry a young mistress sooner, giving birth to Lin sooner, family head will definitely be very happy when he becomes a grandfather. As he thought, Hu looked furtively at Feng Yunsheng. I wonder what young master is thinking. Is it this one, or Miss Sikong, or perhaps someone else? Feng Yunsheng had originally been looking at Yan Zhaoge a little absent-mindedly. Now, feeling Ahu's gaze, she swiveled her head to look at him. Ahu rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Feng Yunsheng felt a little exasperated yet also a little amused as she shook her head. Yan Zhaoge's gaze quickly swept past the side of Feng Yunsheng's exquisite features, smiling slightly. The group chatted and laughed as they traversed the territory of the lake domain, heading south. On the way, Yan Zhaoge and the others naturally couldn't just be concerned about whether Ying Longtu was thinking about his wife. Instead, they made use of this chance to teach him by example, telling him many things that he would not be able to learn at the clan. These were all necessary knowledge for a person to gain experience in the outside world. Han Long's talent was extraordinary. At a young age, his cultivation base had already surpassed many others, but his thoughts were too simple and simple. As he grew older, following the careful guidance of the clan's seniors, Han Long's mind gradually opened up. While he still appeared naive and ignorant about some things, he was already gradually able to stand on his own. It was just that as compared to others of the same age, he still appeared a little clumsy. As a martial practitioner, while one's strength was important, if one's mind was not perfect, being too honest and straightforward, they would still inevitably suffer losses. Therefore, along the way, as compared to Han Long, who was focused on cultivating in the Big Dipper sword, Yan Zhaoge and the others paid more attention to imparting various experiences and knowledge to him. Generally speaking, experts of the 6 great sacred grounds who had reached the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm and above would not lightly step into the territory of other clans. If there was no special reason, and they were not notified beforehand, it could very easily be seen as a provocation. While Yan Zhaoge was currently still an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, his status was different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, having come to the territory of the Lake Domain, according to etiquette, he also had to inform Turbid Wave Pavilion, paying them a visit at the same time. Yan Zhaoge's group arrived at Turbid Wave Pavilion. As Pavilion Lord and Qinglin was still in seclusion, the other peak longtime elders of Turbid Wave Pavilion received them. After a short stay, Yan Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Turbid Wave Pavilion, heading to the Marsh of Illusory Sea. While Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance in the conflict between the other sacred grounds, their relationship with the other sacred grounds was still not bad. At this time, they also sent out people to lead the way for Yan Zhaoge's group, sending them into the Marsh of Illusory Sea. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, even Turbid Wave Pavilion that ruled over the Lake Domain did not have complete control over this place. However, Turbid Wave Pavilion's understanding of this place was undoubtedly the deepest. I've been to the Great Western Desert, the extreme northern snowy plains, the outskirts of Hell, and now entering the Marsh of Illusory Sea again. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. Of the 6 great danger grounds, there is only the distant ocean beyond the sea and the southern underground palace that I have not personally stepped into. Feng Yunxing said, while you have not entered deep into the core region, you can still be considered to have been there before, passing through danger as though it were nothing. Yan Zhaoge laughed, in my father's words, good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunxing. Right, I remember you saying that under the protection of your seniors that year, you too once entered the southern underground palace? This means that other than the extreme northern snowy plains and the distant ocean beyond the sea, you seem to have been to the other 4 as well. Feng Yunxing smiled, like you said, scourges live for 1,000 years. Su Fei smiled, is this considered flattery between the 2 of you? Yan Zhaoge blinked at him, I am actually flattering you, senior apprentice brother Su. After all, among us, only you have been to the Marsh of Illusory Sea before. Now, it is time for an old horse to know the way. Chapter 4:16. Xue Fei shook his head, how can I be considered an old horse that knows the way? I've only stepped a few times in the outskirts. If we really want to find an old horse that knows the way, we can only find it in Turbid Wave Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it's still better than us who have never been here before. Xue Fei walked at the front, saying as he walked, anyway, be careful and don't fall behind. Illusions abound in the Marsh of Illusory Sea. The strangest and hardest thing to guard against is that it is often hard to distinguish what is real and what is illusory. Sometimes, falling into an illusion while being unable to detect it in time is the main reason why most people die within it. By the time they realize it, they have already sunk deep into the mud, unable to escape from it, Xue Fei said, therefore, it is very important for those in the same group to support each other. Yan Zhaoge nodded, you lead the way, I'll bring up the rear. Su Fei agreed before tossing out a rope, grabbing one end while Yan Zhaoge caught it and held the other end. Feng Yunxing, Ahu, and Ing Long to each grabbed the middle section of the rope. Walking at the front, Xue Fei lit a stick of incense, something that he had obtained from Turbid Wave Pavilion and used to disperse the bewildering fog within the marsh. While it could not completely resolve the threat of the illusions, it was still rather useful, especially now when the illusions were at their weakest over the past 10 years. The group advanced, barely able to determine their direction and position as they moved towards the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was. Holding one end of the rope, Yan Zhaoge walked at the very back, looking at Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Ing Longtu up ahead while also paying attention to their surroundings. It was not that life was absent within the marsh of Illusory Sea. Many rare beasts resided here. These beasts had long since grown accustomed to the illusions within the marsh, often even making it hard for one to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Other than the illusions, many ferocious beasts were also a huge threat. Especially within the illusions, it was even harder to guard against them. Surveying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge saw dense gray fog suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Dim blue smoke could vaguely be seen rising from the surrounding marsh, merging together with the gray fog as it emanated a strange, demonic feeling. Having just entered the marsh of Illusory Sea, with the help of Xue Fei's special fragrance, they had not felt anything abnormal. However, as time passed and they had traveled for over 10 days, Yan Zhaoge and the others could clearly feel that the mist within the great marsh before them was growing denser and denser. Even though they were on guard, all kinds of illusions began to surround them. Everyone encountered different situations. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. They took care of the front and the back, helping each other and moving forward together. After communicating with them, Yan Zhaoge discovered that the illusions that everyone had encountered had not been born out of thin air. Instead, they had originated from within their hearts, and were related to themselves. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge himself with the highest cultivation base or Ing Longtu with the lowest cultivation base, they were both in a similar situation. This illusion would not be biased based on whether one's thoughts were pure or not. No one could avoid it. Although Han Long's cultivation level was low, he was born with the heavenly dipper body. His mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. However, he was also disturbed by the illusion and had the illusion that his parents were still alive. Xu Fei had the cultivation of a spirit vessel middle-stage great-grandmaster. He had a firm will and a steady temperament, but the illusions before his eyes were similarly heavy. There were scenes of him being homeless in his youth, roaming the world alone. Scenes of him interacting with his master Shi Tai also frequently surfaced. The most tragic, sorrowful memory of his life, the scene of him personally witnessing Shi Tai's death in battle, appeared unceasingly, slashing at his heart time and time again, fresh blood flowing. Many scenes that she could not bear to recall also appeared before Feng Yunsheng's eyes. Her high-spirited youth when she had just entered the Sacred Sun clan, as well as the accidental injury in the Earth domain which changed her life's fate, as well as being forced by Xiao Shen and Pan Butai afterwards to flee the clan, fighting bloody battles all the way as she traversed tens of thousands of kilometers by herself. Some illusions were especially vicious, distorting the memories of the person in question, creating false scenes. However, these illusions were especially realistic, as though they would allow one to experience another life. Feng Yunsheng had experienced within the illusion that her extreme yin physique had not been damaged, finally successfully suppressing all the other females in the first extreme yin bout, wearing the extreme yin crown that she had always yearned for. She had experienced the illusion of her failed resistance, being tainted by Xiao Shen. She had experienced being betrayed and abandoned by her master, being captured and killed by Pan Butai in the end. She had experienced the illusion of escaping from the clan, fleeing all the way, still ultimately being dismembered by those of the Sacred Sun clan. Despite having received Yan Zhaoge's help, the illusion of her extreme yin physique being unable to recover. Various illusions that passed for truth seemed to have forcibly stuffed one true memory after another into Feng Yunsheng's mind, to the point that she was almost unable to differentiate what exactly was what she had truly experienced. It was the same for Yan Zhaoge. To be precise, the illusions that had appeared within his mind were even more bizarre and bizarre. Various scenes, some of them were things that he could only long for in his dreams, yet could not achieve, beautiful to the point of causing him to be intoxicated within, unwilling to wake up. Some of them were things that he feared the most, worrying the most, had come true, causing him to virtually collapse, unable to bear it. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind time and time again, expelling all distracting thoughts, breaking free of the restraints and interference of the illusions. Past events came flooding back to him, all sorts of people appearing before him, then vanishing one by one, tides rising and falling, people coming and going. Ever since the invasion of the Flame Devils on the East Sea, when he had attempted to come into contact with the small crimson pagoda with the corpse of the ice dragon, yet failed in the end, having been slain by the Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, regaining his calm as he continued striding forward. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt the bewildering fog up ahead grow denser and denser, his vision gradually becoming so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers before him. The figure of Ing Longtu who was closest to him gradually grew blurry. Before Ing Longtu was Ah Hu who was much taller than him, but he couldn't even be seen. Yan Zhaoge frowned, calling out to Ing Longtu. The youth before him, however, didn't react, his figure also completely enveloped by the bewildering fog the next moment, unable to be seen any longer. The rope in his hand that had always been tensed up suddenly lightened. Lowering his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that the rope in his hand had shockingly broken, only half of it remaining as it drooped downwards powerlessly. Ha! Yan Zhaoge did not panic, intuitively feeling that this was yet another layer of illusions. However, before he could sort out his emotions, the bewildering fog that enveloped the great marsh before him suddenly dissipated, his surroundings instantly becoming empty. As the heavens and the earth shook, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and saw a massive hand flying over from beyond the heavens, slapping down towards him. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. That was not an ordinary palm. It was that massive palm that had struck towards the divine palace during the great calamity that year in Yan Zhaoge's memories. A strange light shot out from Yan Zhaoge's eyes as he focused on this palm. The scenes between the heavens and the earth before him shook slightly. As the palm descended, it suddenly vanished. The bewildering fog arose once more, though it was no longer as dense as before. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw two majestic rainbows, one horizontal and one vertical, piercing through the horizon. It was precisely the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Chapter 4:17. Everyone, please support the original subscription. It is extremely important. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge had once witnessed the phenomenon of two rainbows, one on the inside and one on the outside, forming a line as they curved through the horizon. While those two rainbows were both 7-colored, they were arranged in reverse order, one from the inside to the outside, from red to purple, while the other was the exact opposite, from purple to red. As Yan Zhaoge knew, that was due to the refraction of sunlight and water vapor. While it was rare, it could still be considered a normal sight. However, the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was actually two rainbows that were exactly the same, intersecting within the horizon, one heading east and west, the other heading north and south, intersecting vertically. This was the first time Yan Zhaoge had seen such a sight as he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog grew thinner as the bewitching power of the marsh of illusory sea also seemed to have diminished greatly. Before Yan Zhaoge, the figures of Su Fei and the others appeared once more. Lowering his head, the rope was still in their hands, showing no signs of breaking. Yan Zhaoge did not immediately relax. Who knew whether the scene before him was a scene within a scene, a trap within a trap? Illusions would sometimes simulate things that one could only dream of, yet be unable to achieve. Searching for the 10-character heavenly rainbow was precisely one of the reasons why they had come to the marsh of illusory sea. The stubbornness within one's heart would often become a bewildering barrier that bewitched one's mind. Yan Zhaoge calmed his heart, his mind immersed within the peerless heavenly scripture that he cultivated in, the true essence of his entire body roiling. On the surface, Yan Zhaoge seemed normal, but if someone were to carefully observe Yan Zhaoge now, they would feel as if Yan Zhaoge did not exist at all. Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that his perspective was gradually breaking away from the restraints of the marsh of illusory sea, having a tendency to transcend the outside world. The marsh of illusory sea before him seemed to be filled with numerous illusory scenes. Instead, it was much calmer in the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After calming his mind for a moment and feeling the changes in the spiritual qi, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was real, and that he had not fallen into yet another illusory scene. Instead, the situation of Ing Longtu before Yan Zhaoga seemed a little off. The little fellow's gaze was a little dazed as he was currently giggling foolishly, as he seemed to be enjoying himself. Yan Zhaoga sighed. To Han Long, his short life was simple and pure, very easy to be satisfied, very easy to be happy. But Han Long's life was not smooth sailing at such a young age. Han Long would never be able to let go of the pain of his parents' early death. The death of his master, Shi Tai, was another huge blow to him. Even though Han Long had always been a carefree person, as if he didn't know what sorrow and worry were, but in his simple mind, the influence of these things would always exist. Yan Zhaoga landed a heavy palm on Ing Longtu's shoulder, the latter turning to look at him rather blankly. Just having turned, the index finger of Yan Zhaoga's other hand had already tapped on Ing Longtu's forehead. Ing Longtu was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. All the hair on his body stood on end. At the same time that he was attacked, his body subconsciously prepared to defend and counterattack. However, it was also at this moment that Ing Longtu woke up. His eyes were no longer blank and lifeless, but had regained their clarity and brightness. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Ing Longtu very quickly reacted, saying slowly, "Senior apprentice brother Yan." Yan Zhaoga smiled, waving his hands, "Stabilize your mind, distinguish between truth and falsehood. False illusions are sometimes very beautiful. It is a very normal thing for people to yearn for them or yearn for them to be beautiful. However, this is not a reason for us to stop moving forward. What is false is still false at the end of the day. It depends on others, and not on us." Looking at Ing Longtu, Yan Zhaoga smiled, "Calm your heart, calm your qi." Ing Longtu nodded obediently, inhaling and exhaling a few times as his breathing grew more and more stable. Having arrived at the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was, they halted, raising their heads to look at the miraculous scene in the sky above them. Feng Yunqing muttered to herself, "Such a scene is really rare to see." After quietly feeling the spiritual qi flow in the surroundings for a while, she asked, "Is it because there are abnormalities in the space between the heavens and the earth here?" Born of a sacred ground-level power, as a direct disciple, her cultivation base aside, her discernment ability and knowledge were all top figures of her age in the Eight Extremities world. Su Fei said, "That should be the case. It is the intense distortion of space here that forms such a unique scene. The weakening of the power of illusions in the marsh of illusory sea should also be due to the distortion of space. Without the skin, how can the hair attach? Even this region of the heavens and earth has become weak and distorted, let alone the numerous illusions here." Who scratched his head, "Young master, brother Fei, other than looking for the 10-character heavenly rainbow this time, aren't we also looking for the empty spirit rain mist?" Yan Zhaoga said, "The empty spirit rain mist is extremely rare, and it is very hard to predict where it will appear. However, generally speaking, in the vicinity of where the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears, it is possible that the empty spirit rain mist also exists. Therefore, in coming here, we are actually dealing with both of our targets at the same time. However, some luck is still required." Su Fei said slowly, "According to what I know, the empty spirit rain mist most likely appears before or after the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears. I'll first look around the vicinity. If there is, that would naturally be best. If there isn't, we'll just silently wait for the moment when the 10-character heavenly rainbow finally dissipates." Su Fei looked at Yan Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, you stay here and quietly observe the movements of the 10-character heavenly rainbow as well as the abnormal changes in space here." Yan Zhaoga answered, "Since that is so, I won't accompany you, senior apprentice brother. However, you have to be careful." After leaving the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog of the marsh of illusory sea will grow dense once more, the power of illusions immediately surging. "Rest easy, I know." Saying thus, Su Fei let go of the rope, then began moving around the periphery of the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, searching for the empty spirit rain mist required to treat Ing Yuzhen. Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Ing Longtu also helped out. To Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, moving alone now could also be considered their own tempering. Yan Zhaoga remained where he was, raising his head and narrowing his eyes as he paid close attention to the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After a long time of searching, Su Fei and the others returned to where Yan Zhaoge was, all of them sighing. We can only wait for the 10-character heavenly rainbow to vanish to see if there is any empty spirit rain mist forming. If there isn't, trying to find it elsewhere in the marsh of illusory sea would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. The change in space is indeed great, but we still haven't been able to open a passageway that truly leads to another world. Yan Zhaoge also didn't have any gains here as he thought. Still, it's still fine. The 10-character heavenly rainbow will be sustained for a rather long period of time. Perhaps there's still a chance. Carrying this thought, Yan Zhaoge and the others remained where they were, waiting quietly. Not even 2 days had passed. One noon, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he abruptly raised his head. Then, where the two rainbows intersected, the distortion of space grew more and more intense, to the point where it was clearly visible to the naked eye. There, the sky resembled a canvas, being twisted and distorted intensely as a gap gradually appeared within it. It's appeared, there really is. Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose as he immediately said to Ah Hu, "Hurry up and report to the clan, tell my father." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge felt his shadow shrinking pouch shudder intensely before a snow crane formed of flowing light shot out from within. The snow crane's wings swept outwards, actually sweeping along Yan Zhaoge and the others beneath the 10-character heavenly rainbow before shooting towards the black hole within the sky at lightning speed. Chapter 418. Everyone, please support the original subscription. It is extremely important. Thank you. Within the sky, where the two streaks of light intersected, one horizontal, one vertical, the space distorted intensely. There, the 7-colored light vanished, only darkness remaining. A black point of intersection expanded unceasingly, devouring the surrounding rainbow light as well as everything else. After having expanded to a certain size, this black dot seemed to have calmed down. Gazing from afar, other than the distortion at the point of intersection being even more intense, the red light no longer straight, the 10-character heavenly rainbow seemed no different from usual. There was only a silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies, flapping its wings as it flew towards the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Amidst this silhouetted snow crane, Yan Zhaoge and the others were swept along by a strange force, following them towards the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. This is a little unexpected. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn as he spread open his right palm, a jade hairpin on which a snow crane was inscribed. This was something that his mother Xue Chuqing had left in the Eight Extremities world, having always been kept safe by his father Yan Di before this. It had always been ordinary and unremarkable, not seeming to have anything special about it at all, resembling just an ordinary accessory. Who knew that in that instant when the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow had appeared, this jade hairpin had suddenly moved, streams of light emerging from within, transforming into a snow crane that shot out of Yan Zhaoge's shadow shrinking pouch. Yan Zhaoge reached out in time, grabbing the jade hairpin that had flown out along with it. However, as the snow crane flapped its wings, it still swept along everyone within the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, flying upwards. It's a mechanism with a teleportation function. Yan Zhaoge quickly deduced, there must be a catalyst before it can be awakened from its slumber. Raising his head, he saw that black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow gradually stabilizing, resembling the entrance to a passageway. At the center of the black hole, it was already no longer completely black, instead being multicolored. There seemed to be many scenes within, distorted and broken apart, merging as one after being disrupted. Chaotic space. Yan Zhaoge had already identified it. It really is a path that leads to another world, but is extremely unstable. It is indeed another world on the other side. The foundation of the mechanism should be there. The jade hairpin is like a token. When the two worlds are connected, the person holding the token will be automatically drawn over by the mechanism. Yan Zhaoge had already completely calmed down at this moment. Still, glancing at Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and Ing Longtu beside him as well as Pan Pan who was being carried in Feng Yinxing's embrace, Yan Zhaoge instantly smiled bitterly. It teleported everyone within the range of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. This ritual is very good and very powerful, but also very stupid. Now, all of them had disappeared without a trace. While Yan Zhaoge was very interested in going to the other world to take a look, his pitiful father was still anxiously waiting for news at the clan. Now, there wasn't even a single person to report to him. At this rate, who knew how long it would be before Yan Di received the news? Meanwhile, the elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had virtually all vanished from the Eight Extremities world in a single night. If this news spread, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be laughing even in their dreams. It would be fine if the dimensional passageway still existed when Yan Di and the others arrived. However, if the dimensional passageway had already vanished, it would be very hard for them to understand the situation. Swept along by the silhouetted snow crane, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, yelling in a low tone, "Senior apprentice brother Su." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, another black silhouette flying out from his shadow shrinking pouch. It was an existence that resembled a short stone rod. After flying out, this thing expanded with the wind, immediately transforming into a massive stone pillar. It was precisely the pillar of the Divine Palace. Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands onto the pillar of the Divine Palace. The pillar of the Divine Palace emitted a brilliant glow, numerous streams of multicolored light extending outwards, resembling silk as they tunneled into the silhouetted snow crane from within. The suppressive power of the pillar of the Divine Palace exerted its effect as the silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies instantly slowed, halting in midair. Su Fei was also an experienced person. Without Yan Zhaoge having to say anything further, he already knew what to do. Making use of the moment when the silhouetted snow crane slowed slightly, Su Fei made a grabbing motion behind him, a black broadsword exiting its scabbard with the roar of a dragon as it landed in his hand. The sword light was simple and unadorned, vanishing as soon as it appeared. Su Fei rapidly struck out with his sword, the black sword light condensing into tangible form, leaving behind marks in mid-air as they transformed into runes one after another. Then, these runes descended, leaving the area of effect of the silhouetted snow crane as they landed on the marsh of illusory sea down below. The glow of the black runes was retracted, gradually dissolving within the mud of the marsh. Faced with such a major change, after their initial shock, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu quickly calmed down. Seeing Su Fei's actions, Feng Yunsheng smiled, asking, "Senior apprentice brother Su, this should be a unique technique of turbid wave pavilions, great marsh leaving letters?" The marsh domain was densely dotted with lakes and marshes, with very little solid soil or mountain rocks. Wanting to leave a mark or leave behind a message in such a place was a very difficult thing. Martial experts could turn the false into the real, being able to leave behind words in the water or even in the air. However, there was a limit to how long words could be left behind, depending on the martial practitioner's cultivation base, also being relatively short. Especially now that they were in the marsh of illusory sea, even enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the illusory power was still powerful as it would unceasingly wear down the sword intent orochi of a martial practitioner, finally causing the traces left behind to vanish. Turbid Wave Pavilion's lineage had specially invented a unique technique of great marsh leaving letters, making it convenient for their disciples to preserve the messages they left behind for a long period of time in an environment filled with lakes and marshes, allowing their fellow disciples who arrived later to read them. Su Fei quickly explained the current situation. Using this method to leave behind messages, on one hand, they could preserve them for a long period of time, and on the other hand, they could prevent just anyone from seeing them. Turbid Wave Pavilion was on rather good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, and their disciples were relatively trustworthy. They could send a message to Broad Creed Mountain after discovering the words. "Chief, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong and Grand Master all know that I am proficient in great marsh leaving letters," Su Fei said as he sheathed his sword. "If our clan's seniors arrive here first and are unable to find any traces, they will also invite Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners over to unearth the messages I left behind." "Ah," who said sneakily, "Brother Fei, who did you learn great marsh leaving letters from?" Su Fei answered frankly, naturally from Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior apprentice sister Xia, but it's not convenient for me to teach it to you. Ah Hu smiled in an extremely simple and honest manner, Brother Fei, it's fine, right? It's not like this is a direct lineage martial Dao of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Otherwise, Miss Xia wouldn't have taught it to you. Su Fei smiled, don't give me that. If we hadn't met with danger together in the marsh of Illusory Sea back then, in order to avoid being separated, junior apprentice sister Xia wouldn't have made an exception to teach it to me. Since she trusts me, it will naturally end here. The momentum of the snow crane shooting into the skies seemed unstoppable, the suction force from the other side of the dimensional passageway growing stronger and stronger, reaching its peak. Yan Zhaoge kept the pillar of the divine palace, everyone following the silhouette of the snow crane as they shot into the dimensional passageway at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Countless shadows flickered before their eyes, countless scenes intersecting as they appeared bizarre and dazzling, causing those who were experiencing this for the first time to click their tongues in wonder. Very quickly, the scenes before them stabilized. The first thing that appeared before Yan Zhaoge was a lush, primordial forest. Gazing back, they saw a dimensional passageway in the sky behind them in the midst of slowly closing. Seeing this, Ahu's expression instantly changed greatly. Young master, does this mean that we can only return after the next 10-character heavenly rainbow appears? No, the dimensional passageway still exists. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and carefully sensed it for a moment before shaking his head, smiling lightly. Ah, this place is very interesting. Chapter 419. The snow crane's figure streaked across the horizon. It spread its wings and soared, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the distance in an instant. Still within the silhouetted snow crane, Yan Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest, curling his lips. The entrance of the dimensional passageway here is even more unstable than the one in our 8 extremities world. If I did not see wrongly, it seems to be shifting along the spiritual chi pulse of this world. We will have to properly search for it. Fortunately, based on the time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow has existed in our 8 extremities world, there is still a very long time before the passageway closes. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the sun hanging high up in the sky. Yes, if the time flow of the 2 worlds is the same. Everyone was flying with the snow crane as they observed their surroundings curiously. After glancing at Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu, Su Fei secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, I remember that the snow crane was the symbol of your mother, Senior Snow, that year. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly as he answered with a bitter smile, I've let senior apprentice brother Su see a joke. To tell you the truth, coming here this time is precisely due to the clues left behind by my mother that year. Xue Fei shook his head. Why would I laugh at you? It's just that I didn't expect your mother to be related to another world. When I first entered the sect, I even saw her once. Connecting this to the matter of Xue Chuqing suddenly disappearing in the 8 extremities world, Xue Fei's first thought was that she had come from this world, rather than just having discovered this place by pure coincidence. Yan Zhaoge said, anyway, let's see where this snow crane will ultimately land. Who knows, we might be able to obtain some information related to this world. We are completely unfamiliar with this place. We must first gain some understanding of it and ensure a path of retreat back to the 8 extremities world. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples rather irritably. The current situation in the 8 extremities world is rather delicate, with various conflicts about to erupt at any moment. This is not the time to be pioneering a new world, especially when, swiveling his head to glance at Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. Especially when junior apprentice sister Feng still has to participate in the extreme Yin bout. Feng Yunsheng's expression was currently rather calm. Feeling something, she turned to meet Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Seemingly understanding Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, she shook her head slightly, indicating that she was fine. Su Fei said, right now, we are completely clueless about this place. We also don't know what kind of experts there are here. It's best to be cautious. The entrance to the passage isn't fixed in this world, so even if someone were to rush over from the 10-character heavenly rainbow, their landing point in this world wouldn't be the same as ours, so it'd be difficult to coordinate with them. Yan Zhaoge nodded, saying, it's also not that just anyone can come over. The chaotic flows of space can rip people apart at any time. The reason why we can be so safe is because of this snow crane. Shuefei hesitated for a moment before saying, speaking of this snow crane, it would be rather inconceivable if the ritual was left behind by your mother. Although Senior Shue's cultivation was not weak back then, it seems that he could not have left behind such a powerful ritual. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, perhaps it is some sort of treasure. According to what his father Yan Di had said, while his mother had concealed her origins, her cultivation base should have been real. With Xue Chuqing's cultivation at the time, it was indeed impossible for her to set up such a powerful ritual. As they conversed, the snow crane's silhouette gradually dimmed and began to descend. Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose. Gazing over carefully, he saw a white pillar of light shooting into the skies amidst a primordial forest. The pure white snow crane landed within the pillar of light, gradually vanishing, while the figures of Yan Zhaoge and the others landed on the ground within the pillar of light. Looking downwards, numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground, profound and complex. Feng Yunsheng, Shuefei, Ahu, and the others all involuntarily let out sighs of admiration. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. This legacy of spirit patterns indeed has some resemblance to those of before the Great Calamity. It was not that people of later generations had researched on the foundations of their predecessors, starting anew from scratch. Instead, it was like the complete legacy of the martial civilization of before the Great Calamity, not having been severed due to the Great Calamity. As they landed, the white pillar of light that shot into the skies gradually vanished, the numerous spirit patterns on the ground also beginning to dissipate. The white light congregated at the center of the spirit patterns. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be a mirror there. More accurately, it was half a mirror. Coming before the mirror, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a simple round mirror that had been split into two from the middle. There was only one half here, the whereabouts of the other half unknown. Shuefei and the others appraised the mirror curiously. Yan Zhaoge picked up this half mirror, infusing his true essence within, carefully feeling it for a moment. This half mirror is the core of the mechanism. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. There should still be another half that has not been lost, instead being buried somewhere in this world. He muttered within his heart, the mirror dimensional traversing art, it really is an ancient technique of before the Great Calamity. Who looked curiously at the half mirror above Yan Zhaoge's head. Young master, can this thing help us return to the Eight Extremities world? Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the surface of the mirror twice, not in a short period of time. In order to complete the mechanism just now, the power accumulated within this half mirror has been temporarily depleted, requiring time to recover. The time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow can be maintained for is limited at the end of the day, and we might not be able to make it in time. Feng Yunxing pondered, perhaps it lies in the other half of the mirror? Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, that's right. With that half mirror, we should be able to more easily find that dimensional passageway entrance that follows the movement of the spirit vein here. Also, after the two broken mirrors have been completely merged together, there might still be other wondrous uses for them. Scanning their surroundings, Shuefei sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. If this mechanism was set up by Senior Xue to help you or Chief come over, there should be some information left behind, right? Yan Zhaoge kept that half mirror, similarly appraising their surroundings. I think so too, having searched for a long time, yet still unable to find any traces of it, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel rather puzzled. Shuefei was also very helpless, it looks like there isn't. Or perhaps it was discovered by someone beforehand and taken away. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Whatever the case, let's first try to find the other half of the mirror and ensure that we can return to the Eight Extremities world in time. Shuefei said, I had originally hoped that Senior Xue could have left behind some information to let us know the general situation here. Now, we can only slowly probe around. I also don't know the specific situation of this world, what kind of people there are. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Yan Zhaoge smiled, very soon, someone will come knocking on our door on their own accord, answering our questions. With the white light shooting into the heavens here just now, it could be seen clearly from far away. It would definitely have drawn the attention of others. When we were brought flying by the silhouetted snow crane, I noticed that there were signs of human activity along the way. Having said thus, just a moment later, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and the others all changed as they felt that someone was currently in the midst of approaching. Chapter 420. His movement speed is very fast, but I can't feel any strong or chi fluctuations. Ahu's ears twitched as he asked curiously, is it some kind of special movement technique? What a strange martial art. Su Fei said, it is very likely that it is not completely the same as the martial legacies of our Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge was also listening attentively to the newcomer's movements. It is not strange. After all, it is two different worlds. Actually, as compared to the differences in martial arts, I am more concerned about how different the language here is from ours. After all, even in the Eight Extremities world, the dialects of different places are also very different. If we do not use the common language, only using their own dialects, it would be very hard for people of different places to understand what the other is saying. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, wanting to find someone to understand the situation of this world, but if there is a language barrier, that would be awkward. Who asked, young master, how about you not show yourselves first? I will interact with the people here. We currently have no idea how strong the other party is, and it is very hard for us to judge. There might even be some strange arts that we do not know of. Having always been by Yan Zhaoge's side, other than being a retainer, who had also been Yan Zhaoge's bodyguard for a very long time. While Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was higher now, Ahu's way of thinking was still with Yan Zhaoge's safety as his #1 priority. While he was usually mischievous, when he was serious, he was still extremely reliable and responsible. In a brand new world, everything was foreign, unknown, and even dangerous. At this time, as a retainer, whose heart was already completely taut, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. If there really is a danger that even so many people cannot deal with, you alone would be no different from sending yourself to your death. Relax a little. While we are unable to judge the strength of the newcomer now, it should also not be too high. Comprehending one art, comprehending all arts. The great Tao of the world, all arts converge to their origins. While there are differences, the higher one goes, the more they tend to be the same. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance, just like us and the Flame Devils, a martial saint and a Flame Devil King standing before you. The feeling they give you is completely different from that of a martial grandmaster or a great Flame Devil. Unless the other party has the intention, it is possible for you to misjudge the difference between an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster and an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, but you will definitely be able to clearly distinguish between a martial saint and a martial grandmaster. Yan Zhaoge and the others temporarily concealed themselves within the dense forest. Very quickly, a figure flickered, appearing before them. It was a tall, middle-aged man with bronze skin, round eyes, and a rough face. His body seemed to contain an explosive power that was extremely powerful. His eyes, in particular, shot out divine light in all directions and were abnormally sharp. Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. At the very least, he looks like a human on the outside, no different from us. He's not a mutant. Just as he was observing, he saw the burly man's eyes flash as he looked in Ning Longtu's direction. The people in the dense forest all frowned. Ning Longtu's cultivation base was the lowest among all of them, but he possessed the celestial dipper physique, which allowed him to control his chi and blood freely. His mind was clear and flawless. If he focused on hiding, it would be very difficult for others to detect his presence. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Is it that this person has concealed himself deeply, his strength higher than I thought, or is it that due to some special reason, his sensory abilities are extremely powerful? Then, after glancing at the place where Ning Longtu was concealed, that burly man's gaze turned to where Feng Yunqing was. Yan Zhaoge coughed lightly, appearing. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, that burly man's expression was filled with wariness as he no longer looked in the direction of Feng Yunqing and Ning Longtu, instead staring straight at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, first asking, "How do I address you?" He first used the common language of the eight extremities world. This was not nonsense, instead being the common language of the eight extremities world, having been developed from the civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times, being the most systematic and also closest to the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. In terms of pronunciation, he was also trying his best to get closer to that of ancient times. While there would still be some differences if Yan Zhaoge were to evaluate it, it was not due to luck that this language had become the current mainstream of the eight extremities world. If the world before them also inherited the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times, there should be some similarities between them. In the end, that burly man did not react in the slightest, as his gaze was slightly vacant, his expression even more vigilant. He clearly looked like he didn't understand at all. Frowning, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before repeating, "How do I address you?" This time, Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and the others felt it to be unfamiliar, not being easy to understand. The language that Yan Zhaoge used this time was the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. For example, compared to the current language of the eight extremities world, it was like the difference between classical and vernacular. Some words had the same meaning, but without having studied them systematically, it would be very hard for one to understand their complete meaning. This was what it meant to be able to recognize each word individually, but unable to understand them when put together. According to Yan Zhaoge's guess, the martial legacy that his mother cultivated in was a relatively complete version of the martial arts of pre-Great Calamity times. Therefore, the language that she used was likely not lost through the generations, being the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. This time, that burly man seemed to have a slight reaction. Even as he was vigilant, he looked at Yan Zhaoge inexplicably. Yan Zhaoge felt rather helpless under that gaze. The other party seemed to be asking, "Do you even know how to speak properly?" Carefully observing him, Yan Zhaoge felt that this person's attitude towards the language of pre-Great Calamity times was like that of Su Fei, Feng Yunsheng, and the others. This way, the greatest possibility is that the language here is the same as that of the eight extremities world, also originating from the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. However, it has its own unique development, being completely different from the current language of the eight extremities world. Yan Zhaoge gradually came to a realization. It was just that while he understood, it still gave Yan Zhaoge a bit of a headache. With the language barrier, the word awkward was placed right in front of him. Anyway, they all evolved from the language of pre-Great Calamity times. If he says a few more words, I might be able to understand the gist of it. Yan Zhaoge sighed, "If it really doesn't work, I'll even use sign language, even though it looks a little embarrassing." As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge said a few more words in the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. That burly man stared at Yan Zhaoge blankly and warily. Back then, in order to understand the current civilization of the eight extremities world, Yan Zhaoge had browsed through many books, understanding many different languages. Now, Yan Zhaoge unleashed his knowledge of languages to the maximum. It was not just the ancient language, but also the various dialects currently circulating in the eight extremities world that were different from the common vernacular, yet had all been derived from the ancient language. With each word, he observed that burly man's reaction. Feng Yunsheng and the others stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this scene, only feeling that Yan Zhaoge had refreshed their understanding of the world once more. Hu swallowed his saliva, sending via sound transmission with his Orochi, "Young master, you're so impressive." Yan Zhaoge sent via sound transmission, "Do you think I'm willing to go through so much trouble? With a language barrier, even if I capture him and want to interrogate him, it won't work. I first have to ascertain what language it is, such that he can understand me, and I can also understand him." As he said this, he saw that the burly man still had a blank yet wary look on his face, at the same time growing more and more irritable. Just as Yan Zhaoge was about to switch to another dialect, that burly man grew impatient as, with a low roar, he lunged over. "That's not good, is it?" Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes.